Hey, welcome to the Riverbank, Max.
Hi, welcome. Welcome. We're having a good day here.
We
The rain stopped.
Yeah, we at the 5 to the 5 Vintage Thunder on the Ohio event here in Madison, Indiana. And the rain has not cooperated much at all.
Well, it's been a rainy year, so we're just dealing with it, and I think it's kind of passed by now for a little while, and I think we're going to be able to do some live feed, get a little bit of show everybody what's going on around here, and kind of get it started.
Yeah, now this morning it was beautiful out. Sun, just right there, nice. It was beautiful. Had coffee on your front porch. Everything was great, and then the bottom fell out as soon as we walked down here. We should have stayed up on 3rd Street.
I didn't even think about it that way.
Yeah, well, I got to think of things like that, If we'd have stayed up on 3rd Street, we probably would have a whole lot more friends right now if we brought that rain with us.
I'm really glad that, a lot of the people left when it started raining, which, that's understandable, and I'm glad to see that some people are starting to come back now. So I believe we're going to get to see some boats in the water today, and I know we are, and it's going to be a really good day.
Yeah, they're setting the course up here in just a few moments. I already see buoys out there. So it won't be long. This event is free to the public. Come on down. If you have to watch it on, the video stream, that's great. More than welcome. Hope you stay all day. But if for some reason you can make it to Madison or you are already here, come on down to the Riverbank. They've got food set up. They've got bathrooms. They've got everything you need in order just to come down here and have a good time. And the people are starting to come back.
Yeah, I see a number of people coming back here, and like I said, we got food court. We got a food booth down here. What's the name of the Jugheads? Jugheads down here. So, some good barbecue, some good food that way. And come on down. There's going to be some boats running around the water here in a little while.
Yeah, I'm checking the feed because I've got people already calling me wanting to make sure the feed was up. And I told them, I said, hey, the feed is up now. It should be live. And you should be able to look down inside the pit area. So I'm going to check right here on my smartphone. There we go. Hey, wait a minute.
That's an open right there.
That was yesterday.
Is that yesterday?
Yeah, that was yesterday. We just as ugly yesterday as we are.
Oh, yeah. We ain't got no prettier. I know that.
So
now Rusty Bladen's going to come down here after a while, and
much prettier.
He's going to get that. He's going to sing his famous song there, "Ride That River."
Yep. Hey, by the way, what was the song you wanted it to be called?
I was always said it should be called
River Rat.
River Rat.
You see the boat?
Yeah, I seen that. I see.
River Rut.
River Rat.
Yeah, River Rut.
Oh. You sure that ain't River Rat?
No, I've been waiting 3 hours to say that to you, though.
Oh, well, nevertheless, I'm getting pumped up here.
Oh, yeah, we got the mayor down here. We had opening ceremonies, which was great.
Yeah, I made that through that without no rain.
And it was beautiful at that time. I mean, it was just perfect.
Right.
Overcast, not hot. But, yeah, we made it through the opening ceremonies for the first annual race, or first annual event, that is. And, like I say, we got...
Kind of move this camera around a little bit.
Look at all the boats in the pits.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, we've got some real old Unlimiteds over here. We've got the Gale 5. I can't tell what's on the other because it's got a tarp over it. But
it looks like it's a hydroplane there.
I know what it was.
That
was one of the Old Miss Budweisers.
Is it?
Down there,
Under the red tarp?
I believe that's the Old Miss Budweiser, yes.
Well.
And like I say, we've got other Unlimiteds or other ABRA class fleet, lined up all the way up to almost Jefferson Street. So we got Kevin Hawkinsmith down here with us this year. He's, of course, with Bellows Pizza. And he's running the. He's going to run the
golf cart.
The golf cart limo, ain't you, Kev?
Yeah, we're going to try and get a bunch of people up here for you. We got a lot of good racers down there, a lot of nice boats. These guys are planning on putting on a good show, a good exhibition, and I think it's going to be a great day. Now, if the rain's kind of slowed down a little bit, I think we're all ready to go. And I got Ron Snyder right downstairs ready for you guys to talk to him. So, Ron Snyder, the driver of the Ole Miss Madison, so we want to get him in here as soon as we can.
Oh, that sounds great.
Yeah, I thought we would get thrown off the air last time we interviewed him. Boy, he was very blunt to the point.
Yeah. I remember that guy.
Yeah, I went back and watched it the other day going, wow. I like a person who speaks their mind, and that is one of them. Hey, he deserves it. He is the old, the old vintage. He's what you call a class act,
He's been thrown out of boats. Back in the old days, they didn't strap him into these old boats. And if you hit a wave sometimes, you'd be thrown clear out of your boat 40, 50 feet away. Well, Ron Snyder was thrown out of the boat twice in Miss Madison.
We got to ask you about that.
So, you want me to go down and get him, guys? I'll go down and get him for you.
But let's get things moving here just a few minutes, and then we'll have you go down and get it.
Just right below us.
He's got the golf cart that we'll go down and pick up drivers along today. He may have to pick up a few other people, but
Hey, I don't know about you
It's out of
guys.
the way now.
I'm just going to say right now, hey, I wouldn't want to fall out of my car when it's parked, let alone be thrown out of a boat that's going about 100 mile an hour.
160.
Oh, well, yeah, guess what? That's a definitely no.
My guess is that water looks soft, but I'd say it's just like concrete when you hit going that fast.
Oh.
No.
No, I've been on a tube, and I've fallen off a tube going about, 30?
Yeah.
And that's enough of that.
Yeah.
Skiing and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's a
So
good time down here.
this is a dangerous sport that these guys do, and it's not for the faint of heart.
Not only that, but this is the most dangerous part of the sport because of the old piston engines. A lot of them are 100 or 75 years old. They clear back into World War II, and they're not like the new turbines and that can shut themselves down like they do. These old boats, if they explode, they just go off. So it's really important that everybody pays attention to everything they're doing down there today. They don't want to run into nobody. They don't want no explosions. And these kind of old boats, the insurance is real high on these guys, a lot higher than it is on the turbines because they have a lot more risk. So today you're going to see a lot of people out there trying to give you a good show, but remember at the same time, these are the most dangerous boats in the world to be racing.
And they're going to be out here. They're going to put on a heck of a show.
There's one now.
Boy, that was right on cue, Mac.
Motors going.
Yeah, oh yeah. And that's just one, folks. That's just one.
Got 10 of them out there.
Yeah, you wait till you get about 4 or 5 of them at one time going.
It's going to be a good time. We got Jeff Ayler, who is also running the public and the PA for this event this weekend. So we'll have him on the air, and he'll do a lot of interviews as well. He might do some, we'll do some, we might do some together. He may tell us he wants to do them all, and we let him do them.
Yeah.
We're just going to let it go, just so everybody can, get a good show on, and that's the important thing. Put on a good show for the people that, when you look down in the pits and you see all these boats. I mean, this really, it costs a lot of money for them to do this event, or just to have the boats themselves. So it's no different than a car show. People put a car show together. They want people to come down and look at it. This is like a car show on water.
On water. I like that, the way you say that. That's exactly right.
Yeah, they want people to come down so they can show off their toys. Come on, they're going to have pit crews coming through and do tours, I believe, I want to say from 12 to 1.
I think that's what it's supposed to be.
With all the rain, the way it happened, I don't know how things might be changed around a little bit, but there will be pit tours where people can come through and look at the boats. They'll have autograph signings, and if you're a hydroplaned person at all, you probably know a lot of these people that are here.
I'd say if you know Dave Johnson, if you know him, stop him, say thanks, because it's because of Dave Johnson all this stuff's going on today. He's really worked his fanny off, and I tell you what, all these guys that he knows down here are all here for Dave. So if you happen to see Dave, just thank him for getting everybody down here today.
Yeah, that tells you the respect that Dave has in this sport. He earned that respect, so tell him thank you.
We went down last week for that meeting down there at his garage, and he took me back in the back there, Troy. I don't know if you went back here or not.
Yeah, I've been back here before.
Yeah.
Last case.
Oh, I mean, we're talking about all the pictures and the memorabilia, and I mean the buttons. I mean, it's like walking back into time. I mean, so it's he's really spent his life doing this.
Yeah, and like I say, some of these people that go back there, you say like going back in time, they probably looked at pictures and I remember that. Oh, I was here for that. Oh, I didn't see that, but somebody told me about that. Or some of the others. Hey, I remember taking that picture.
He showed me the picture of him when Miss Madison won the Gold Cup, where he was at right here. After that, he's like in the crowd. He's just a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows where he was at, and I know where I was at. When that all happened, I was down by the bridge with the Hells Angels.
Yeah, which are not here this weekend, by the way.
Yeah, but luckily they're not here.
Yeah, they're not here. Yeah, we don't have none of that coming in this weekend, but they did come in the old days.
Yeah.
And, of course, we had to clean that up just a little bit. This is a very family-oriented event this weekend, and just come on down. But, yeah, they did. They had the bikes down there.
Yeah, they was down there in full force. Yeah, it was a big thing, and I'm just down there, and I'm looking at their motorcycles, and I'm talking to a couple of them, asking them about their motorcycles, and then I heard Miss Madison had won, so I got on my bike and I came on down here.
Yeah, and they just looked like a bunch of hippies to me. I didn't know no better as a little kid. Just hey, there's a bunch of hippies on a bike that probably needs a muffler.
Yeah.
We got a lot of hydroplaners down here. Ed's down there from the 3.
Is he? Ed Cooper from the Threes down there, so he'll be coming up as well.
Snyder.
Ron Schneider will be up here in just a little bit.
Little Mikey's dad's down here, U22.
Is he? Yep.
Now, you know what I'm really needing to find out is how people can message us. You know, how we did it before.
Is it on there?
I don't see anything, but I'd love to hear some feedback from some people about how the audio is and how the video is. It looks good on our end. So if there's an area there where you can message us,
Here, let me look at it,
please
Max.
do so.
Let me look at it, Max. You keep talking, and I'll see if I can find it.
Are you all right?
No.
Well, that's a slow moving boat right there, isn't it? There we go. We're zooming in a little bit. They're trying to get our video feed there looking a little bit better. Looks like they're up on top of the Gale 5 right now, the U-55. Getting stuff cleaned up, dried up, and getting ready to roll, I think. Did you get that worked out, Troy?
No, it looked like it had an area that we could actually be able to chat, and I put welcome, and I don't see welcome nowhere. So
Well,
I may have to keep messing with it.
we'll have to work on that a little bit.
Maybe you have to log into your YouTube account and do it. I honestly don't know.
We'll figure that
All I
out.
know is we could.
We'd love to get some feedback from the people out there that are having to watch this thing online, and definitely like to get you involved as much as we can. And later on, if you'd like to ask some questions to the drivers, we'd love to have those. Love to get your question answered.
Yeah, if nothing else, we have to circumvent how to do a chat room and maybe go to the Facebook page of the 5 to the 5, the Madison Vintage, and check out the people on there. Maybe we'll try to circumvent a way to do that.
Right.
But we should be able to do it,
On this screen right here,
Yeah,
I would think.
You would think so. It won't be long. Kevin's going to go down and pick up Ron Schneider, and we'll probably just let Jeff Ayler, like I say, that'd be a good way to
Interview him.
Jeff Ayler, and we'll turn the camera over and let him do the interview, and we can kill two birds with one stone here, Max.
Yep. Sounds like a plan to me.
Look at the ponchos are still on.
Yeah.
The ponchos are still on.
Well, we're going to pull this camera around a little bit the other way. Our cameraman Tony Thorne here is.
Yeah, take a good look at the whole pit area, Tony. I brought him down on the truck too. I look around, I see the golf cart people. Miss Madison is a golf cart, Miss Madison. We'll say it, Miss Madison is a golf cart friendly community.
Yeah, yeah.
And of course they're redoing areas, so people have to load their golf carts up on a
Trailer.
on a trailer to bring it to downtown Madison. And I looked over at some of the other people and said, no, we brought it down on a trailer. So yeah, they also have a place where you can rent golf carts down here if you ever come in and visit. So Madison's really got a lot to take care of, or a lot of things that will help take care of you.
Yeah.
Great hotels, great food, great events. I think the torch was here yesterday. I don't know exactly what that torch was, but there was a torch of some type here yesterday, and I'm drawing a blank, which is pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have brought that up.
Yeah, well, probably should have. Here we go, the bicentennial torch.
That's
Here,
what it was.
There we go, the bicentennial torch was here. Yeah, it kind of came to me.
Yeah, out of the blue, didn't it?
Yeah, almost like reading somebody's lips.
Out of the thorn. I mean, out of the blue there. What do we see down here today? What are they doing? They unstrapped anything here yet? Looks like you're squeegeeing that boat off. I think that's what is that how they clean them? Squeegee them? Isn't that something?
You know, Max, we're sitting here running off the cuff here. I want to thank Kevin for actually coming down here because, he's the one that's going to go get every single body.
Kevin Hawkins.
Yeah, Kevin's going to get every
Bellows.
body.
Mr. Bellows.
That we get to speak to. Of course, Jeff Ayler. Jeff's forgotten more than
Than we've
most
ever
people
known.
know,
Yeah.
So we'll let him, it'd be a good way to introduce Jeff to the audience. But if you're a Hydro fan, you know who Jeff is anyway. But if you don't, you'll definitely like it. He's a good man, 1982 graduate right here in Madison.
Now that would be interesting to see how many new fans are watching today. How many new people that really have never seen hydroplane boat racing, let alone vintage. That'd be interesting that's something that'll be interesting to hear about later.
Yeah, like we said, this is the first annual. So during that, you're always working out the bugs. Next year they'll say, I remember we could do this a little better, and I'm sure the promotional end is exactly the same way. We don't know exactly what all the promotions was that went in and that they're doing to push people to the site. So if you're on Facebook or you've got a mailing list or something, all of us down here, all the hard workers that volunteered their time, would really appreciate it to post something in your Facebook page, 5to5.com. As soon as they click on 5to5.com, that will bring them over to a link to watch it live, and that really help everybody out. Or they can go to Facebook, 5to5, and click on it, and there's other things on there as well. But just help spread the word a little bit. I know you think, well, if I email the people I know, that really don't matter, but it does matter.
If you are a NASCAR enthusiast, if you love NASCAR, this is NASCAR on water.
Yeah.
I mean, matter of fact, I would say there's probably a lot of NASCAR drivers that would never set a foot in one of these boats.
Oh, I don't know. I bet there's a lot of them that probably have already driven some of them because they're speed freaks,
Oh, I know, but you put speed and water together. I'll tell you right now that these are bold individuals that jump in these boats.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
They're going fast.
Yeah. I see the limos driving around down here, the golf cart limos, so that's good.
That's good.
Could have washed it up real well, but the rain probably
Yeah.
did all it could do.
Well, the track is set. The course is set out there. So.
And the people are coming back to the riverbank.
Yep, starting to come back.
The people are coming back to the riverbank, so that's cool.
There's some
Yep.
people
See Randy and Jenny, they was texting me earlier this morning to come down here, so that was cool. They were from Seymour, and of course they live in Madison now, so want to come down and hear the thunder, so that's real cool.
I'd say right now what's going to happen is we're probably going to not get started. Probably they're not going to really go in the water probably till 1.
If I had to guess,
I mean,
I
because
thought the river had to be closed.
Yeah, it has to be closed at 12 o'clock for the barge traffic. And the barge just went through here just now, so
Yeah.
Maybe that barge was the one that was going to be scheduled for for noon, and maybe they'll be out here.
Yeah, like I say, we're just going to have to just let her go. We're going to leave the video stream up all day long.
Right.
So that way there, if you can keep checking back, if you got to go do this, that, or the other, the video stream will be up. And with action is course on, or Max and I decide that, there's things we might want to say. We'll have some audio as well. But that way here, people can say, hey, I know what's going on. I'm not missing anything. Or they can.
We'll keep you posted if
keep you
something's going on.
You got any cash, Max? No? Oh, I just saw his food.
Who's that? Oh, barbecue. There we go. That's Jughead's right there. Boy, let's get a picture of that.
Yeah, boy. I mean, that looks good, doesn't it?
Hey, Eric, bring some of that barbecue over here so we can get a picture of that, so everybody will know what kind of foods are missing if they don't come down here today.
Good old Jugheads. Here we go.
If you want some good barbecue, pulled barbecue today, I tell you right now, come on down here. That's some good stuff.
Yeah.
That's enough of Eric.
That's good. Yeah. I'm losing weight right now. I'm shrinking.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. Smells good too, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does smell real good. Yeah, we had breakfast, and I think I'm going to have lunch now.
Yeah, the people are finally coming back to the riverbank, though, Max. That is cool. That is cool. A lot of old officials, a lot of old past presidents. I don't want to say old, but a lot of previous past presidents are down here. It's basically, I guess if you're not out in San Diego, you're here. If you're a Hydro fan. Yeah, matter of fact, underneath the stand earlier, I heard people talking about San Diego. They said, "No, I'm not going out there tonight, or this year. I think I'll just stay right here." So that was pretty cool. Yeah, that there was pretty cool. The setup that we had to do down here when it had a monsoon come through this morning, it's really amazing that we could have gotten the video up as quick as we did. It's called Heaven? Here, hang on a second, Max. Keep talking for a second. I got a visitor.
Okay.
Here, hold that.
Yeah, well, I just talked to the IT guy here. Is that the right terminology? The IT guy, and he said that we will be getting the instant messaging up for tomorrow. So might not be able to get it up today, but we'll definitely get it up for tomorrow. So jot down all the questions you're going to have, and we'll try to get them answered for you.
If any of you want to email us, you can email us at vintagehydro5to5@gmail.com.
Sounds good. Sounds good. There you go. Go ahead and email us some questions now. Yeah, the people are starting to show back up. Getting to be out here now. There you go.
Here we go. We're on, Max. Hey, want to turn everybody's attention. Like we mentioned earlier, we've got a lot of people that's volunteered their time and stuff down here today. So Jeff Ayler, of course, Jeff Ayler, if you know Jeff, he knows things that nobody else will remember. So here we go. Introduce Jeff Ayler. He's got a guest with us.
Thank you, Troy Jackson, and for our fans along the shoreline, we'd like to thank Troy Jackson and Mark Jackson here this weekend, streaming the first Madison Vintage Thunder online here as we look over the Ohio River with Madison in the background. We welcome, this is the second time you're honorary mayor here this weekend. Ron Snyder, welcome back to Madison.
Well, thank you. It's nice to be back. I used to work for these 13,000 people, so it's kind of nice.
And this first Madison Vintage Thunder, what a great job by Dave Johnson, Rob Holt, others' names. It's an abundance from letter A to Z, the club, 5 to the 5, and they wanted to bring back Thunder and show some heritage of years past of hydroplane racing. I tip my cap to them. Good job.
That's why I'm here. I'm the oldest one in the bunch. That's why we're vintage. No, Dave and his crew did a wonderful job, but you know what? They couldn't have done it without our help. Region 6 from up in Ohio, we're out there setting the course. I thought the city of Madison here was going to do it. Now we're out there doing it, so it's been fun. So let's get started.
Now let's talk about some of the boats you'll be driving here this weekend. You'll be in several. I don't think you'll be in one of the 3 Unlimiteds here, but you're scheduled to be in several inboard vintages.
I don't know about that Unlimited. All 3 of them owes me a ride.
That's right.
But yeah, I'll be on 3 other boats, 2 280s and 1 7-liter. So in the 2 days here, so I'll have my fun.
And we got a great cast of celebrities here from the Unlimited ranks. Steve and Sue Webster are here from Reading, Pennsylvania, with their vintage skiff. Jack Schaefer Jr. is here. He'll be piloting the Miss US 4, and we can't go without not welcoming Barb and Ed Cooper up from Evansville. Of course, Ed and his late father are Gold Cup winners back in 2003. So not only inboards vintage boats, we got vintage live folks as well here.
That's the most fun about it. We're all still alive. With Ed, what a deal he had when he won the Gold Cup. He made my weekend. I wasn't there at that time, but when they won it, them piston boats, that's in my blood. I don't like them turbines. They're dry hair dryers or whatever you want to call them. But he made my weekend for me when they won that Gold Cup with a piston boat.
And that was back in 2003 in Detroit. And, of course, last piston boat to win an unlimited hydroplane race. They did it in San Diego in 2003. Mitch Evans was aboard the boat when Lumar window film got on the decking when the U8 owned by Bill Worcester had problems in San Diego and could not run the rest of the weekend. And then your history with Madison, Indiana. You love this town. Your favorite moment driving to Miss Madison?
It's probably out in Tri-Cities, Oregon, when I beat Bill Muncie. And if I wouldn't have beat him that day, he'd have been the only driver to win every race that year. So that made my day. And when Bill and I both made a good start. He was ahead of me on the start, but I caught him, and the 2 of us went into the first turn together. And then I lost him, and I thought, well, Bill, what are you doing now? You trying to use some psychology on me or what? Well, I didn't know what happened until I came back around, and he's standing up in the seat in his boat, clapping his hands at me, saying, way to go, Ron. He forgot to take his thumb off the nitrous button.
And then one of our drivers at this event's in tribute to this weekend, the late John Petty. Once you mentioned, Bill, John had a nice little moment out on the race course at the last President's Cup in Washington, D.C. Petty was in his second race, and I know you know this story. John was early on the clock, so he thought, I'll just go ahead and suck him up. And on his outside was the legendary Muncie. Muncie went for the trick, and then once he got by John, he figured it out, and he kind of waved to him with one finger out the cockpit.
That means you're still number 1 with him.
But, boy, we sure do miss John. And he was the last ever just to go from car racing to an unlimited hydroplane. We will never, ever see that again because you have to have inboard experience to go to the U's now.
Well, car racing was my first love until I got in a boat one time and took a ride in one. Knew nothing about boat racing. Got bit. Went up by Chicago to the first race with a guy that I was helping out on his boat and bought one while I was out of Chicago. So that's where I got hooked up with it.
Ron, you look great. Fans along the shoreline, welcome Ron Snyder back to Madison, Indiana. I know you love him.
Thanks, guys.
And we'll turn it back to Mark Jackson with Max and Jackson. Thank you guys for being here this weekend.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that right there was very informational. That was fantastic. He asked questions that I would have never been able to ask, so there's no doubt about it. Jeff is the man. He knows more than, he's forgot more than I've ever known. So fantastic to have him here next to our booth. Well, we're getting the boats started up. You hear a bunch of them now, I would say. Hopefully you can hear them. And if you can't, you're missing out. You got to get down here so that you can hear those boats. I remember when I was a kid, we could hear these boats starting up blocks away from here. And so that was our cue to come on down to the river and watch the boats run around the course. So most definitely, if you can't make it here this weekend, watch it online and try to set it up yourself to come up here next year and watch it live. It is only going to get better every year from this point on. So glad you're here, and hope to hear from you in a messaging later on. Stay tuned, folks.
Me and Ron Snyder just go grab a few of his friends.
They're firing up, Max. They're firing up.
Yeah, I think that's only one still. It might be. It might be two. No, that was one.
Uh-oh. Hey, remember that comment about the rain earlier we were responsible for? If I would have said nothing, we might have still had a boat running. Just
Yeah. Well,
starting to see a
but
pattern
that was
develop.
one. That was one of those boats running. I mean, that's how loud that gets. So when we get 5, 6 of these things running together, it's going to be some sound down here.
How'd you like that interview?
Oh, that was a fantastic
Ron
interview.
Snyder.
That was absolutely, I mean, vintage. I think we're in the vintage weekend.
You know, it almost makes you wonder sometimes where Jeff pulls that information from.
I think it is in him. It's not, it's not on him. Yeah, I think he believes it. I mean, and I can see that he reads a lot, so, has all kinds of information in front of him. He's a professional.
He's a professional.
He's a professional. So, we're really blessed to have him next to our booth.
That was the boat I couldn't figure out earlier was the Miss US that we was talking about. Looks like they re-put her back into the pits. Must have just not liked how it was the first time around for the crane.
Now, see, I don't know. Are they going to pull them from? Is the crane going to come straight down there and pull them from where they're at, or are they going to have to go over there to get, go?
I don't know, Max. I don't know. Hey, while we got a little quiet down here, hey, we'd like to thank the Jefferson County Board of Tourism. There's lots and lots of things to do here in Madison, Indiana, and the way people know about it is the Board of Tourism. That's one way. I'd like to thank them for what they participated in this event and helped sponsor it. Also, the Historical Broadway Hotel and Tavern. Great place to eat, Max.
Yeah, very good place. Good place to go have a beer after work. No, you wouldn't do it before work, but after work. No, that's right. That's right. I'm glad I corrected myself there.
And of course, if you don't care for Broadway, if you already had it, because you will like it, go down to the Lighthouse. Max, you've been to the Lighthouse several times.
I have. It's a great place to eat. It's got just right on the river. It's a barge right on the river there. I'm telling you, it's got great atmosphere and good food.
When you said right on the river, we got these the Wild Thing boat rides. A lot of people don't have the opportunity to ride in boats, not these kind of vintage boats. I'm talking about just regular boats. They've got a service down here. You come down to the Madison Boat Dock, and they'll take you out on a little wild ride on the Ohio River.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's a jet boat. It's a jet boat ride, and they do some pretty fun stuff with it. I mean, it's not just a little spin around the river there. They're doing some fishtailing and all that stuff there. So that's a cool thing to do. And
Yeah, they're out there all the time.
yeah, they're out there all the time.
And of course, Anderson Sales Service and Rental. Thank you guys very much for help sponsoring this event. I would pronounce that one, Max, but I can't read that.
Knepco.
Yeah.
Knepco
We'll wait to
Equipment
hear
and
somebody else
Sales.
say it.
Yeah, well,
We'll wait to hear somebody else says it. Then we'll go.
that might be.
All right, Eric, be careful, my friend. We'll see you later. Yeah, we on our own now, Max.
Yeah.
We have Belinda down here with us. So, but Anderson Sales Service and Rentals, hey, thank you very much for sponsoring that. And we got some more coming up, and have Jeff Ayler. Here we go.
Here we go. We're going to interview another guy.
Thank you, Troy. As we also, too, have our live streaming of the event, thanks to Troy Jackson and Mark Jackson. Max and Jack's live streaming of the first Madison Vintage Thunder. And with us, a very special guest. If you're here at the judges' stand, if you see me interviewing this man with the beautiful hat, this is the world's fastest man on water. Ken Warby set the record in 1978 in Australia, 317 plus miles per hour. Ken Warby, welcome to Madison. Great to see you.
It's good to be back at the home of unlimited racing. Hey, Madison's a great spot. I've spent many days coming up here watching the Unlimiteds because, I had the 73 Budweiser for a while in Australia and I shipped it back to Seattle.
Yeah.
But no, great place, great water, great people.
Before we get into your straightaway record back in the day, you've brought two dynamite flat bottom boats here, the Tiger and the Fury. You were cranking them up moments ago. Kenny Washer, our engineer for the PA, he loved it.
Yeah, we brought Tiger. My wife normally drives that one. I drive Fury, but we've got Peter Hayes, a buddy of mine from Australia, who races these boats in Australia. He's over here with us. Unfortunately, we tried to get our third boat running. We had a brand new motor for it and just couldn't get it done in time.
Well, let's go back. 1978, Spirit of Australia. You're the world's fastest man on water. 317 plus miles per hour. For our fans here along the shoreline and with our live stream, take us through that experience.
Well, I actually broke the record the year before that with a speed of 288.6. And then we went back the next year and did 317. As a matter of fact, I really didn't want to break the record by that much because with the world going metric, I wanted to keep the 500 mark for the year later. So I went down the course at 305 on the first leg, and I thought that's good. It's under the 500. And on the backup run, I got an itchy foot and came back at 329 plus with an average of 317. I actually went to the referee. I said, can we cancel those runs and I'll go and do a slower one? But they wouldn't let me do it.
And now to today, you and your son currently in Australia are trying to break your record of 317 plus. How is that project coming along?
Well, the boat's on the trailer. It's painted. We've got a little bit of work being done by Peter Hayes, who's actually here with us at the moment. We're converting the jet engine from a cartridge start to an electric start. That's taking a bit of time, but the boat's being painted as we speak. We'll be ready next year. We'll probably go to a place called Taree, north of Sydney, and do some low-speed runs on the river, and then we'll move to Blowering Dam where the records are broken. Because, you know, when I started in jets in Australia, the Australian speed record was 162. By the time I'd finished, I didn't just break the Australian record, I doubled it.
Now this current boat, horsepower, of course it is a jet turbine engine. How many ponies is going to crank this thing out to try to break your record?
Well, if the original boat had 3,200 pound of thrust. It was an engine out of a Lockheed Neptune anti-submarine aircraft. They have these pods under the wings with jets. This time we've gone to a Rolls-Royce engine, and it's punching out 5,000 horsepower, 5,000 pounds of thrust. So we're up 50%. The boat's a little bit heavier and a little bit more aerodynamic, but yeah, if we didn't think we could do it, we wouldn't be wasting money.
And when you've had the record-breaking boat here, or a replica of it, the speed.
We had the real one here. We had the real one here some years ago, put on display on the river.
The one thing that surprised me with it, you know, the length looked okay, but boy, the width of your boats trying to set these records they're really narrow. I was expecting a little wider tunnel.
Well, I had to build something that I could have on the trailer down the highway without tilting it.
Cheaper.
The boat was 8'2" wide, but we're not going around corners.
Well, Ken, we're so glad you're here with us this weekend. You'll be displaying the Fury and the Tiger. And what driving duties will you have this weekend? I think you're in the Fury, right?
I'm running Fury. My wife's not all that well, so she's going to step out and let Peter Hayes from Taree in Australia run it. And those engines are punching out about 1,200 horsepower. We've got them rev limited to 6.5, so they're all right to play with.
So how would two of those work in one of today's unlimited hydroplanes with those composite hulls? 1,200 horse automotive engine, I'd say times two, those work well.
Well, I got a couple of spares at home.
Ken Warby, so glad you're here with us in Madison. Welcome to the Madison Vintage Thunder.
It's great to be here. Wouldn't have missed it.
Thank you, Ken. And Mark and Troy, I'll hand your stick back to you.
Thank you, Jeff. Boy, it's amazing, Max, that these drivers, you know, how I don't want to say he's seasoned. You know, he's a seasoned citizen, and you're thinking he's going back out on the water right now this weekend just to drive. Fastest man on water.
Did you hear how fast? Did anybody really catch the speed that we're talking about here?
I could have sworn I heard 3-something.
Oh my goodness! I'm talking about that's lightning.
Yeah, it's lightning.
On a boat?
And he's going to come back on the Ohio River and race for people, for the actual real sports fans. They understand how much of a treat this really is.
Oh, and can you see on that man's face that he is about the happiest man in the world to be right here?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. He goes, I wouldn't miss it.
Yeah, he would not miss it.
And I guess his son is going to attempt to break his record. And that's something, goes right
They're
through
building
the
a boat right now. That's just awesome. And that was a great interview from Jeff. Jeff is just fantastic again.
Yeah, I think we'll leave all the quality stuff to him. And all the back.
We'll just do the
stuff.
fill-in. The fill-in here.
Yeah.
If there's a fill-in that we can do.
That way we don't have to lose credibility any faster. We have.
Yeah. We gotta live here.
Yeah. There's more stuff going on in the river. She wants to go ahead and turn the camera around to the river, and Jeff will have a few more people. I know for sure that Kevin's going to bring up some more volunteers. Back to the riverbank, though. Look at it; it's starting to fill up.
No, and also I see kids. I see a lot of kids up here, and now that right there is what I love to see. Some new fans coming. That's what this sport really does need is some new fans to see what grow up doing what we did.
Oh, well, you're sure that if the parents probably
the parents are bringing them.
Say this is what we had.
Right.
We had this loud.
It might be their grandkids.
Could be their grandkids. Oh wow. Max, you're probably right.
Yeah, might be the grandkids.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I just felt old there for a second.
Well, yeah.
But you're true. It's true. It probably is some of their grandkids.
Right, but nevertheless, they're out there. They're gonna get to see an amazing thing here, and that is these vintage boats here that has taken a lot of money to rebuild, get them water worthy, and get them back on the boat on the river here in Madison and we'll be enjoying some here pretty soon.
Yeah, that great interviews. Like we mentioned earlier, Max, we're going to leave this live video stream up all day while we're here. So if you notice that there's no action on the water, just keep your computer screen up. You'll hear it definitely when it comes on. You can come back. That way, there are people who have to bounce in and out of a feed. Just stay here with us. If you have to, minimize it.
This stupid little thing's not big enough to see.
There was no reason to try to speak over that motor. That was one boat, guys. One boat, folks. Wait till we get 5 and 6 of these things going. It's going to be awesome.
There you go, Max. You got Kevin over here doing a nice little interview. He works his butt off though, going down to get these drivers.
Oh yeah. He loves it though. He loves doing it. But hey, we got a boat in the water.
Yes, we're going to have a set of runs here. Actually, there's more than one boat, and I see two right now.
Oh yeah.
One A's getting ready to come up here right now.
Now these are the smaller versions of these. These are not your typical vintage boats.
Yeah.
What size of engines are these?
Yes.
Still V8s.
Yeah, they're
Still a V8
I
engine.
really don't know what they are. But once we get these moved, we'll let Jeff Ayler make the call for us because he'll be able to remember all these divers and names and everything else, and he'll call the race for us. So that'd
Right.
be good for us, or the show. He'll be able to call the show for us.
The event here.
I'm just so happy the sun's starting to peek through the clouds right now. Drying up. We may have lucked out and the rain come by, and it's over and done. I think tomorrow's a very small chance of rain, especially compared to this morning.
Well, it's got a little bit of overcast, kind of cool things down a little bit. So I think it's the weather's not real rough. I think we're going to enjoy some stuff here in a little
The
bit.
river looks nice.
Yeah.
Getting ready to put another boat, so right now.
Oh yeah, there you go.
There's going to be three
There you go.
out here.
Oh, starting to happen. Got the rescue jet skis in the water.
Yep. And it's nice to look around at these firemen and the rescue volunteers.
Yeah, a lot of volunteers, all volunteers. I mean, all this is volunteer. So, we've, this is just this is a love of the sport. The love of the sport. It has nothing to do with the money. They foot the bill for all of us.
Yeah.
They do ask for some sponsors if they can get them. A little bit of, fundraising and stuff like that to help.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a cheap stuff to do.
No, it's not a cheap hobby to have. And love watching these people just go in the water. I can't wait for it to fire up though.
He does. He knows that number better than I do.
Yeah, he didn't even have to look at nothing. He just knew it.
Heck, he whips it out at every race course he goes.
Oh, now that's interesting. That guy has a jet ski, but he has he has a tank on the back of his back. I guess that means if he has to jump in the water there to save anybody.
I guess.
Isn't that interesting?
Probably an oxygen tank, yeah.
Yeah. Now, see, there's something else here. These boats don't have the cockpit that your newer hydroplane boats have.
No.
These guys can get, as Kevin said, they can get thrown out.
Oh, yeah.
So they got a seatbelt, a little strap in, but
That's about it.
that's about it. There's nothing over top of them. There's no fuselage to protect them. If these boats go over on top, they could be drowning.
It's amazing to watch how much this sport's evolved when you look down into the pits.
Safety is really
Safety-wise.
Yeah.
I'm not talking speed-wise, just safety-wise.
Right.
How they started off and this how they did it. Then what did they improve it? Like everything else, over time it improves itself. And the newer boats, like say now, are so much more safer. And these here, they're actually riding on the seat of their pants.
earlier, that interview that we listened to earlier, but the gentleman, the fastest man on the water.
Yes.
I mean, did you understand that they was talking about 400 mile an hour? That's what these new boats, the one they're testing right now, are building. They're expecting to go 400 miles an hour
What they said.
on the water.
400
I do not know how you keep that boat in the water. You got to be flying on the water. It's a plane.
Yeah.
It's a plane that is just inches away from the water, I would say.
I couldn't even imagine the rush that you would have in order to do that.
The what?
The rush that you would have
Oh.
just doing that.
I was going to say guts.
My guess is they don't even think about the danger at the time. I mean, once they start taking off, they're so focused on just getting things done. Just getting from point A to point B. My hat's off to them.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Thank you, Kenny, for our fans in the pit area. All guests, crew members, racing personnel. flags. I have 2 laps under green, 1 white, and then the checker. All classes will go 4 times around. I'll measure it out, and this is for Doug Bernstein, our friend up north. Let's see, like a 1.2593 mile course here at Madison Phoenix Thunder. We're about to light them up. Hey, feel like this. That same guy that's here in July. 21 out of Dayton, Ohio. Here this weekend, we'd like to thank our representatives, our officials from APBA Region 6. All small vintage are in the water. Also, too, we'd like to thank Troy Jackson and his brother Mark Jackson, Max and Jax. Live audio streaming on the internet this weekend of the first Madison Vintage Thunder, our race boat club, 5 to the 5. Like to thank our Tier 1 sponsors, Jefferson County Board of Tourism, Historic Broadway Hotel and Tavern, Lighthouse Restaurant, Wild Thing Boat Rides, Canepco Equipment and Services, Anderson Sales and Service, along with Kovacs Heating and Cooling, BT&T, Morgan Foods, Riverview Carts, Timbers Custom Signs, Speedy Crane, and Bob Teklinski, our Tier 1 sponsors for the Madison Vintage Thunder. We'd like to thank our EMTs from the King's Daughters Hospital and Health Services here this weekend on site at Madison Vintage Thunder. Attention drivers, per Chief Referee Don Malello, the course is open. Green flag for the small vintage. Crank 'em up!
Getting her hair done this morning, Lord knows now. She might be boycotting since it's in part of the Madison. Oh, hell no, she's all for it. Good, good. You're only right up there.
Yes. Yeah, put it down there. Attention to pits, attention to pits. 5 liters and that A boat, go to the crane. 5 liters and A boat, go to the crane. We'd love you in the water. Thank you, race teams. Boats lining up on the back straightaway. The first Madison Vintage Thunder. The small boats take to the track. In today's racing, these boats would run in the 1.5 stock, 1 liter, and 2.5 stock. Nice alignment on the back straightaway. One boat trailing back. They'll come around for a parade lap, then go around one more time. About 1.25 mile course here at the Madison Vintage Thunder. Our conducting race club, 5 to the 5. Boats out on the water. Mike Noonan in the cab over. Little Miss Hill wins, and I believe that's Mike on the back chute there. Thank you, Kenny. Having trouble starting. Paige Taft from Madison in the black Madam G. Paige on the race course. Also out here from Madison, Nick Lobdell in the Y31 Smokestack Lightning. Jonelle Roth out of Cincinnati in the Ike. Becky Cravens out of Columbus, Ohio in the Fool's Gold. And from Fort Lauderdale, Florida in the Blue Chips, Jed Wolcott. Race fans, give these vintage drivers a wave as they come by on their parade lap to kick off Madison Vintage Thunder 2016. Boat to the inside, that is Mike Noonan in the Little Miss Hill wins. Cab over boat next to Mike with the vertical tail feathers, that is Jonelle Roth in the Ike. White boat now trying to carve into the 2-lane. That is the Fool's Gold, a 2.5 stock in its racing days. Becky Cravens in the cockpit. The conventional boat out in lane number 4 is Jed Wolcott in the Blue Chips out of Florida. And it was Nick Lobdell in the Smokestack Lightning on the outside. Paige Taff having trouble starting the Madam G on the back straightaway. Now you hear these vintage engines starting to crank up. Becky Cravens leading the field up. We'll come down and get a green flag. Kim Washer, good afternoon. Great to see you at Madison Vintage Thunder. We're about to light them up.
Let's go.
Let's go, Kim says. Wind's picking up from the west. Becky's just going to go on ahead and bring them on up here. The yellow buoys, of course, are the entrance and exit pins. Fans along the shoreline, here we come for a green flag. We begin Madison Vintage Thunder. Becky Cravens leads them across the line. That's the S12. Fool's Gold, a Steinecker hull built back in 1980. The Fool's Gold is powered by a 2000 stock Pinto engine. This was a rare S-bottom Steinecker hull built in Michigan. The famed Steinecker name, Les Steinecker, John Steinecker, longtime hydroplane boat builders in the state of Michigan. Owner of the boat is Becky's father, Mark Cravens, out of Bloomington, Indiana. And you can see this was the largest of the classes out here in the small boats. The Fool's Gold is a 2.5 stock, a little bit more power than our boats trailing back, and we'll mention them as we go the first of 4 times around. Becky Cravens coming through turn number 2 as we're about to complete the first ever official lap on the green flag at the 2016 Madison Vintage Thunder, our boat club, 5 to the 5. Becky looking good out in front. Here's our friend from Florida, Jed Wolcott, right by the start-finish line buoy. Jed out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, driving the Blue Chips. The hull running in second place was built back in 1965 by Harold Ruark. Engine is a Ford Falcon, 144 cubic inch. Blue Chips actively raced in the Northeast during its racing days. Had legendary owners in its racing day. Jack Sweeney was an owner. Boat was restored by Tom DeEath back in 2005. The Blue Chips now heading into turn number 2. We look to the back straightaway. The boat to the outside with the tail feathers. That is S149, boat named Ike. Owner driver Jonelle Roth out of Cincinnati, Ohio. The Ike was built by Glenn Tempe back in the early 1970s. White flag displayed to Becky and Jed. They'll go around one more time. Jonelle's boat powered by a 2,000 cubic inch Ford Pinto engine. Jonelle, a longtime participant in the APBA vintage category. Boat to the inside, Mike Noonan. And the T2 Little Miss Hill wins. Boat owned by his brother Billy Noonan out of Louisville, Kentucky. This craft was built by Dick Suey back in 1977. The engine is a stock Toyota 2000 CC engine. As the winds pick up from the west. Water conditions, ideal here as we begin the Madison Vintage Thunder. Once again to our 5-leader teams and the A boat, go to the cranes. You need to get to the water. Thank you. All right, race fans. We're not racing, but Becky Cravens gets to celebrate. Checkered flag for Becky Cravens and Fool's Gold. Jed Wolcott off turn number 2. He's got his arm out the cockpit. Missed that flavor in the sport of hydroplane racing now with the capsules, but Jed will just come on in, get the checkered. Oh, Kenny's right. I think he's calling for the crane. Crane operator, be ready possibly for the blue chips. Kenny Washer, my sidekick here, the engineer with our sound system. River Rat Rods, and, well, he is doing the right thing. Checkered flag delivered, so Mike Noonan, he should know that well, being a former referee in the H1 Unlimited Hydroplane Series. Will go on his cool-off lap. Becky Cravens through turn number 2. All right, fans along the shoreline, we're going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger with the hydro classes. What'd you think of the small guys? I'll just leave her. You got it. It'll be a bit because they're not. Thank you, Troy.
All right. Want to thank Jeff Ayler for making them calls. Boy, we got a little wire here. Thank you. Making them calls for us. It's a whole lot easier when Jeff does that, you know.
Well, right now we are working on the video end of this to make the so you can actually see it a lot better. I know it's a little. The boats kind of disappeared in the water there. They are small boats.
Yeah.
These are the smaller ones.
Yeah. Plus, when you get what light's coming off that water,
Right.
Get mixed in the wash a little bit.
Yep. So I mean, it's we're working on that. We'll try to get that fixed and
It'll
just
all get better.
Kind of just
nice little run out there though.
Oh yeah. That was fun. I'm sure these guys got some adrenaline rush to get around in the water a little bit.
And notice if you look at it, the boats get bigger and bigger as we go along.
Yeah, and you'll be able to see them a little bit better. But there is a haze out here today. You know, I mean, so that right there is adding to it a little bit.
Well, while we had that going on, I'll go ahead and talk about a few more of these sponsors that we had coming for us. Morgan Foods, thank you guys very, very much, Morgan Foods, for your part in sponsoring this Madison Vintage Thunder. And also want to thank Riverview Carts. Hey, there, Kevin, I don't know, you driving a golf cart, but you come to Madison and actually rent some with Riverview Carts.
I can't even see that without my glasses, brother.
Oh, well, just take my word for it.
It's easier that way.
Yeah. And I want to thank them for their part. Timbers Custom Signs, local business, put forth and sponsored some of this stuff.
There's a lot of good guys there from Madison that jumped in and helped out. They, they don't really get a lot of chances to do a lot of advertising around town. And this is a really good venue for them to be able to get out there, get their name out there. Everybody appreciates them jumping in and putting this race on. Well, not a race, exhibition.
Exhibition, yeah. And I think real important would be the Speedy Crane. The Speedy Crane would be awful. I want to thank them for their stuff as well.
Well, we almost lost the tent there.
This is going to be interesting today.
I think we're going to be okay.
We just about lost everything here just now. The tents just about came flying. Whoa. Hey, this is nice live video.
Okay.
Well, that's something. Hey.
Wow, I thought the whole thing was up in the air and gone, brother.
Yeah, you had reflexes like a cat there.
Yeah. Well, that's a drummer's reflex,
Yeah.
We do not want boats when they're on the crane with people under.
But anyway, that's a good little break in the action there. My guess is, though, this will be an ongoing problem.
Yeah, because they talked about 30 and 40 mile an hour winds later today around 5 o'clock or so. So kind of hoping that holds down because I don't want to have to tear that stuff down every night and set it back up again.
Yeah, we need some big concrete blocks, what we need, or something to set these in.
Put some concrete blocks on them or something down there.
Yep. We get Jimmy Hoffa to pour some concrete over here for us. Yeah, our camera lady's multitasking.
I guess we could go over and steal this big rock and tie everything down with it.
Well, we may have to. That's Memorial sometime.
Yeah, I know. They might get mad if we did that.
Something that I forgot to say earlier, and it just dawned on me that this is a tribute to John Petty and Billy Cousins.
John Petty was one of the great drivers of the Miss Madison.
Yeah.
He drove 2 different Miss Madison boats, and he did a great job. Even won a race in that boat one time, even though it was an exhibition.
Yep.
But he did win that exhibition, and that turned out to be really good. I think John got a little scared of the boat that time. He got flipped out.
Well, that's
and
enough
that
to
was
scare
in
you.
like 1966, I believe, so that was a long time. That's when Ron took over for him.
Yeah, that would scare you a little bit. But Billy Cousins also, like I say, it's going to be a contribute to, or a thank you guys. It's for you guys as well.
Well, as long as they were in the sport, as long as they helped everybody out, it's fitting to thank those guys. They were good guys. They were all involved in the sport as long as they could be. And John Petty, I know everybody knows John, everybody loved John. Anybody knew John loved John.
Yes. And of course, they're on the Wild Bill Kane Trail Memorial Race Course. It's just kind of whole lot of nostalgia around here today.
A lot of names going around today, isn't there?
There is. I was going through the gate a while ago. Of course, you got to have certain people only allowed down here, and the lady that's watching the gate has to ask people, "Do you have a wristband?" And this one guy goes, "I'm getting one." She looked at me. She said, "Should I have known him?" And I said, "Well, he looked familiar. My guess is you should have, because there's people just coming through that, if you don't see them on a daily basis or really know who they are, there's a lot of quote unquote celebrities, so to speak, in the hydro world here today."
Oh, absolutely. Some of the world's best. We've got world champions down here. We got national champions down there. We've got guys that's won race after race after race without being national champions. We've got a lot of nice boats out here. We've got several boats out here that have won a lot of races. I was telling you about the one we're going to get in a little while for an interview. He's a 2-time national champion and just left NASCAR not too long ago as a crew chief, so he's going to be a good interview.
Oh, yeah. That'd be interesting to see how the NASCAR actually contribute over to this sport, because I'm sure there's some parallels.
Well, some of these guys, they start out in these little boats. They end up going to bigger boats, and then some of them change over to car driving and stuff. And that's exactly what Tim did down there. He started out in a little 2-liter. We went up to a 5-liter. Then he started racing motorcycles. Then he started racing cars. Next thing you knew, he was a crew chief on for the 77 in NASCAR. So, I mean, there's just these guys, when they get involved in sports, they just don't give it up. They take it to the next level and keep it moving into the next level.
Oh, yeah. And racers are just that. It's in their blood. They race it.
Well, it's like me.
It is, they're racing. They're racing.
I could never miss a race down here. I could never let anything come into Madison and me not be here for it. I just couldn't do it. I'm just hooked on it. I'm stuck on it, and I live for it. I live for this stuff.
And we're just spectators.
We're spectators. We don't even have to get out there and do that.
No.
And I wouldn't get out there and do that.
I don't think I would either. I think it would just be a little too much for me. But it would be fun to take a ride around with one of the boats.
Well, I did that once with a 2-seater when I was in the pit crew down there for the Madison Regatta, and I just had my back operation about 3 months before that, and they took me out. They took me out there. We got up to about 70 miles an hour, and I was screaming, "Let me out!" I couldn't take one more minute of it. It was scary, man.
I wonder if we got that on tape. Poor old Max just went underneath the thing right behind you and hit himself right in the head.
It's all right. It only hit me in the head.
Yeah.
If anybody's going to find a place to hit himself, it's going to be Max.
Yeah,
Here, you want this microphone, Max?
He was doing a good job, Aaron.
Hey, Max. Oh, right. There's the concrete
What are they doing?
I was going to say.
Was our tent flying away?
Yeah. Well, Kitty just about had to grab it a while ago. Just grab a hold
Oh,
of it.
really?
Everything just about
Really?
came up.
Well, that breeze just started picking up here a little bit.
Yep.
I was just noticing that. So.
Denny Jackson came by as well, and he luckily had to reach over and get a hold of one. Denny Jackson. We'll get Denny here in a little bit. Jeff's interviewed him now.
Yeah, we'll get Denny Jackson in here.
He's a heck of a guy here.
It's too bad we don't have that microphone in his hand.
Yeah, well, Kitty, he's just been walking around all day, so he'll be in and out of here a few times.
Yeah.
They are putting more boats in the water, though. Like
Yeah,
I
think
getting bigger and bigger.
They're getting bigger. These right here are about the same size over here that we had earlier.
Yes.
Might want to point that camera over there, camera person.
Melanie?
Point that camera the other way. Go the other way. There you go. Yeah. Go back
we
down
go.
there with Shine's.
We got Eric micromanaged in there from the college. That I wonder what the score is.
Yeah.
For the college.
I don't think he knows.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, that's shining on. That's putting the camera where everybody wants to see it on the boats. Where
Yeah. Our camera lady's multitasking. Multitasking.
Oh yeah, okay, I
Spit
see.
it out for me, Max.
Yeah, we had to fasten down our tent here. I guess we must have almost lost things
Yeah,
here.
it was close. It was
Really?
very close.
Wow. Well,
I'd say
you know,
it
I
came
was
up
out there
3 feet.
talking to my buddy out here, and all of a sudden I felt that breeze pulling up, and I said, "That's going to be interesting."
Yeah, I'd say I bet it came up here about 3 feet.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Ooh,
I'm serious.
3 feet.
Luckily, the boats will be getting bigger. You know, that
A
sun-
little easier to see them on the water, I
Yeah,
think.
but that sun putting that glare on there.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
It's just a wrinkle that,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just a wrinkle that came up.
Well, we've lost our IT guy for a little bit here, and I think maybe our IT man would have been able to figure this out. And
Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow.
our cameraman. Yeah, see, right now, kind of. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll get that worked out here. Well, next year, if you can work it out to be down here, be here. It's a whole lot better to be here at the event than it is to watch it online.
Yeah, and that's our purpose of actually putting
Yeah.
it on the web.
Yeah,
it's not for the people that could come here. Although, thank you for tuning in. You know,
Right,
we
we're very
appreciate that.
grateful, very grateful.
But it's for the people that cannot make it here and they watch it. And they come in next year. Because we hold an unlimited hydro event 4th of July weekend. You can come in then.
Right.
You come back in September for this one here, and
There's a number of events in this town that goes on all year long.
Yeah.
So
But for the people watching that, come next year if you cannot make it this year. We're gonna go ahead and let the video speak for itself here for a minute, Max.
yeah,
And,
let's do that.
And we'll be back on a little bit. Let it go. We'll have some more racing or some more boats on the water here in just a few moments.
Thank you for watching.
The conventional boat coming up to his inside in the cab over. Higher voltage. That is Bill Whitehouse. This is the parade lap. We'll get an alignment here for heat number 2 of the Madison Vintage Thunder. Boats lining up on the back straightaway for our fans just join us here along the shoreline and with our live stream provided by Max and Jacks. Parade lap here, 1 1/4 mile race course, and the boats will go 4 times around. Here is the parade lap. All right, race fans, stand and give these drivers a wave. Welcome them to Madison. Madison Vintage Thunder. There's Snyder on the outside with this front group. I think he'll nail a start even though we don't have a clock here. I just got a feeling that Snyder's going to come across this line when they give the green flag in front. Jay Marshall following the top group there in the Tijuana Taxi. Love that name. Gary Vore by the start-finish line buoy in the Sur-Ron 3. And it looks like it'll be an erratic start. Bill Whitehouse, he's anxious. He's on the throttle, wanting to bring his higher voltage to the line. All right, race fans along the shoreline. Heat number 2 of Madison Vintage Thunder. Steve Spizak has the green flag in hand. An erratic start, but Bill Whitehouse will lead him across the line in the higher voltage. Cab over 5-liter, 280 back in the day, built by Steinecker out of Michigan. The boat in front, powered by a 305 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. There's Snyder, Ron Snyder out of Ohio on the outside there in the mahogany deck. Blue cowling, helter skelter. Boat owned by Phil Coons. That craft was built by Jim Cunningham out of Northwest Ohio back in 1968. Craft was restored by John Jenkins in 2012. It is powered by a 273 cubic inch Plymouth engine. Snyder, who's running physically in second, now on the back straightaway. The late Jim Cropfeld drove this boat in Madison. Remember the traditional Saturday inboard hydroplane action on the Ohio River? Boat raced here with Jim Cropfeld driving from 1969 to 1972. Boat off to Snyder, way out wide. Whoa! Whoa! Snyder! He's flirting with the insurance buoys. I'm shocked. Looking good by the start-finish line buoy. The boat in front of Ron is a beautiful piece. CE52 White Lightning, the boat in turn number 1. Raced primarily in Canada in its racing days. The boat is owned by Paul Podink out of Novi, Michigan. The driver is John Bridge out of Harrison Township, Michigan. Boat built by Robert Palmer, not the singer, but the boat builder back in 1972. It was restored by Steve Balzer and Paul Puldink back in 2010, and it's powered by a 305 cubic inch Chevrolet. And boy, the higher voltage in vintage taking no prisoners, flying by the start-finish line buoy. About to put a lap on a couple of boats we've not mentioned. The black boat off turn number 1. That boat name is Sin, S-I-N. Boat number E156. It's owned and driven by Dave Capel out of Wheeling, West Virginia. The Sin, the dominant black boat halfway up the back straightaway, was built in 1975 by Charles Lloyd. It's powered by a 265 cubic inch Chevrolet. Charles Lloyd, a very prominent name in inboard hydroplane racing, long-time racer. That is the Sin. The boat to the inside of the black craft in turn number 2, the mahogany deck, red cowling, Sir Ron number 3, the E4, owned and driven by Gary Vore out of Centerville, Ohio. Boat was built by Joe Alray from a Ron Jones Sr. design back in 1963. The Sir Ron 3 is powered by a 305 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. The checkered flag is waved. Our 5-liter and 2.5 mod section is completed. Sin coming back to the pit dock. Higher voltage already there. All right, race fans, have we stepped it up? What'd you think of the 280s?
Thank you, Jeff. Boy, I tell you what, that was good fine racing out there, Max, or some good showmanship out there, Max.
They was getting it on, wasn't they?
Yeah, they was. That was cool.
Ron Snyder was pouring it on there.
Yeah, Ron was, wasn't he? Oh, Ron was really
How,
giving it.
how fast do you think they was going?
I honestly haven't a
I
clue.
think they're getting about 80 mile an hour is going to be their top speed on that size today.
That's what I would, yeah. But you know, I would just soon watch racing. Thank you at 80 mile an hour or any of it. Non-racing going 200.
Yeah, oh yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you right now, it was fun to watch that. Hope everybody else had fun watching it too.
And say the boats are getting bigger as we go along. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and a little bit easier to see too.
Oh yeah.
You know, 80 mile an hour in one of them little boats is like 200 in one of the big boats. You get out there in that little bitty boat and you're bouncing around at 80 mile an hour, it feels like 200.
Oh yeah, it's got to be beating the dog crap out of you. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit, Max. Our tent at least is staying down.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. There might be a little bit of rain coming in. It is actually coming, going north right now.
Have you checked the radar?
No, but I'm looking at that flag over there. Look at our wind, and it's going. The flag is pointing north.
I wish I had a phone. My daggone phone has taken a dump, I guess. I may have to go redo my contract a whole lot sooner. I honestly think this. Now, I don't care if you believe me or not,
Well, now why would you say that?
because I'm convinced there's a Trojan horse in every one of these dang on smartphones, and they're programmed to go off in a 1 year, 9 months, because you've got a 2-year contract. 1 year, 9 months, they let loose that Trojan horse. It starts eating something up crazy, and the next thing you know, 2 years, your contract's up, and your phone ain't no good.
Yeah.
I'm onto
yeah.
something.
Oh yeah, that happens. I guarantee you, there's a.
There's Trojan horse.
No, they got
1
it. They
year,
got it
9
all
months.
set up. But hey, who's coming out of the water right now? Is he going in or is he coming out?
I believe that one there is. Huh?
Draining water.
Oh yeah. Well, these older boats probably can only sit in the water for so long, you know, without actually filling up the bottom part. They say it really evolved over the years. Here comes that wind again, Max. This is going to be fun. Old Kenny Washer did a heck of a job of keeping these tents down, but everybody's just a little nervous. So if you hear a whole bunch of profanity on the air, you know what happened. Our tent is gone.
We're
Their
trying to
tent's
keep
gone, everybody.
We're trying to keep that down.
The profanity or the wind?
Both.
Oh yeah. We got all kinds of.
Here we got one coming out of the water right now. So that
Nice.
right there, that's got to be a scary thing right there when you got that
Oh,
much
yeah.
money in a boat, and
That-
they got it on a crane pulling it out. You know, that's a dangerous time.
Nice crowd back up on the streets, Max. We got probably as many was here this morning, if not more, that have worked their way down to the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Racecourse for this vintage hydro.
That was the E class they're bringing in now. The next one's out will probably be the F class. I didn't see the official schedule. They've probably got one over there, but the next size up is the F class, so I'd say they're the next ones out.
There you go.
Those E-Class was fun to watch. I mean, that was a blast to watch.
You see how they bounce around? They take torture out there.
Oh, shoot.
Oh, I guarantee you, there's a lot of jolting going on in that boat when they're going around there.
You know what just dawned on me? I think it's a good idea. They should have a chiropractor boat. I mean, like Dr. Jeff. Dr. Jeff.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah. At least a sponsor.
Yeah, at least a sponsor. You know, that whenever these boys get out of here, these young men, or old men, however you want to call it, these
Yeah.
seasoned veterans, when they get on that boat, you know, they can wobble their way over.
Get adjusted.
Go to Dr. Jeff. He can
Get adjusted.
Go.
He's on a Jeff Walburn today down there at Rivertown Chiropractic. He's playing golf today down in Tennessee. So,
Oh, is it? Well,
so
scratch that idea.
yeah.
there.
Well, so Jeff couldn't do it.
But we got a lot of.
But you can come back in on Monday. He might be able to get you
Yeah.
get you adjusted.
We got. I hope that rain doesn't really hit us too much, Max.
Well, again, like I say, it looks like it's going to go north if it is. So we'll kind of keep our eye on it. And
I'll go ahead and thank a few more of these sponsors that we got because, without them, we're basically just boats in the water. We got the Royer Corporation. Business has been in Madison for many, many years. Want to thank them along with Arvin Sango. Arvin Sango located up on the hilltop. We also got the Hope Monuments. I hope you don't need them anytime soon, but if you do, you got Hope Monuments.
Lawson Engineering.
And what's Coco Safari? Of course, we got that here.
Yeah, yeah. And
And we got
the Button Man.
the Button Man. That's Kerry Solly.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
The Button Man.
The Button Man. I guess that means he has a lot of buttons.
Well, makes sense that he would. Got
Yeah.
North Vernon
Well,
Beverage.
I always love that. I always love that place. You go through North Vernon, they always have some kind of inspirational sign out there talking about something. And North, oh yeah, it's all the time. It's a great thing.
Oh, well, I always thought it said first and last chance. And that was the most inspiring you needed.
No, they have some pretty cool things on there.
Sedam Contracting, another local business that's contributed to this event. Thank you guys very much.
Yeah, Madison Precision Products.
You got Northside Liquors right up here on Walnut Street here in Madison. They've been here for a very, very long time.
And Burris Electric. Thank you.
Yep, and Riverboat Inn. Remember we spoke at the Riverboat Inn yesterday.
I got married at the Riverboat Inn.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, that's very, very. I love that place. That's just a fantastic place to go to have a night stay.
Yeah, if you have a chance to come down to the Riverboat Inn, then people will treat you like gold. And they'll make sure that if there's anything you want to know about Madison, tourism, etc., then people will take
Oh
care
yeah,
of
they
it.
will help you out.
And if you're in Madison, you live in Madison, you go, hey, I just want to go down there. Do they mind? They'll allow you to go down, sit on the deck. They got live music out there on the weekends. And when I say live music, I'm not talking, that's going to blow your ears out. Just, a nice acoustic guitar,
Right.
somebody singing.
Right.
It's a very good setting. And they got a beautiful, beautiful patio, porch, whatever you want to call it.
Great view of the river.
And,
Very
also
tranquil.
In the wintertime, of course, they drop those sides, and you can actually go down
Plastic.
there.
Yeah, they got it. They got those plastic
Walls.
panels there. Panels.
And they got heaters inside.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. So
it doesn't matter what actually.
it's a year-round place to go.
Just come on down, especially if you live in Madison. Go down there and visit. You can have an adult beverage or two while you're
Now
there.
here's a
They
little
have
bit
the
bigger boat
access
going
to
in the
that.
water, T-Roy.
What's that?
A little bit bigger boat going in the water.
That's a unique-looking boat,
That is Fury.
and it looks like a nice little car engine on the back.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Look at them little midgets in front. No, in that boat. Oh, that's just helmets. Sorry, I thought they were a couple little midgets there in the boat.
Oh, yeah.
You could have worked with me a little bit on that.
Well, I didn't know what you was talking about. I thought I was looking for some real midgets.
Well, they look like little midgets in there. Until you get that big guy there. Let's ask this man. You look at that boat down there. Doesn't look like a couple of midgets in it. See the,
Yeah,
yeah. See, that's what I thought.
we're gonna
Max,
we're gonna have to
follow
cut
you, guy.
we're gonna have to cut him off here real soon, I think.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I probably should apologize for any offending remarks that I make before I say it.
Yeah, he woke up today.
Yeah, sorry about that. There are things I don't mean nothing about it.
Should have like a 5-minute buffer on both of us. I've been doing pretty good today.
You have.
I have. I know. I've been
You've done
keeping
real
a
well.
wrap on this thing.
Yeah. We won't have much editing to do.
I know. There's no editing when you're live.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks for catching it.
There's no. It's instant, dude. Okay, great. Just came off the water. Great. Fantastic.
We'll get that set up.
What was his name?
Forget.
Okay.
That's an odd name.
Just met this gentleman today. He's one of the racers that he's never been to Madison before. He might have went to Detroit, but I'm not sure on that one. But he's ready to come up here and do it. He said the water's real choppy. hard to run, real bouncy. Kept slowing him down. He probably lost 15 to 20 mile an hour out of it, but he's ready to go again. He's ready to put her back out there.
Fantastic.
We'll zip
Thank
that
you.
over to
Thank you,
Jeff here
Kevin,
in a little
for-
bit. Let him take care of that. Then we might do our own brand of interviewing pretty soon. He can ask all the technical stuff. I want to know the other stuff.
Well, like what?
How many body parts did he lose going down the street?
Oh, there we go.
You know, things like that.
Yeah,
Anything important still laying out in the river.
Yeah. Get you closer to the water here.
Did he good? You know, I look back here. We got a golf cart for people to go to, but the whole pits is right here. Here, you want a book? Here we go, Jeff.
In the black uniform? Yeah, I forget his name. Oh, thank you. I'm not.
We had one, but I don't know what happened today.
All right.
Okay, we'll run it.
Yeah. Our camera lady just lost her kid. She found her. Of course, I don't know. Yeah. Guess what, Kevin? You're multitasking.
I'm moving up in the world today, aren't I?
Yeah, you cameraman now.
Yeah, he's gonna do a fine job. We'll let him go.
Yeah. We let Tony do it for a little while.
More running to do anyway.
Got all kinds of people from out of town that has rolled in. Got a good friend of mine here, Randy. Hey, Randy, this is the first time you've got to watch any of this?
Yes, very, very amazing.
Of course, you took some nice little tour through the pits. What'd you think?
Sure, a great venue here.
All the drivers really seem to be real receptive to people. You know, they'd like them to come out and look at what they have.
Yeah, I think they enjoy this as much as the fans enjoy it.
I appreciate you coming down.
Thank you very much, Troy.
Good old Randy Clark from Seymour with his first experience here on the Ohio River. He made a mistake of getting just a little too close to me, so I had to go track him down. Yeah, you borrow that, brother. You're good. We're going to let Jeff borrow things. Like,
Hey, it didn't have no picture in it for us. We couldn't see it.
yeah. It had too much reading involved for us. You know,
No
I
pictures.
can't even pronounce that sponsor's name yet. I'm waiting for somebody to say it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. No,
Yeah,
I
Sure
can
Clean
pronounce
carpet
Sure
cleaning.
Clean. Yeah, I can pronounce Sure Clean. That was good. Oh, hey, you know the computer logistics? That's Eric Otten's business.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Eric's one that is, of course,
He's our IT guy.
Well, he's almost our IT guy.
Well, right
not
now
our
he's on a
IT guy
football
right now.
game right now. He's covering the Hanover College football airing broadcast right now, but he'll be back down here shortly.
Yeah, but he right now he's not an IT
He's
guy.
not our IT guy.
Matter of fact, Tony's the cameraman's more of an IT
That's
guy
right.
than he is
Thank you,
right now.
Tony, for stepping in there.
But yeah, computer logistics, Eric, if you got a problem, he will take care of it for you. You know. Also, Pete's Processing. They got a lot of good food out there, Pete's Processing. Hertz Shoe Store. Remember going to Hertz Shoe Store?
Oh
as a
yeah,
kid?
oh yeah. I went there and I shop there to this day.
Do you really?
Oh yeah, I've bought a few pairs of shoes there.
It's amazing how long they've been there. Fizz's Bike Shop, which is located downtown Madison, right behind the police station.
And they rent bicycles.
They rent bicycles.
Yeah, so you can go there and even rent a bicycle and take a little bicycle ride around Madison.
Oh, well, that's cool. So that's good for the visitors to actually come in. Main Source Bank. Thank you very much for Main Source Bank.
Madison Tool and Die.
And you know, Madison Tool Die does a lot of work that people just goes under the radar. And want to thank you guys very much. They've been a fixture here for years.
Good people.
Yep. I don't know what Safety Clean is.
Well, they're going to be safe at it.
It's Safety Clean.
Yes.
No, the Safety Clean's been here for a while. You know, 'cause we got to say some extra things just to get them talking. But yeah, Safety Clean. Thank you guys very, very much for yours, and also the main attraction, which is up on Main Street.
Yeah, I used to get my hair cut there. I know, I don't need it no more.
Yeah, well, I hate to tell you, but you sit down too long or got up too soon, one or the other, because you don't have no hair left back.
Yeah, well, I cut it today, and it's already growing again. I can already tell.
I will tell you this about main attraction. My daughter got married, as you know, back in July, and we had them come up. We had them come up to my daughter's wedding, and they did all of her hair right there inside the suites, and took care of all of her bridesmaids, and made it very, very nice and very, very fun for everybody. Because there's a lot of a lot of nervousness at that time, and it went smooth as a lark. They took care of everybody right there in one spot, so that was great. So thank you for the main attraction.
Oh, they have a spa upstairs and everything too. I mean, it's from head to toe there at main attraction.
Right.
Now that
First
is an
boat
engine.
out was the Fury, Ken Warby. All right, race fans and our fans watching and listening online, the live streaming from Max and Jack's. Here's our international flavor. Both boats built in Australia, owned by Ken and Barbara Warby out of Cleves, Ohio. Of course, Ken, a native Australian. Ken Warby on the back chute. The driver of the Fury, that is the world's fastest man on water. Set the water speed record 1978. Spirit of Australia, 317.60 miles per hour. Both these boats are powered by a big block automobile engine out of Australia, the Merlin Power Plant. V8 supercharged from World Products. Both of these well over 600 cubic inch. I'll go silent. They're coming around for the parade lap. Bring Ken Warby in the Fury and Peter Hayes from Australia in the Tiger. Wave to them here in the parade lap, but soon they'll rev up the Ohio River Valley. All right, parade lap in the books. Heard a nice yahoo from the fans here along the shoreline. This was the parade lap. Warby on the inside in the Fury, world's fastest man on water. This is an Evercraft hull built in Australia. Both these boats 21 foot in length. Gonna be an erratic start. Ken Warby will bring him up. Peter Hayes trailing now. Warby slows. We'll look to Steve Spizak with APBA Region 6 to see if the green flag will be delivered. 1 1/4 mile race course. Warby's got the hammer down. Here we go, race fans. Flat bottoms, green flag. Ken Warby already in turn number 1. In the Fury, the Evercraft hull made of carbon fiber. Originally powered by a supercharged alcohol-fueled engine of around 1,600 horsepower. For vintage events, they've cranked it down to an identical power plant, but at only 1,200 horsepower. Warby up in turn number 2. Peter Hayes trailing back in the Tiger as both vintage boats in the flat bottom category go through turn number 2. Let's see if Warby puts it to the firewall. Lap 1 of 4 complete. I am shocked. Ken Warby, I've seen this boat run before, the Fury. Kenny Washer, our engineer here with the sound system, I think he's going to rev it up here about laps 2 and 3. No doubt that Fury, it's got more behind the driver and the rider with that 1,200 horse engine. Trailing back still in the Tiger, Peter Hayes out of Australia. The Tiger boat trailing back was built in 1976 in Australia by Everingham. Both boats fairly identical, both with that 1,200 horse. Here's Warby. Here's the Thunder. Yeah. White flag delivered. Now Tiger gets a crank on it. Burp, burp, burp. Peter Hayes, you gotta love that sound with them flatties. Warby through the turn. White flag here. I'm a little surprised these guys have not got on them a little bit harder. Attention to pits, attention to pits. N116, N100, and J12, be prepared to go to the water. Thank you, race teams. All right, checkered flag being delivered, but they're going to go ahead. Nope, Warby will come by. Fans, give him a wave. Kent Warby, the world's fastest man on water. Easing by the start-finish line buoy. Cranks it to the right. He'll come back in backwards. Nope, now he will crank it to the left and come back in the right way here along the shoreline. All right, race fans, what about the two flat bottoms from Australia?
Oh no, we're not losing these.
With us here at the judges stand and also too online with the stream from Max and Jax. Dave Capel with your vintage 280, the Sin, which would run now in 5-liter. Welcome to Madison.
Oh, I'm glad to be here. It's a beautiful town.
And you're from Wheeling, West Virginia, and I met you this morning off mic, and you said you and your craft, first time you've come to the West, and we're so glad to have you here for the first Madison Vintage Thunder.
Yeah, this water runs by Wheeling, and now it's here, so following the trail.
Now, your boat, of course, is the old 280 class and a conventional boat. Tell the fans along the shoreline and online well with the streaming, year built, restored, kind of give us some specifications and facts on this E156.
Right. This boat was 1975. It's the last Lloyd boat that Charlie Lloyd built. It has a small block Chevy in it. Originally, it ran on a Buick, but now it has a small block Chevy in it, and most of that motor dates from 1965.
Now, restoration time with this one, how long did it take to make this one pretty and pristine again?
Well, Dick Bonneville restored this. He lives over in Pennsylvania. It took him about 10 years. And my buddy Jack Wolf, who lives up in Syracuse, we grew up in New Martinsville, watched the hydroplane races every summer together. I talked him into going in, and we bought it from Dick because he was ready to sell it. And so now we've bought a second one. We have a 1973 Lauterbach that's going to have a small block Plymouth in it. It just needs some wiring and some plumbing and the decks, and it'll be here next year.
As we mentioned, you were out earlier in the Sin. Fans along the shoreline and online, what was it like being on the Ohio River in Madison? You mentioned New Martinsville, West Virginia. That's an historic site and inboard and unlimited racing back in the day. We got some history here as well in Madison. How did it feel out there?
It really felt good. There's real nostalgia inherent in this place, and I'm glad to be part of it.
David, thank you for being here this weekend. David Khaled, driver of the Sin, and welcome to Madison. We'll see you back out on the water later.
Thank you so much.
All right, for our folks online, I'll hand this back over to Mr. Mark Jackson.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you.
That was interesting, Max.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yes, sir.
We got the Gale 5 is going to be up here. He's going to do the interview with him.
Okay, go ahead, give it back. It's yours.
Here we go.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff's going to interview the driver for the Gale 5. He's setting up here in a second. There we go. There we go. Max looks like he's getting ready to do something, but he's really getting ready to hand it over to Jeff. Here we go.
Racing activity here at the first annual Madison Vintage Thunder. And with us here on the shoreline and also, too, with our online streaming, we'd like to welcome Bill Black to Madison. Bill, you're now from Arkansas, and I love that shirt. That's why people are here. They want to see that stock Allison replica Gale 5 of yours. Welcome to Madison.
Thank you very much. We're really pleased to be here. We love the town of Madison. We love the course. I'm hoping tomorrow I can realize my dream and go under the bridge.
Today you'll run the short course. We have to break you in gingerly here on the Ohio River. The Gale 5 along with the US 4 and the Miss Budweiser will take the short course. And you're a longtime fan of hydroplane racing. How did the idea come about to Bill Black to build the replica Gale 5?
Well, I was born in Detroit, but I grew up in Seattle. And in 1955, the Gale 5 won the Gold Cup in Seattle. There were 550,000 people that hated the Gales, and there was one Seattleite that loved it because I thought it was the most beautiful boat there.
And my friend and cohort who I announced with, Brad Luce at the Gold Cup in Detroit this year and last weekend at Spanaway, Washington for the Western Divisionals. Brad tells the story best of that 55 Gold Cup, the Gale 5 and the Thriftway. Lee Shaneth, that year on Lake Washington, finally brought the prize back to Detroit in 1956. And when you look at the sport of unlimited hydroplane racing in 1955, that was a pivotal moment in the Detroit-Seattle rivalry.
It really was. Seattle had taken the Cup in 1950, and it took Detroit 5 long years to win it back. And the boats had changed a little bit, but it was really quite a rivalry that lasted several more years.
Now, this boat here, what year did you start, and how long did it take to complete this replica Gale 5? It's such a beautiful piece.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, the concept began in 2003, and I actually asked Shirley Shaneth to if permission to build it. She said okay. We cut the first wood in early 2006, and the hull was done 2010. And then a good friend of mine, Ed Cooper, said, well, you're half done. And I thought, wait a minute, all we got to do is throw an engine in it. Well, he was right. In 2013, we made our first run.
You mentioned Ed. Ed is here this weekend, of course, still running the turbocharged Allison U3 on the Unlimited Hydroplane Series. Ed, native Madisonian, lives in Posey County, just outside Evansville, Indiana. So, you have one of those Cooper stock Allisons in this one, is that correct?
Actually, this Allison came from Pittsburgh, Kansas. Okay. It was overhauled in 1943, put in a box, and I opened the box. So all I had to do was take it apart, do the bearings, and put it back together.
What's the neat thing about you being involved in this? You never drove inboards. You built this replica Gale 5. You drive it, and you do so masterful out on the track. You handle it so well. What kind of tutelage did you get behind the scenes from experts that had been in the sport driving and working on these boats?
Well, I got the best advice probably from Jack Schaefer. He said, come off the turn, put your foot down, close your eyes, count to 9, and then turn again.
And you'll be out here with Jack later today. And the small course here, I'll say straightaway speeds, I think you can get up to about 110. Can you go a little bit quicker?
Maybe 110. We probably won't run 3 side by side. It's really, really narrow. So we may go 2 and 1. Just depends on when we get started. You know, and the Allison, as Ed Cooper says, it starts different every time. So my biggest fear is getting the motor started, and after that, it's fun.
Now, my friend Tim Torrance, who works at WRX Radio here in town, his late father, Charlie Charcoal, was his nickname. When Jim McCormick drove the conventional stock Allison Miss Madison, McCormick would get so excited. They had a note on the cockpit procedure, how to start boat. Now, are you calm, cool, and collected? You can remember all the gadgets to strike appropriately when you get in the cockpit.
Well, once I sit down and they give me the go signal, it's all easy from there. Early in life, I was a Navy jet pilot, so this is really kind of right up my alley. I do want to give a shout out again to my crew chief and wife, Judy, who helped me build the boat.
Bill, thank you for being here. Better yet, thank you for serving us in the Navy. Welcome to Madison. These fans want to see that Gale 5 out there later. Go get them.
So do I.
Bill Black, a dynamite addition to the vintage category. And Troy, back to you. As you can tell, I'm from Rikers Ridge. I have trouble on which broadcast I'm on.
That's all right. You're just a little schizophrenic for us, Jeff. Thank you very much. Boy, I tell you what, that was a good show right there. You know, it tells you about these people that, you know, they're nervous when they get in there, but they're looking forward to it as well as everybody else. Get out here and run. They said they're going to run a couple side-by-sides, maybe run 3, just depending on how the water was. But the boats are getting bigger. They're getting louder. They're getting faster. This is what's fun. We got another boat in the water right now. They're getting ready to drop another one in as well. So this is pretty well just keeping boats in the water on a regular schedule. Come on down to the Ohio River. Of course, if you're too far away, I thank you very much for watching this. But if you're watching this, come on down. The crowd is starting to really fill up. It's interesting to see. Look out to see all the people that is showing up on the river. You see all these people that come from years or come down every single year. That some of them, that's the only time you do see them, because when the boats come out on the water. So it's really a good time down here. We got. It appears that the rain looks like. I don't know. I don't even want to say it because as soon as I say it, it's going to make me a liar, but I'm hoping it stays off. We finally got everything else nailed down real well, though, so this was really a good time. Yeah, I kind of like it. Us just filling in.
Yeah. We're going to have another driver come up here in a little bit. The driver for the Fury is going to come up here and talk with Jeff and talk with you all.
Yeah, I kind of like it that way.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Yeah, Jeff just knows so much, and he's so excellent at it. So I mean, it's an easy call for everybody.
Oh yeah. I know one thing, Max. I'm going to get something to eat here real soon. I don't know when, but there's plenty of vendors. So if you people want to come on down the river, there's plenty of vendors down here in order for you all to grab something to eat. There's a lot of memorabilia. There's just basically a lot of history, Max, that's down here. But there's just a lot of history down here right now. And, people that follow, I know we said it, but people that follow this sport, there's a lot of legends here.
Oh, yeah, a lot of legends. I mean, we've already had an interview with the fastest man on the water, has the fastest record.
And he's going to go 400 miles an hour.
And his son is. They're building a boat right now to go over 400 miles an hour. I mean, his record was 3:17, I think I heard.
Yep. Of course, we had Ron Schneider was up here. I mean, there's a lot of legends, living legends, and that's all you could say for this sport.
In the beginning of this sport, or the early portions of this sport.
Yeah, and this sport is, it's taken a lot of lives. This sport has taken a lot of lives, and it's good to see the ones that have survived it. Like I say, Ron got thrown out of a boat, more than once.
Yeah, can you imagine? Can you just imagine getting thrown out of a boat going 80, 90, 100 miles an hour?
Well, all I can tell you is I'm not over the fact that you threw me out of a golf cart 2 weeks ago.
We was going about a mile an hour.
Maybe.
Yeah, a mile and a half top.
Yeah, it's a good thing that concrete grass stopped my fall. It would have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah. Well, here's some another boat going in the water right now, so we're gonna have some more little ones here. I think these are getting a little bit bigger here, but it's a white one, so.
I'm glad we got our picture.
I think we got our It obviously the problem was on our end, on our monitor. We couldn't actually see the boats, but we've got our monitor corrected, and now we can actually see these boats going around the water.
Yeah, and Eric, it's no truth to the rumor that we threw your monitor over the edge. That's not true.
Okay, if you would say so.
Go back to Walmart real fast. Hurry.
Well, there's two of them in there right now. And there's another one down here on the other side over here to our left.
What happened to Rusty?
Well, Rusty was going to sing a song, but he right now with all the drivers coming up, we was going to have Rusty Bladen sing his song "Ride This River," but it just, like I say, all the drivers coming up wanting to have interviews, so.
Ride that river?
Yeah, right. It's just going to happen maybe next time.
Ride that river, river rat, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
That song, of course, people made, a lot of Hydro fans may not know it, but of course that song was in the movie Madison. And if you ever get a chance to watch that movie Madison, it's granted it's a movie, it's for Hollywood, but it's still a great movie for Hydro Play fans.
There's a lot of truth to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to it. And there's a lot of Hollywood, but there's a lot of truth to it. And the main truth was, she won.
Yeah, she did win.
That's the important.
That's the important part.
I was listening to rumblings earlier, Max, and they said that actual real boat, once it's all finished and done, will be here next year for the second annual Thunder on the Ohio. So that'd be nice to see.
Yeah, it would be nice to see. It would be. And, again, I don't know if you've said anything lately or not, but there is a lot of spectators that has shown up. That has shown up to this event, and they're out there. The weather is actually great for it. It's not hot.
It's not hot.
Got a nice little breeze.
Not raining.
So yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah, the tents aren't blowing away. That's a plus.
No, that's always a plus.
I think these 45-pound concrete blocks sure helped.
Yeah, probably so.
The older I get, the heavier those are.
Yep.
Unless you're lifting them, they don't bother me at all then. I like it a whole lot better when you carry it.
Well, as soon as we're going to have another driver come up here in just a little bit from the from the Fury. They're going to be up here shortly here to do an interview with Jeff. So,
he got to get his fix in right now.
yeah, got to get a little nicotine in him, and just had a little bit of an adrenaline rush being out there on the water, I'd say.
Look here, we got some more bringing in some of the younger ones. There's a future fan right there.
Yeah, little one.
He don't
That's
know it right
that's what
now.
you need to see. That's what we need to see in this sport. Some kids watching it.
He don't know it right now. He just peed in his diaper, but one day he'll be a fan. All right, then,
You
he don't
know
wear
that.
diapers.
You know who
probably
that
an
is, don't
accident.
you?
That's probably an accident. He don't wear diapers. So. No, I never seen the little dude in my life. He's only 2.5 feet tall. How would I know him? Oh, thank you, sir. Well, they're giving things away here, Mark.
Yeah, the water, Troy.
Oh, well, they're still giving things away.
Did you think it was vodka or something?
Well, no, I just wanted to make sure the seal wasn't capped or broken, you know. He may want me to shut up. And the sooner he gives me that, it'll be a whole lot better for me. Oh, somebody ready?
Okay, here we go. We're going to do another interview coming up.
Jeff. Oh, wait a minute. This might be something different. Oh. Hey,
No interview.
No interview. Of course, it's hot, brother. That means no cigarettes, no nothing. But we're going to drop this over to Jeff, and we'll see you guys in just a little bit.
All right, here we go. First boat out, the conventional J12 Chesapeake Lady. Owner, driver, Gordon Jane out of Mentor, Ohio. Chesapeake Lady, an original 7-liter Division II hull, designed by Suey, built by Suey. Hull length 20 foot 6 inch, 8 foot 6 inch width. Power plant in the J12 Chesapeake Lady, the second boat up on the back straightaway. It's a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet. We'll ID the other boats for you as they go up into turn number 2. For our online listeners and watchers, thanks to Max and Jax, the sun peeking through the cloud cover. Day number 1 of 2 of activity here at the 2016 Madison Vintage Thunder. Fans along the shoreline, give a wave to the drivers here on the parade lap. Boat to the inside, the orange boat with the blue trim, cab over boat. That is the Prime Mover, owned and driven by Mark Cravens out of Columbus, Indiana. Boat to the inside was built by John Steidecker in 1979 with a 305 cubic inch Chevrolet. Our other craft to the inside, driven by 77-year-old Kester Hamilton out of Ontario, Canada. Ron Jones Sr. was the builder of that boat. It's got a 350 cubic inch engine in it. We're going to bring them to the green flag as we keep getting bigger with the hydro classes. Thank you, Jack Meyer. Our driver correction on the Prime Mover. Mark's wife, Debbie Cravens, in the Prime Mover. Steve Spizak from APBA Region 6 has got the green flag out, and we're going here in heat number 4, Madison Vintage Thunder. Debbie Cravens leads them across the line in the Prime Mover. Steidecker built 1979 with the Chevrolet 305. Boat to the inside was originally campaigned by Alan Vortemeyer. Out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Alan Vortemeyer gave Unlimited Racing a crack back in 1988 with the twin Ford Stroh-Lite. Debbie Cravens working up the back chute in the N116 Prime Mover. Debbie looking good up the back chute as the Chesapeake Lady and Speculation start to get a little bit better light to their engines. Here in section number 4 here on the Ohio River, Madison Vintage Thunder will come down to complete lap number 1. Debbie Cravens out in front. Prime Mover, an unusual boat in the inboard category, competed in 225 and also 7-liter in its racing days. 2 boats side by side as we come down to complete lap number 1. The N100 speculation to the inside, owned and driven by 77-year-old Kester Hamilton out of Ontario, Canada. Boat to the inside, built by Ron Jones Sr. Power plant in it is a 350 cubic inch Chevrolet. It was the last limited hydroplane owned by John Woods out of St. Louis, Missouri, longtime campaigner in inboard hydroplane racing. It was one of the first honeycomb aluminum inboard hydroplane hulls built by the legendary Ron Jones Sr. Conventional boat up in turn number 2. Trailing back is the J12 Chesapeake Lady. Gordon Jane, the owner and driver out of Mentor, Ohio. That craft has a 427 cubic inch Chevrolet in the engine compartment. Beautiful boat during its racing days. The Chesapeake Lady, one sweet piece in the J class. White flag being displayed, so go around one more time. Chesapeake Lady by the start-finish line buoy. Debbie Cravens out in front in the Prime Mover. Kester Hamilton second in the speculation. Gordon Jane third in the Chesapeake Lady. Once again, we're not racing. Exhibition showing off the crafts from the past at the first ever Madison Vintage Thunder. Our conducting race club is 5 to the 5. Debbie Craven slowing up in turn number 2 in the Prime Mover, followed by Kester Hamilton. In the speculation, looks like Debbie and Kester will go ahead and return to the pit dock. Steve Spizak has the checkered flag in hand, but they elect just to cool the engines down and come back to the pit area. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Up next will be our Jersey Speed Skiff. Jersey Speed Skiff number 39. You're up next. Getting ever closer to the unlimited hydroplanes taking to the water here at Madison Vintage Thunder. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jeff. Was that fun, guys, or what? I'm hoping everything's coming through on your all's end really good, and you're having a great, best time you can have while watching online. So hopefully we're doing the job for you. We haven't been able to get any feedback from you yet at this time, but hopefully tomorrow we'll have feedback so we can make it a better experience for y'all.
Yeah, just so they can talk backwards and forth to each other. Say, I'm sure there's a way that we could hook up a chat room of some type. Oh, yeah, nothing negative about the camera woman, because she's doing a fine job. She found her lost child that she hadn't seen in 20 years. She found her right off the bat.
I don't think she's 20 years old yet.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. Well, she's 20.
Okay.
So that was a good thing. She's multitasking.
Yeah. Here we go. We're going to be... We're about ready to do an interview with... Jeff Ayler and the driver from the Fury boat. So here we go. We'll let it up to them.
Hey, Jeff.
He knows better than we do.
Thank you. With us here at the judges stand, and also too with our live streaming from Australia, Peter Hayes. Welcome to Madison, Indiana. You were out earlier in the Tiger, and boy, it had to be a thrill to be on this old legendary course here in Madison with this Madison Vintage Thunder.
Yeah, well, I've heard a lot about Madison over the years in Australia. I mean, it's something that's that's crept over the other side of the ocean. And you know, the movie came out about Madison, which was something that was also released in Australia. And I tell you what, it's a real privilege to be here and run on this river. And even in the inaugural vintage event, this is fantastic.
We're so glad you're here. And boy, when I was talking to Ken Warby earlier, who owns both these boats, the Tiger and the Fury, 1,200 horsepower. And I love that Merlin designation on those valve covers. Merlin Automotive, that's some reflection over your way in Australia, I believe.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, definitely. But, you know, those boats in Australia, particularly Fury, I mean, Tiger is an older boat. It's an older Everingham boat, and Fury is one of the current model Evercrafts. Mm-hmm. And those boats in Australia are running 153 mile an hour. We'll run 6-8 boats together doing those sorts of speeds in competitive racing.
And the fans here along the shoreline loved it when you and Ken teamed up, got side by side, and put a rev to those 1,200 horse engines. Wind conditions picked up. Water is ideal for some exhibition, but there's definitely more left in both these boats.
Oh, of course there is, and you know, we get side by side and we can't help ourselves. But these conditions are great. I mean, for those sorts of boats designed in Australia, raced in Australia, these conditions are ideal. And we've run those boats at 130 mile an hour over 2.5 foot chop. It just doesn't worry them. The rougher it is, the faster they go. Sure. The more horsepower you throw at them, the better they run.
There you go. Peter Hayes from Australia, thank you for being in Madison, Indiana for the first Madison Vintage Thunder. And we'll see you back out later in the Tiger. And lay that foot to it. I want to see Warby get whooped here in Madison.
Thank you. I might just swap him baits a bit later because I've got the one that pounds you to death and he's got the one that's like driving a couch. So we might just have a bit of a swap over later and see what happens.
Thank you, Peter. Peter will be back out here later in Flat Bottom.
Thank you, Jeff. Well, I can't wait. To get feedback from you all. Some questions that I'd love for you all to ask us so that we can ask them. Make sure that we're all getting the right questions answered for you. Because I'm sure you all have a mess of questions.
Yep, I can count. All the way to 2. Those are so rough riding, you wouldn't like it. You don't know that.
What boat do we have here, Jeff?
This is one of the flat boats. This is a guy that we interviewed a few minutes ago that was the fastest man in the world. He did it at 317 in Australia. He's the one that's driving this boat, and that's his throttle man beside him. These guys run 2 at a time. So I don't know. I think there was another one that was going to go out. I don't see it out yet, but he'll put on a good show because these boats, they ride over top of the waves. They don't hardly touch the water like a big hydroplane.
Right.
And you'll be able to see how much water they throw.
Now, that guy, how old would you say that man is?
He's almost 80 years old.
Yeah.
And he's still flying, just like Ron and the rest of them out there on these vintage boats. All these guys are old guys, and the guys that drove 20, 30, 40 years ago, they're still involved in the sport where they exhibition. They don't really race, they just exhibition. And they show up to all these things and give everybody something to look at and ride. So I really appreciate them showing up and just giving us something to watch.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I'm just saying his age because, my gosh, when I'm scared to do it now. I wouldn't do it now, and I'm no 80, so that's amazing that these people.
We're not even 60 yet, and we wouldn't do what them guys almost 80 are doing.
I would not do it. I'm glad they're able to do it. And
you know what? You go down there, and they're all got aches and pains and stuff, but they love it so much, Mark. They jump in these boats and they go because they can't stay out of them. These guys can't stay out of these boats.
It's part of them. It's their life.
It's their life.
Now I'm looking at this boat come around this turn. Now I'm telling you, I've been in speed boats that's hopping around like that. I'm telling you right now, that's a lot of jolting.
Absolutely. And like I say, once again, you get up to our age and you're jolting around like that in the water. You won't believe how hard you hit when they come down like that. But you can see those guys' heads bouncing around out there. And for their age to be able to fly around like that is really something.
Now I wonder if they have some kind of, I don't see it here on the judges stand or on this stand right here, if we have a speed of how fast they're going, other than them coming up and telling us.
Yeah, that's the only thing we're going by today, I'd say, is they pretty much know by the RPMs how fast they're going. They're the only ones that can see that out there.
Right.
like the last one got up there, he said he was doing 80. To me, it looked like he was doing 100 and something out there when he got
Right.
up there. So it's hard to tell just watching him.
Right.
You can hear that propeller going in and out of the water.
Yeah.
See, when they get on these curves like this, see how much they slow down and they turn sideways?
Right.
That's why they call these flat bottoms. They'll roll clear over on their sides, up in Detroit. We watched them last week. They get clear over on their sides and look like they just keep powering right through the turns.
Now I'd say their course up there is a little bit longer.
It's 2.5 mile track up there, but it's probably a half mile wider than ours is. So they've got more room wide-wise, but it's about the same length and around the curve. Except this is a short course today we're running here in Madison. It's not our regular 2.5
Yeah, this is not 2.5 miles
I think
here.
it's a mile and a quarter.
At tops.
Yeah.
At tops.
But that's all these little boats need, you know. Give them a mile and a quarter. That's pretty much top-end speed for them anyway.
Here's another one going in the water right now.
See how they ride their
Oh,
sides
now look
like
at this
that?
one. Look at this going right here. Now that's the GP 200.
Yeah, that's a Grand Prix.
That right there. Now that one's the one that has won the records.
It looks like he's got 4 championships and got
Right.
up there on his back tail fin. So yeah, he's one of the big winners down here. Now this boat hasn't raced in a real race for like 30 years, but
That boat looked excellent. I've seen that boat out of the water.
yeah, it's a great looking boat. They rebuilt it. They did a good job on it. It took him like 5 years to rebuild that boat, but they run it in all the exhibitions around North America, and he takes it all around the place. He gets real good with it.
That's good. Now here's a stainless steel one going in right there. Boy, that looks impressive, don't it?
I've never seen this boat before. I don't know where this one come from. I'm waiting to see who gets in it and drives it. It'll tell us a story about where they're from. But it looks like a 5, so I'm thinking maybe it's a 5 if it's not a GP. I should have brought my glasses. Mark.
They're winding it down here a little bit. He's been
I think that's the
just
first
around that
boat
turn.
like that I've ever seen, Mark.
I've not seen one like that. It's all stainless steel in it.
Looks like it's all stainless steel. Can't wait to see what it does. We're about to give him the white flag.
Take a picture of that. Show that stainless steel boat there going in.
He's about ready to come in right now, I think.
Yeah, he's winding it down. This is going to be fun right here.
Yeah, these will be good and loud. These GPs are good and loud. That's what everybody. When we was kids, all the boats were loud.
Yeah, all
we
of them
come
was.
down here, all of them was loud. It echoed through this valley. We loved it.
Yep.
Now we're going to get a taste of what that was like. It's been 25 years.
Zoomed it back just a little bit there so you can kind of get a better view. Yeah, it looks like maybe a little rain might come in. Where the breeze is pretty good. Right now we're going to have to watch our tent.
We've all been kind of standing around holding the tents down.
Maybe we might lose our canopies here if we don't watch out. Kind of a little bit of a breeze blowing up, but hopefully we don't have to bug out here for a little bit.
I'm getting real curious on how they're doing out in San Diego today. You know, our boat, the one we always sponsor, Miss Bellows Pizza, U9, top qualifier for the San Diego race.
Oh, that's so?
With a rookie driver.
Wow.
And we're really proud of Andrew Tate. He's his dad, Mark Tate, remember him, Winston Eagle, and in the Campbell boat, the Smoking Camel boat.
Yep.
And he's taken out just like his dad. He won the GP Gold Cup up in Detroit 2 weeks ago, and then almost won the race and got thrown out for hitting a buoy because he got shoved over by the 5, and that didn't work out real well for us. But he's top qualifier up in San Diego, and I'm hoping that little rookie can bring home the cup.
Boy, that'd be nice. That'd be nice.
That wind's really.
You know, again, all these, you got a rookie driver. You know, I don't know what it takes to be able to sit down in that cockpit. You know, I mean, where do they get that practice? You know what I'm saying? I mean, and then the get in that behind that in that boat, and you get at that speed. I'm telling you right now, that's just a bold thing to do. And then to want to win.
Talking somebody into letting you get into their boat is probably the first thing. Once you get in that boat and you take off in that boat, it's up to you what you do and what you don't do. Some of these rookies do real well. Some of these rookies don't do so well. But this year's worth of rookies, at least in the Unlimiteds, all the rookies have done a great job, and there's not been no flips, no crashes. They've done a real good job. And like I say, ours is Andrew Tate. The first year, when he was in Madison here, the first race of the season, he had to run every single heat on the outside. You got to start all your heats on the outside when you're a rookie until you get so many lines in. So now he's in there. He's getting the first lane now, and he's winning these races. So you can see where a rookie can go from the first race to the last race of the year, how far they can go in one season.
That's excellent. Well, we got a couple of drivers here about ready to go in, and they're got one left to load, one left driver to get in the boat, and he's securing himself right now, so that shouldn't be very long.
These are the old GPs with the open cockpits. The ones they have now are enclosed. All the races they use for sanctioned races are all closed cockpits now. So you can tell the age on these GPs down there just because they're all open, and you can see the drivers. You can watch them bouncing around and all that stuff around, and that's what makes this so dangerous. So these guys, if they flipped over, they'd be in the water. You know, there's nothing to hold them out of the water.
Right, and they're strapped in too.
And they're strapped in. It takes a while to get out of it.
And if by some chance they got knocked out, they could not release their strap. So it's serious stuff.
Yeah, there's 3 buckles they got to get loose on there to be able to get out of those. One over each shoulder and one around their lap. So there's 3 buckles that if you tipped over, you can't panic. You got to keep your head to you.
Right.
You got to know what you're doing. Take your time and undo those and get out of that boat.
They're still working on the Miss Madison. They're still working on the Budweiser boat over there. Been working hard on that one all day today.
I went down there to try to talk to those guys a few minutes ago, and I noticed as soon as I got down there, they was a little too busy to have time to talk to me.
Oh yeah.
So I was kind of holding off. They are going to come up for an interview in a little while. I did get to talk to them about that. So we'll be able to find out everything they've been working on when we get them up here.
Yeah, I actually think it looks like that motor is lifted up more than it was.
I really can't tell enough from where I'm at. I don't have my glasses on, Mark, and that was a big mistake coming down without my glasses today. But
well, it looks like
right.
It might be up a little higher than it was earlier. I don't know what that means, if that's good or bad, but we'll find out in a little bit. Here we go, folks.
Now, this is going to get real good and loud right now.
I'm going to hand this over to Jeff Ayler. And
just listen.
Let him take it out.
Wellesley
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Sorry about that, folks. Didn't have the mic turned on. Not sure if that's my fault, but I'll accept it.
Hey, you know what makes a big difference?
We're going to have the F class come up next, Troy.
But you know what makes a big difference?
When you get something to eat? Oh, was it all the way down?
It was off. So, all right. You just put it down?
I gave it down to I gave this mic here to Jeff earlier, and he pulled it out of the.
Oh,
he
great.
pulled it out. This is the shorter one, the one I got.
Oh, yeah.
This is the shorter one, and he pulled it right out. And then I didn't know which one it went back in.
Oh, well, you did good, Max.
But I figured it out after a while. But by that time, the race was over.
Hey, ask me what I did. Ask me.
What'd you do?
I was up on 2nd Street.
And you heard the boats?
Yes.
Did you really?
I heard the boats and the thunder, and I'm going, man, I feel like I'm
You're missing it.
10 years old. Oh, yeah.
I'm missing. I got to get back down there.
Yeah, I had to run. I got a brat from up there to eat. Well, the first one I threw on the floor by accident. I was shaking, so I dropped it on the floor.
Where's the brat at?
I ate it.
Well, I know, but where they at?
Oh, at Coqueline.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, I took that. As soon as that boats went off, I threw that thing down my throat and it was gone.
Now, that boat right there did really well. The GP 182 there did excellent.
But it was cool to sit up on 2nd Street and you could hear the sounds of the thunder. That was cool. Hey, by the way, I took a little trip on the golf cart. There's lots of people down.
All the way down. Yeah,
all the way down.
I mean, as far as I can see, they're all the way down there by the bridge.
Yeah.
And then down this direction here, they're all the way down, all the way down to Broadway. Almost.
At least Broadway.
Yeah.
But
so
when I took the turn, I looked. I thought, man, there's a lot of people at this end that you can't even see.
Yeah.
So for the first annual, you have to say this has been a nice success day one.
Yes, day one.
Nobody got hurt. Everything's safe.
Little rain to start off with, but that hasn't stopped the excitement after that.
I checked my weather meteorologist Randy Clark. He says it looks like it's V and we might luck out.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, a little sun right now on the. I see a little sun peeking through here.
Yeah.
Let's make a note, though. Let's do not hand him this one here with the one that has the switch on it.
Here, change me sides.
Yeah,
there you go.
Let's don't let that happen
I'll be
again.
your right hand man. You can be my left hand.
There we go. That's fine. That works for me.
By the way, Eric, it really didn't pull it out. It was just a joke.
No, I did pull it out.
Okay, we lie too. Hey, but the camera lady is doing a fine job. Kevin's over there. Yeah, I had to have Kevin fill in for me earlier.
His wife Tammy's going to be up here shortly, talking about the boats.
You for filling in for me earlier.
She's about.
Everybody's turned into a liar in the last 30 seconds. You ever notice that?
I think that's a lie.
Yeah. I feel like I'm almost at work in the break room right now. There's so many dang on liars. If you want to bring your golf cart down, it will cost you $10, so you could drive it. Access on the riverfront. Of course, if you stay east of Jefferson Street, it doesn't cost anything. That's where the gate actually goes down, is at Jefferson Street, and also it goes down on Broadway Street. So west of Broadway, east of Jefferson, you won't need it. But if you want to, come down and drive where everybody else is, well, we're right in the middle. It costs you a $10, so don't give the people too much problem. I was talking to the people up, let me out on my golf cart.
Yeah.
Because, we've had it down here all day. I didn't have a sticker on it like we supposed to.
Right.
Because we got here early. So, the lady up here, she was real nice about it. Yeah. She knew. It wasn't no big deal. Got down here toward the end, and I asked that guy, about the golf cart sticker, and he looked at me, and, I flashed the blue band, and he, of course, they turned to green now. I thought this might be problems, but he came out and put the sticker.
We're phasing out the blue, people.
Yeah, I didn't know that at the time. I still got the blue, but he said that he had to stop somebody earlier, wanting to ride through on the golf cart. He told him, $10. It's a free event if you want to take it in here. If not, stay over here. Well, they got needless to say, got a little. He goes, I thought I was going to get run over. I said, well, brother, I'm glad you didn't, or if you're going to get run over, put that sticker on my cart first.
Well, here they are. They're pulling another one out right now. This was the stainless steel boat that. Have you ever seen a stainless steel?
I still haven't.
Well, it is solid stainless steel.
Oh.
Now,
that explains your intro.
He was doing, yeah, it does. He was doing really, really good there at first, but it sounded like he flooded out. So, again, I'm not an expert on that kind of stuff at all, but it was running real good at first, though.
Oh, let's see. We left off on Madison Main Source Bank, which I've got a little hate mail from it already because my daughter works at Madison.
Yeah, she wants everybody to come in and open up a new account.
Yes.
And ask for Haley.
Ask for Haley Dawn. Tell him that her Uncle Mark and I sent him. You already said it here. We got Burris Electric and MPS Printing. Thank you very much.
I do all my printing from MPS.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do for my business.
Do a good job. Yep, you do your business. Which is Shirt Clean, of course. Might as well shameless plug. Red Pepper. Yeah, that's, of course, where your wife works down towards the Red Pepper.
She does. That's best pizza in town.
They got
best pizza downtown.
Yeah, best pizza downtown.
Yeah, I do that.
Yeah, boy, you get his hate mail.
That's right.
But they got almost the whole dang on block there,
Yeah, oh yeah. They got it setting up pretty good down there. If you come into Madison, you got to go downtown and eat at the Red Pepperoni or the Red Pepper.
Yeah, because they got the deli there, deli sandwiches, and a whole lot more. I'm oversimplifying it, but then you got the pizza joint right across the street.
Lanier Mansion. If you come into Madison, you got to go check out the Lanier Mansion. There is a lot of history in that.
What is that, JFD Lanier?
Yes.
Yes. He bailed out the
Civil War.
The North.
Yeah, a lot of history there.
Yeah, plus he's got some family planted in the cemeteries that you live by.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know how many family members are planted down there, but he's got a few of them.
I didn't know that. I thought they all moved back to New York, I thought, back at one time.
Yeah, he's got some of them down there. I saw the tombstones.
Advantage Auto Solutions. You need your vehicle worked on, go there. Check them out.
Kroger's, of course, Kroger's been here forever. Kroger's been to Madison forever. Remember when Kroger's was downtown?
That was JC's then.
It was JC's. Then they moved it over to a Kroger store.
Right, yep.
Yeah. And boy, Mom would take me there to shop, and I'd sack groceries the whole time. Also, you know, a lot of this that, you know, we wouldn't be able to do, you know, because we have a very short notice, you know, but we wouldn't have done without, you know, Eric Otten and, you know, the computer logistics. And I want to thank Eric once again. You know, he goes out and he works hard. He's out to Hanover College right now, taking care of the college. But you know,
They're having their football.
He left his fiance with us, so that'll work out all right.
Yeah, he trusted him. He trusted us.
Oh, Belterra. Have you been to Belterra recently?
Well, that'd be another reason why to come to town. Go to Belterra and get your gambling on, and then come on down to Madison and spend the rest of your time down here in Madison.
Yeah, and it's not just gambling up there. You know, they got concerts.
Oh, yeah, they got concerts.
all
They got good
kinds of
food.
things up there. Yeah, I mean, if that's your cup of tea, then, you know, it's, 40 minutes away, 45 minutes away maybe. You know, be careful on that River Road. That's a little gambling right there alone.
Yeah, just coming back.
But I want to thank all these people that have, you know, stepped up to the plate and sponsored this event one way or another. Thank you guys very much.
There was a whole lot of people that have got a lot of work done in this. I mean, this has not been a, you know, 1 or 2 person or 3 person show. It's been a mess of people that have come together and put this event on, and they deserve a big hand for that.
Yeah, you know, it's something I mentioned it yesterday. You know, I think it's good to, you know, it bodes well to mention again. I want to thank all the Madison Regatta itself, because they put on a lot of, you know, events over the years, and we wouldn't be here celebrating the past if they wouldn't have put the hard work and time in to do that. So I want to thank the Madison Regatta for all their hard work, all of their volunteers, all the presidents, you know, all the way from the people that, you know, help at the very top, all the way to the ones that, you know, dump the trash cans. You know, it's a volunteer organization. They put a lot of hard work into it, and it's just not something you flip the switch on and do overnight.
I don't know what happened to Jeff.
Jeff, right there. He might be taking a break here for a second.
How you doing, Jack? Good. We'll go ahead and talk to Jack Schaefer for a little bit. You get Jeff, then we'll just pass it off on to old Jeff. Here we are with Jack Schaefer. Welcome to Madison.
Well, it's great to be here again. Haven't been here in a few years.
How did the river treat you?
Well, it's always good. You know, the water's nice and calm. There's a few ripples. Wind has more effect on the smaller boats than us, but I'm looking forward to running a few minutes, so I'll let you know.
Good. Yeah, now you said you haven't been to Madison for a while. When's the last time you was here with the boats?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
So when you was down here 2 years ago, is just something different about this vintage compared to where you was here before?
Well, you know, I've been around hydroplane racing all my life, and grew up with the sound of an Allison or Rolls-Royce Merlin. Madison's it's one of the oldest courses around. It's just got a special spot for pretty much all of us that race boats.
Is there a lot of people down in the pits that you haven't seen for a while?
Yes, I have. In fact, looking at the ones that have babies.
Oh, now that's something a little different, ain't it?
Yeah.
So what's some of the most memorable events of you here out on the water? Not necessarily here, but just something that really jumps off your head that really stands out that you enjoy.
I'm trying to think. Probably one I had about 1991 or 1992 where Larry Lauterbach and I fought it out for 3 laps, and we were running automotive power boats. Both boats had 2 automotive engines, and we got the press nicknamed as Boys with a Noise. Nobody wanted to pit next to us.
Oh, now that's a good title to have, that isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, I'm going to let Jeff go ahead and finish. Hey, Jeff. We got Jeff Ayler here, and Jeff can ask you all the important questions because we're here to fill space and have fun and not get in no trouble. And poor old Jeff can get all the good stuff. That's good with you, Jack? Great. Thank you very much, Jack. Jack Schaefer. We'll turn it over to Jeff Ayler.
With our PA and online streaming, Jack Schaefer Jr. is up here with us. Of course, our watchers and viewers online with Max and Jack know that you've been talking to him. But Jack on the PA here for the first time. Welcome back to Madison. And what a piece you have to drive here later, Miss US 4.
Well, it's great to be back, and you can thank Jay Armstrong and George Zarnecki and the rest of the crew for making it such a fabulous machine. I have the privilege and fun of driving it.
And the Schaefer name, we're so glad you're here for the first Madison Vintage Thunder. Of course, your family, Detroit, Schaefer, Such Crust, and boy, the list just goes on. And Has to be a thrill for you to still be involved in the sport chauffeuring.
Oh, it definitely is. And as I've said here today and in the past, that this is just a fabulous race course to run on.
For our fans along the shoreline, Jack Schaefer Jr. won unlimited hydroplane career victory in the book, 1983 Tri-Cities, Washington, American Speedy Printing. At the time, I was only 20, but boy, to me, it seems just like yesterday.
It does seem like yesterday to me also. It just time flies.
Jack Schaefer with us. Fans along the shoreline, welcome Jack back to Madison. He'll be out in the US 4 and wanted to bring in the kingpin and the owner of the Miss US 4, Jay Armstrong. And Jay, welcome to Madison. I know the fans can't wait to see the stock Allison out here.
I can't wait either. I want to see it go. It's a long haul from Omaha, Nebraska, and but it's worth it. So we're glad to be here and anxious to get her in the water here in a few minutes.
Now, Henry Lauterbach built this boat for the late George Simon with the U.S. Equipment Company out of Detroit. It ran 2 races. George was not satisfied with it. How did it end up in your hands later on?
Okay. Actually, it ran 3 in 57. It ran 1 in 58. The best it did was the Sahara Cup finish. It finished second out of 5 boats that entered, but 3 of them didn't make it. So it placed second by default. She's always been pretty reliable in that regard. This boat was picked up by a fellow by the name of Tom Mittler up in Michigan, and along with this collection that he had, a very vast collection of boats and race cars, he was going to restore it. Well, unfortunately, he had a seizure and passed away a week later, and I ended up buying the boat from the estate, and it was the first boat of 42 they had that was to sell. And I appealed to her at the time. I said, I'm 68 years old. I'm the same age that Tom was when he died. I don't have much time. We're going to get this thing going, So I think that was why she kind of helped us get the thing bought and so we could get it restored.
So it was in good condition, so you did have to do a little refurbish to it, or was it a major restoration?
Okay. What we did is we took the hull and it went up to Doug Marin's at Bay City, Michigan. And it got a complete check-over, basically. All the skin was pulled off the bottom. It's a plywood boat. On the hull, I would say 90% of that hull is the hull that Henry Lauterbach put on her. The wood is 90% original. There was some degradation in the left sponson. They rebuilt that. All new aluminum skin on the bottom. It's 5200 sealant all the way through. All the top deck went from quarter to quarter to I think 5/16 plywood on the top and fiberglass over top of that. So it's much heavier and beefier than it was, and it's a rather heavy boat compared to the others. She's about 7,200 pounds the way she sits.
I didn't realize that. Outstanding. 90% of it is from the late Henry Lauterbach. Being a fan and looking in the craftsmanship he did, I mean, the emotions just had to be just pouring out of you.
Well, that old girl, Miss U.S. never really had a chance. Never really had a chance. You're fine. And so I felt it important to give her a chance. And I wish Henry was around to see it and see how we're doing with her and all that. And I'm sure he'd have advice to help us improve. Right now we're basically teaching ourselves how to make her run. And she's getting better every time we go out.
And you have the stock Allison in it, and I've always got to tease him and pick on him a little bit. Ed Cooper's here as he kind of gives some advice on this US 4 stock Allison. Any tricks? We see any tricks out here?
Let's see, Ed Cooper, does he have a boat?
Yeah.
Ed Cooper has been involved with this thing from the inception. First thing I did when I thought about buying it was call him and say, you don't know me, but this is what we're thinking of doing. And he is given us great amounts of advice and support from day one and become a great friend. John Freeman has helped us a great deal, certainly as an advisor, and helps us handle the boat as well. So we've got some good people behind us, and we've had some help from the Hydroplane Museum, the people out there, and so it's been very much an effort on a lot more people than George and I. So.
Okay, coming up here after the F boats, they're going into the water. We'll have the Unlimiteds. Stock Allison. What kind of straightaway speeds we'll see here from the veteran Jack Schaefer on the small course here today? I understand you'll get to go back under the bridge tomorrow.
Well, let's just. I don't want to say. I don't want to say just yet. But it is a very short course, so we need straightaway to get her wound up. And there's not much one here, but we'll see. We'll see what she does.
Jack Schaefer Jr., the driver, here with us. The owner, Jay Armstrong, Miss US 4. We'll see you out here in just a bit. Glad you're in Madison.
Thank you.
Good to be here. Thank you, guys. And Troy, here's your microphone.
Well, thank you, sir. That's a fine job by Mr. Jeff Ayler. Appreciate that. Granted, I started to interview him, but he's got to do 2 interviews at a time instead of doing one here and one there. It's always easier to have him do the one. So that's kind of like why we did what we did there. Plus, it sounds a whole lot better with Jeff, doesn't it? They do got more boats coming out of the water right now. I know I mentioned a while ago about being up on 2nd Street and hearing it. Man, that was nice. That was nice. You know, it's kind of like Renaissance. Just flash back to the old days and feel like a little kid again. And I look around and I see the crowd. And, I don't want to say I see a lot of old people because you're only as old as you feel. But I look around and I see a lot of, senior people, a lot of seasoned people that have come down and they got their kids and their grandkids with them and trying to, turn them on into to the sport that they do and love so much as a kid themselves. So, you look up, I was telling Kevin, I look up and I see a lot of parents and grandparents bringing their kids and their grandkids in. You know what they're saying to them. Hey, this is what we used to do. This is what it was when we were alive. That's what I'm just telling the audience. It's a good feeling down here.
It truly is. I miss all these loud motors and stuff that everybody our age is used to, and they bring their kids down, and they're not quite used to it. They're used to those real quiet, smooth turbines, but it has turned into a great family affair today. You look up and down there, like you say, you see whole families down there. There's no charge. It's all free. Come on down. I think everybody will have a blast at it.
Oh, yes,
and how many times get to do anything for free on a weekend?
Oh, yeah. And I drove up to Coakley earlier and got me a Polar Pop. They're lined up past Jefferson Street. I mean, they're going way down past Jefferson.
I haven't had a chance to get that far yet.
Yeah, I mean, I turned the corner and I looked. I go, that's amazing. That's it's cool. We want everybody to come here. So if you're watching on the internet and your local, come. But if you're watching on the internet, come next year. That's our purpose. We don't want to take anybody away that's here. Come next year from out of town. Come on down and visit. But yeah, it's just a nice family affair up here. That's a good thing.
Yeah, and the better it turns out this year, the better chance we got of doing it again next year. That's the whole thing. They haven't locked it in yet. They're trying right now. But if it turns out real good, we get a lot of good reviews out of everybody. It comes out in the paper and people had a good time, then I think next year will be even more successful. And, for a family event like this, to be able to come down almost into summer, people's back in school now. There's not much you can do anyway. Come on down. It's free. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, yeah. Like I say, a while ago, I was watching this little boy here was walking around, and when they fired, he was minding his own business, just running around all the place. As soon as they fired it up, it was like somebody stuck a plug in it. He just kind of stopped. What is it?
I don't know, but I was down in the pits a few minutes ago lining up a driver for you to interview, and they fired up one of them boats right next to him, and I bet he jumped 5 feet.
Yeah,
so
they've been around it their whole lives.
The whole lives, yeah. But there's really nothing like it. Like I say, the people, I would say 30 and younger, really are not used to this kind of noise from the boats that we're used to as when we were kids. We kind of lived for this stuff when we was younger. We ride our bicycles down there and hang out all the time. And
the little boat behind your bicycle.
All that stuff. And, kids don't see that stuff anymore. And to be able to have a chance to get in to see all these boats, I think it's just wonderful. I think Dave Johnson did a great job of getting all these guys here. I'm going to make sure I thank him every time I see him today.
Oh, yeah, Dave, and plus, Dave did. He put a lot of work in, but he had a lot of people that helped him. And I want to thank those guys, too, because, like I say, a lot of these people came in because they knew Dave. But they love it. But he had a lot of work, because there's a lot of work that goes into something like this. We mentioned it earlier. You just don't say, hey, let's have this event next week.
I never even heard him asking for volunteers around town anywhere, but look around at all the people who volunteered.
Oh, yeah.
So, they're either in touch with Dave or somehow or another they got involved. But I'm sure glad they did. It's a wonderful thing for them. They all get to enjoy this thing. It's probably the first time they've done something like this. You know, and it looks like to me that they're all having a good time volunteering their time. And you know, we could always use volunteers down here. If there's anybody else who wants to do it, come on down, volunteer. I'm sure they'll accept your help.
Oh yeah, I think the past Madison presidents and volunteers, because without them, you know, to take care of the past, we would be here now. So, you know, it just shows there's a lot of work done. They do it every weekend or every year to put on a race for the 4th of July weekend, and these people hopefully, you know, get a chance to come back next September and you know, do the whole thing again.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I've seen the mayor down here hanging around all day long. I've seen several local politicians coming down and hanging out. People's just coming down and enjoying what's going on. You know, it's the only thing. I don't know of anything else going on around our area today. Do you know? Friendship, maybe friendship.
There is nothing.
There is nothing like this.
There is nothing going on. I'm not even sure if there's a world behind us. I do think friendship is going on this weekend.
The only thing I know of is going for sure is that race in San Diego. That's all I know about.
Yeah, that's out on the left coast. That's a little further away. So
I can't get there today. So
I heard people talking earlier down below. They said, "You're not going to San Diego, huh? See you here." He goes, "I wouldn't miss this." You know, and they chose to be here instead of go to San Diego.
Same for me. My crew wanted me out in San Diego. And Tammy and I really thought it over long and hard to stay here instead and be part of this first-time thing here. I mean, this is really important, might be more important than regular regattas, because it's the very first time all these boats have been here. A lot of people are coming to Madison for their very first time. They're really enjoying it here. They like it. They like the course. We want to get them all back next year. We want to treat them as good as we can, do everything for them we can, and get everybody back here again next year.
You know what you need to do, the ones that haven't been here, you got to throw some bellows down their throat. Because they're hooked, you know. You got to at least do that.
Well, we did a good job of getting all the crews in our store last night.
Good.
And we gave them all a good deal, so I won't tell nobody what the deal was. But all the crews are real happy, I'll tell you that. And they all got turned on to Bellows Pizza for the first time. They've heard about it for years, you know, being on the internet, being on U9 and stuff like that. They've always heard about us. Finally came to town and got to check us out. So we appreciate all those guys coming in, all the guys and gals. If you want to come in, we'll be open tonight till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, come on in. I was telling Max earlier, for people that follow the sport, there's a lot of legends, living legends right now going through these pits that people may or may not even know who they are. You know, till we bring them up and let Jeff talk to them, they go, wow, like the guy that hit the world speed record, a little over 300 miles an hour. If you used to look at him, you would think that. But then you look at him and go, wow, and he's going to build.
And that was 30 years ago in a boat.
30 years ago. And so, I mean, there's a lot of living legends out here, a lot of famous people. I mean, I hate to use the word famous, and I'm sure they don't like that either. But
in their circles, they are famous.
In their circles, they are.
These people are, it's like a family. All these guys in these little boats all know each other. They know each other's families. They know their birthdays. They do Christmases together. They send cards to each other. It's like one great big happy family when you get into these vintage boats. There's one family that does the new boats. There's another family that does the old boats. And these guys are as close as brothers and sisters. You get down and listen to them talk. It's amazing how close of friends they really are.
Yeah, you'd have to. You know, it's just not an any man's hobby. You know, it's just not an everybody hobby. It takes a lot of dedication.
Yeah, because they don't get paid for this.
No, you look at it. No, they don't. You look at it, they go, man, they put a lot of time here.
A lot of money, a lot of time. They do this on their own dime. They come in there. If something goes bad, they got to fix it on their own dime. They're trying to take it easy on their stuff, but they want to put on a show.
Yeah, and they had a good show. You know, they've had some good laps out there.
Good laps out of good fast laps on those GPs, and the GPs made all the noise. I seen a lot of people waking up and smiling as soon as those GPs fired up those motors.
Yeah, I was telling Max earlier, I was up on 2nd Street when they were running a while ago, and I couldn't wait to get back to the river. You know, remind me of being a little kid again.
They're my favorite ones here so far today. Is the GPs, a 7-liter, and they really put on a show out there. And I think that I didn't get to watch every bit of it, but I think that our old Miss Madison driver died out there. So Ron, I think he had to be pulled in, so I'll go down and check on him a little while and see what's happening with him.
Of course, it'd be interesting to see that Budweiser. I don't know to see it go out on the water.
She looked real good up in Detroit. It looked like they've had a little problem with the engine today. I don't know what they've got going, but I don't see nobody messing with it now. It might be fine. It might be okay. But they looked real good up in Detroit a couple of weeks ago. All three of those boats sitting there were all up in Detroit. They all went out and did their exhibition. The Budweiser was probably the loudest.
Oh, I bet.
So it'll wake people up when they fire these motors up.
Of course, if you come down, they got a lot of boats that are up on the riverbank. I mean, not necessarily right where you are, but you go down and you can see there's some boats down there towards the Kiwanis. Walk toward the Kiwanis Park area. There's boats down there, or there was earlier.
Well, they're going to run some classes now, and then they'll pull these boats out, and they'll let some other classes come in and pull in. So there's not enough room down there for 50 boats. They're just, they're trying real hard to get it all to work, but they'll pull some out. I think the 2s and the 5s are done, and if they pull them out, they'll have room for the rest of the boats that's up on the road now.
Yeah, I said, they just got to work a way to get in and out. Get from point A to point B as smooth as possible.
And I think that the little chrome-looking boat down there that me and Mark was talking about, I'm going to go down and see if I can get him up here right now.
Is that a big S on it like Superman?
I can't tell from here. I don't have my glasses on.
Is it? It looks like a big old S like Superman on it. That's pretty cool.
Well, I'm going to turn this over to Mark, and I'm going to go down and talk to those guys real quick.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Smith. I think it's kind of amazing when things started this morning. We're a far way away from when things started this morning with all the rain and stuff.
And the crowd has showed up. Later on, I'm going to show the crowd here. I'm going to take a picture of this crowd. I mean, this is amazing how many people have come out to watch this. And here's some more boats are ready to go.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let
here
Jeff
we go.
have this here in a minute, and we'll get back in a little bit.
Enjoy, folks.
Away from the dock. There's Dave in the Miss Jean cab over boat. Dave will be easy to spot out here. Our president of the 5 to the 5 club. Only cab over boat out here in this section. Dave Johnson out of Madison, Indiana. Hal LeDuc in the O-Pee-Chee, up the back straightaway, going inside that turn pin. I think Hal LeDuc's in the O-Pee-Chee. Might want to watch him, Chief Ref. He went inside that entrance pin here in the warm-up period. Might have a little talking to there. Don Malello, Chief Referee here this weekend with us out of Cincinnati, Ohio.
I'm sure a fish moved the buoy out of him.
That's it. It's vintage. Fish moved the buoy out. I like that one. Another phrase I've never used at a hydroplane race. Now fish are involved dislodging buoys. It's their home. That's right. They're getting woken by the thunder. O-Pee-Chee by the start. Give Dave Johnson a wave. Cab over boat. Madison, Indiana, the Miss Jean. 5 to the 5, Vintage Hydro Club. Idea gathered up by Dave Johnson, his volunteer team. There's that Barracuda to the outside of Dave Johnson. Here comes the Roman Candle. Boat to the inside. Jim Gardell owns and drives out of Wheeling, West Virginia. Chris Cox to the outside in the Jade Dragon. Looks like we'll have 5 set to go here. We'll see how they line them up on the back chute. Driver of the O-Pee-Chee, let's hope he can find the course markers as he went inside the orange straightaway buoy on the back chute. Now he cranks it to the right, and he's found his way on the race course. O-Pee-Chee up in turn 2, followed by the radically designed Barracuda. Madison, Indiana's Miss Jean right there with Dave Johnson, followed by Chris Cox and Jade Dragon and Jim Gardell in the Roman Candle. We look to Steve Spizak, our flagman with APBA Region 6. Green flag is out. Fans, here they come to the line. F boats. O-Pee-Chee, a cough and a skip in the engine department by the start line. Here comes the rest of the field. Dave Johnson to the inside. He puts the throttle down. There's your local favorite, Miss Jean. Dave Johnson. Followed by the Barracuda. Jade Dragon, Roman Candle. Nice lineup here. F-boats. O-Pee-Chee, Johnson off the turn. Johnson wanting to go to the front. Driver of the O-Pee-Chee really having a tough time following the buoys in the infield. So let's see if Dave allows him to come back in on the race course. Dave, experienced pilot, showing sportsmanship. Now the driver of the O-Pee-Chee finds that entrance pin. Watch it, guys. Now Dave comes up. And Johnson from Madison, Indiana, physically takes the lead here in the F section. A Jones design built by Bob DeLong. Dave's boat originally built for Jake Oriole out of Rochester, New York. Never raced in competition. Dave trying to get up in front of the O-Pee-Chee. There's that Barracuda in the third spot. Tim Settle, owner and driver out of Brockville, Ohio. Boat built by Fred Wickens, 1946. 265 cubic inch Chevrolet underneath the bonnet of the Barracuda. And that O-Pee-Chee driver does not like that yellow exit pin off turn number 1. Cutting through the end. Now he picks up the straightaway marker halfway up the back chute. Dave Johnson remaining second, followed by Tim Settles. Now Chris Cox got a good light to that green Calling Jade Dragon built back in 1965 by Henry and Larry Lauterbach. O-Pee-Chee up in the front. Dave Johnson, Tim Settles, Chris Cox running side by side up in turn number 2. If they were scoring it officially, it would be a side-by-side battle now with the ones back in the back, with the O-Pee-Chee driver going inside the race course. White flag is displayed. Final time around here for the F-boats. Madison Vintage Thunder. Local favorite Dave Johnson slow by the start-finish line buoy. Let's hope the Miss Jean does not have a problem. Wanted to mention the Roman Candle, beautiful boat, running physically 4th on the track. Mahogany decking, red cowling. Jim Gardell, owner and driver out of Wheeling, West Virginia. Boat was built by a West Coast designer back in 1961, Jack Colcock. Roman Candle was originally owned and driven by Lou Nutta out of Miami, Florida. Lou Nutta, of course, took a crack at unlimited hydroplane racing in the late 60s and early 1970s with the Miss Miami and Miss Timex. Checkered flag coming out. O-Pee-Chee driver signals. He'll come back in. Tim Settles will come down and get the green flag in the Barracuda. Followed by Jim Gardell. Roman Candle. Chris Cox has his hand outside the cockpit. And Madison, Indiana, as Dave Johnson does the same. He'll bring the Miss Jean back to the pit dock.
Nice, Max. That was nice. Of course, we got Max double duty here. He concentrated. He did a good job on that, Max. Scott Kirshner. I almost thought that was Don Kirshner. I'm looking for the rock concert, you know it? Remember Don Kirshner's rock concert, Max?
Yes, I do. I remember that.
Yeah, Wolfbane, Jack. You had Wolfbane? Oh, wait a minute. That was Saturday night special or midnight special or something. That's all right. I'm old. I'm starting to blend all these together. Nice job on the water, though. Love it. The boats are getting bigger, faster. Putting on a good show. The sun is out, yes. Sun's getting a little brighter. Yes, sir. We'll get Dave up here. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get Dave up here. Of course, good old Dave.
He's the one that was in that little chrome boat we've been watching out there. He had a lot of trouble. They said he thinks a propeller shaft went bad on him, so he wanted to pull out of the water. But he's got a really good story to tell. He races a lot. He's from Baltimore, and he's got a lot going. So we'll get him on the air here in just a second. Let everybody listen to him.
All right.
Now it's quiet enough. It just might work out.
Yeah, it's just quiet. That is a. Here we go. There, Mark. We're gonna go back over here to Jeff here real quick.
Thank you, Troy. As Mark Jackson will turn the camera around, I'm here with Scott Kirshner with the Supersonic. And Scott, welcome to Madison. So far with this live streaming, that camera's not broken on my noggin, but you're looking good. You had trouble with the Supersonic out there earlier. Fill us in on what happened with the all-aluminum boat.
Started running good, just completing laps and running well, and started feeling some vibration, and I saw some water, and we've had a shaft seal problem a couple weeks ago, and I was like, I better not just take a chance and just stop it, and start again, kind of like just looking around and things, but they don't fix themselves, unfortunately. So I was like, you know what, just better off to get towed in.
Your boat, as I mentioned to the fans earlier, and you can describe it better since you're with us here on the mic and also too on the live streaming, all aluminum. You got a set of plans. You went by the vintage rules with the APBA. Just masterful craftsmanship on this one.
All that, bro, it all goes to my father who built that, who's down there now. I'm working on it a little bit. He took plans from 1959 Ted Jones. He kind of worked them so he could make it out of metal, and he started doing it. And I remember one day we got back from the Gold Cup, and he said, man, I love to do this again. And I think a couple days later, I come home, and I seen aluminum laying everywhere. And I said, oh, no, you're not. He goes, oh, yes, I am. So about a year or so later, he had it built. Larry Lauterbach did the cowlings. Ray Shop, he knows, did the engine. And the rest is history. Started this 10 years ago.
And you've never driven in competition. I've always tried to egg you on to get into the inboard division. You do a great job. Will the fans ever see Scott Kirshner driving an inboard hydroplane event for real?
I don't know. It's my dad's always saying, "Well, go get your dunk test. Get your dunk test, just for the, just for giggles." And I'm like, my wife looks and she's like, "No, he's not." So, but you know what? My 2-year-old daughter, got wait 7 years and we'll put her in a J stock. Maybe I'll skip generations with me. Dad used to run back in the '60s and was actually Region 4 High Point champion in 1967, so maybe we'll just jump generations, go right from him to my daughter.
Scott, glad you're here with us. Scott Kirshner from Maryland. Madison, let's welcome the Kirshners to Madison with that all-aluminum Supersonic. Glad you're here.
Thank you, Jeff. Glad to be here.
All right. That is a good-looking boat out there, Max. The aluminum boat. Oh, yeah. Well, of course, I think that started at 12, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
What time is it now?
3:30. Yeah, right now the Cardinals are still winners in my book. Look, Max.
What's that? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Look at the crowd filling up even more.
Yeah, that's really, really good. Yeah, do a little crowd shot here so we can see the crowd.
It's amazing. That is a very odd-looking boat. that F-77.
I would go the other way.
There you go. There you go.
Might have to loosen it up a little bit.
It's amazing when you flip that camera around, people get out of the way. You know it?
Yeah.
Some people will go right in front of it. Other people, they just try to get out of the way as quick as possible.
Well, there's quite a bit of people here. I tell you, it goes all the way down. You can get them zoom out a little bit, and you'll see all the people that are here.
It's a good crowd down here, Max. Lots and lots of people.
Yeah, it's.
If I can find old Diddy Jackson, I want to make sure I talk to Diddy Jackson here in a minute because, he's got the world's largest.
Get out of the way here.
Email. There we go. There we go.
I'd say we've had a great turnout.
It's unlimited's on down. Yes. Oh, had a great turnout. And we had we had one walk off the judges stand. Now we pan back over. She got to go somewhere else. She's afraid she's going to drink up that 15 minutes of fame too quick, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I ran my head in that. Watch it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Boy, that hurt. That just about will upset you.
I'm so short I didn't really have to duck.
I kind of
Well, shine this back around over here real quick. We had some people walk behind us after the camera left. So always like they scatter like roaches when you put that camera on
Turn the
them.
light on, they scatter like roaches. You're right. They're gone. They've kept a pretty good flow of.
No, they
boats on the
one
water.
right after another. And they said that's what they was going to do.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now, they've been true to the word. They have kept boats on the water. Not been much downtime at all. Well, I haven't had a time to eat. Luckily, I brought some water.
Oh yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
Gotta have a little bit of water. I got that polar pop a while ago, and oh man, that was nice. That was, looks like she wanted one. We'll make another polar pop run soon, then.
Now these boats here are going in. Are these ones that just came out?
Those.
I think I'm not 100% sure right here.
I don't see any.
I think,
They're coming out.
They're coming out.
Yes.
Okay. Well, the ones, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see no drivers.
Yeah, they get out of that boat and they run, don't you?
Well, that suits that they're wearing, they've got to be hot.
Yeah. Yep.
When I've been, interviewed the Unlimiteds, at the 4th of July weekend.
Oh boy,
they wanted to get
it was
off
95 plus.
Oh yeah, they want to get off that boat, get to their, their place of, sanity, take their clothes off, take their jacket off, take their suit off, just to cool down. I mean, it's hard to believe how hot it is in there.
Okay, now here goes the Budweiser boat.
Yeah, there is.
The Budweiser boat looks like he's got whatever issue he had worked out, and they look like they're going in.
Man, I haven't seen this old Bud for years. You hear Jeff talking. We talked about the movie Madison earlier.
Yeah.
This is the Budweiser that was in that movie.
Well, okay, I don't think I was aware of that.
Yeah. I just stole that information from Jeff.
Oh, okay. So you didn't know it either?
No.
Okay.
No, I said I haven't seen it in years, and actually I saw it on TV and didn't even realize it.
That's a heck of a movie. I need to watch that again. It was a fun movie to watch.
Yeah, I stayed up too late one night, and I actually got tears in my eyes.
Watching it?
Yeah, I was a little sensitive there at the end.
Oh.
Had a little pride in me. It was just a tear.
Try, baby.
All right, baby too. I don't know how many boats are actually going to go out here with her.
Now, that might run by himself. I think he's just finally got whatever he had an issue with, and he wanted to get out there and see what he can do.
Yeah, look at
They've been working on it for ever since we got here this morning.
Yeah. Everything seems to be running smooth today down here, Max.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be going well.
Yeah, oh yeah. I think everybody's having a good time. Tomorrow I'll be glad to get some feedback from the people that's watching online.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that, unless it's bad news, and get us ugly people off this line, and then we'll just ignore you.
I'm about to get my phone out of the river because that's where I'm going to throw it. It doesn't work, and I'm going to give me another one because I can't even go on and watch it myself.
Okay, where is it that the feedback needs left? Because I'm going to leave some.
We don't know.
We don't have a feedback mechanism.
Well, we need some chat.
Yeah, we need some chat. What I like about the chat thing, and when we had this before, we can point this camera and anywhere that you all wanted at that time. So, we're just doing it ourselves right now, trying to put it on the action that's there. But if you have some interest, that's what the whole chat thing is about. You can tell us, and then we can respond.
Plus, they also got to ask questions.
Yeah, get to ask questions, which is really, really good. It's always, I remember the first time we told the drivers, which has been 4 years ago now since we've done it, and we told them that, hey, look, this is a question from so-and-so in another state, and they was just totally amazed by it. They was just, oh, good, that's really, really good. To get a question from someone in Florida or West Virginia, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. And plus, we had people that were well overseas at that time as well, too.
We had people in Germany. We had people, I think a lot of military men.
Yes.
A lot of our service people was overseas watching the races. So, that's one reason why the online chat is for us, and the online, just doing this. This was what we had in mind right here. It was getting people to watch this race that has never seen one before.
We will start back through the cars, and we'll go back to our smaller vintage boats and then trickle on through until we run out of boats or divisions.
See, that Jeff was talking about how they're going to go through and run these boats, and after everybody runs, they're going to go back and start over and let some more of these boats get a chance to run back up on the river again. They have the water until 6 o'clock, so once they get off the water at 6 tonight, they'll start it back up at 10 o'clock in the morning to do this all over again. So if you didn't get a chance to come down, you only got to watch it live on the internet, come on down tomorrow. Yeah, it's a really good time down here. My guess is a lot of the people that you haven't seen for a while that you only see during this type of year, the hydroplane races, they're here. They're here, probably still in the same spots that they were last time. I noticed people seem to congregate at the same areas, and that's where everybody seems to look for them. I know John's going to be at the corner of Jefferson and River Road, so that's where John is. And I look like a lot of these people in the same spots that I've seen them during the regatta itself. Let's tell people come on down here, and they haven't seen people for a while. That you only see them during boating events. Chances are they're here, and chances are they're sitting in the same spot that they were the last time, because people seem to congregate in the same area. They go, I know so-and-so's going to be here.
Yeah.
And you see a lot of, I look up and I say, I know he's always here at this spot during the river. That guy there is always there this time of the year, so that works out real good.
Well, my wife finally made it here. Hi, honey. Here, let's get you a wristband on.
The sun seems
to get your rings.
Be coming out, drying everything up. That's a good thing right there.
Not a little bit.
As long as it doesn't really affect our camera glow. Love the sun to come out. Hey, check out the back of that Gale 5. What is that?
It's a Lightning. That used to be an old logo for the light company.
Really?
Yeah. At least it looks very similar to one.
Hey, I believe you, Max.
That looks very similar to one that used to be on the light bill a long time ago.
On the light bill?
Yes.
Oh, I'll be darned.
Years ago. Who used to be the light company and the power company in town? It's Duke
PSI?
now.
PSI.
PSI. That right there looks very similar to the PSI logo at one time.
Yeah, the only PSI man I knew was
Yeah.
the one that turned us off at the box. I don't know. He didn't look anything like that. We've had a lot of sponsors that we've thanked that we'll go through the list of again a little bit later, but I can't say it enough. Just want to thank the volunteers and the people that put in all their time, their talents, and efforts to make this go on. Thank you guys very much. It's a special day for me just to watch it and have a good time.
Again, they're got two of these big boats here now in, two of the big vintage. And I think they're going to pull the third one here in just a little bit as soon as they get that crane free. So we're going to get to see some.
Yeah, they got the slings down on the Miss US.
Yeah. So I think we're going to get to see some bigger boats here. The biggest boats, the biggest type of boats that we got
those
here.
Those are the actually unlimited
Yeah,
of yesteryear.
Yeah, that's the ones right there.
Hey, there's the Duck Dynasty guy. It looks like
Looked
the
like
Duck
it.
Dynasty
Yeah,
guy.
it looks like it.
Oh my God, you're not kidding.
Yeah, there's all kinds of people here. we got Hollywood. We got royalty right there. Oh, Dave's up there in the crowd having a good time. Dave Johnson. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit, Max.
Yeah, I feel that breeze.
I don't think it's going to be too bad.
It feels good though, but kind of putting a little ripple on the water there.
Oh yeah.
Dude, it was awesome until she realized.
if I'm not mistaken, Max, they're going to make the course a little longer tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I heard at a grapevine they're going to extend the course a little bit, because we remember that one man that Jeff interviewed, his name eludes me at the moment, but he wants to fulfill, quote-unquote, his dream and drive underneath the bridge.
Oh, well, okay. Well, that would be his dream.
Well,
one of them.
That was a dream.
That's one dream.
Yeah, that's a dream.
Well, and
my guess is his other dream is to be able to survive it and come back.
Yeah, not to hit the bridge.
Yeah, not to hit it.
Yeah, now I just sitting here thinking about these boats here that are going in now. This is going to be a real short track for them. They're not going to be able to get this thing going real fast at all, I wouldn't think.
No.
Not a long enough stretch.
Well, not to their full potential, no.
No, but I'd still say probably I wouldn't want to be in that boat no faster than it's going to go.
No. My golf cart pretty well goes about as quick as I want to go.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen you in your golf cart.
I still got it's parked underneath somewhere. Kevin Hawkinsmith is picking people up, but
It's
he really
right-
doesn't
right
need to.
down there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Somebody said he was sleeping in it a while ago. Said, wake me up when my boat's in the water.
Oh, wow.
Randy,
A boat driver?
Yeah. Randy Clark, a friend of mine, I think they took a picture of him. He said, wake me up when my boat's in the water.
Oh. Well, this is going to be a treat here in a little bit. See the old Budweiser take off.
They are going to put the Miss
That was
US
good
up on the
days.
scale- on the cranes as well.
That was good days.
I got a couple of guys coming up here in a few. Okay.
You probably.
Look over, and I do see Denny Jackson. We mentioned earlier he's got the largest email list for the Unlimiteds on down. So, if you like the hydroplane racing, Unlimiteds on down, chances are you're already a member of that organization. But it's kind of like, I don't know what you call it. I mean, anything to know, it pretty well goes through that. We'll have him talk about it here in a little bit.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Here we go. Did you smile? Yeah, I did too. Yeah, right. I smiled. Yeah, well, no. I got news for you. When you got buck teeth, you don't smile too often. So I just kept them covered. Hey, by the way, you will let me know if I had any food in these things. I collect up about 6 months if I ain't careful.
Yeah, well, okay.
I had that broth a while ago. And, the camera come on. That'd be kind of rude if you wouldn't at least say, hey.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
All right. Appreciate
yeah,
it.
I'll let you know.
Well, it won't be long though, Max. We're gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this over to Jeff. Let him talk about who's coming on the water here.
There
right
you
now,
go.
and
You
let
got
go.
the longer one right there, so do it.
Off the trailer, good photo op here to see the US 4 make its way out to the Ohio River. So, Troy and Mark, I won't be talking too much here, but we'll put the microphone down. You keep the cameras down. We'll come in here and chime in when we can. Believe it or not, I run out of things to say every now and then.
There's no way possible you ran out of things to say.
Well, there is.
I'll be darned. Now that's something you won't hear every day, Max.
I can't still believe I heard it.
I wouldn't have handed him that so soon, but I thought they were getting ready to take off out of here, so I mean, he get caught up a
Had to
little bit
bring
earlier.
this guy back up here again. We talked to him earlier, and
Oh,
we
yeah.
got more of
That's
a
like this opens
crowd.
my eyes a little further.
And
I'd
the
have known
sun
better.
is coming out. With us is Ron Snyder.
Oh, here we go.
Former pilot of the Miss Madison. And I tell you what, earlier, that Helter Skelter, when you went out in 5-liter, when I said, crank 'em up, you were the first one on the line. You let 'em out.
That's right. That's what my job. That's what I get paid for.
You never miss a trick, Snyder. I'm not surprised, and I give him the green. You're out first, but gosh, you look great. We're so glad to have you back in Madison.
Well, it's kind of nice to be back in Madison. I'm glad we got this thing going, and Dave and his group, got through it to put it on. And it's the first time, so there's been some mistakes made, but they won't happen again next year, I'll tell you that.
So glad to have you here, and I thought you were in the heavy duty, but it looked like Mark Cravens was in it, right?
10-4, do I look that crazy when I'm in that boat?
Well, I finally figured that out, and I copy that 10-4, by the way. And the reason I say that, Cravens really had that heavy duty to the floor, and him and Kirshner hit out here. I just thought it was like an actual race. They was trading paint. What's up with all this? Is there controversy in the pits with Kirshner and Cravens bumping out here?
I can't tell you. I'd have to shoot you if I told you.
Oh, don't do that. I got to finish the weekend here.
Yeah, you know what I've been told about you? If your BS was a snowflake, you'd be a blizzard.
That's right. That's right. We have plenty of blizzards up on Rikers Ridge, and this is the commissioner, Robert Little, just down the road. We get primary snow removal service on Rikers Ridge during the winter. Do you believe that?
How did you do that?
It's because of Robert. He's the man.
Are you hooked up with politics or what?
Oh, no. But Robert is. Good guy. Now, here's a guy. He's part of the River Rats car show team. I think I messed that up. River Rat Rods, and that's here Memorial Day weekend. They're a big part of that. And, you talked about the event. We do want to thank them because they're providing the sound system here this weekend. They've done an outstanding job. And if you can make me sound good, boy, you got some equipment.
You know what the group is that we belong to, don't you?
What's that?
And I'm the president of it. The River Rats Racing Club. And we did that because we wanted to put on the deal there in Dayton, the testing and tune in the school. Yeah. And that way we could, have a club of our own. Yeah. Well, the reason we called River Rats because that's the first thing we always raced on back in our day was the river. So we called it the River Rats.
And a tribute here this weekend, Billy Cousins, John Petty, this first event, and we have Billy's River Rat on display up here. Okay, real quick. You've been known, older, you like to drive boats still. You've been in that Budweiser boat. You've been in that US 4 boat. It's going to be hard to get in that Gale 5 because the owner drives it. What does Snyder have to do to get in that Gale 5?
Tell him that he made me a deal about driving that. I was supposed to drive it down here 2 years ago when you were here. I told him then, I says, this is probably the best water you're going to have for a while. When you get to Detroit, it's going to be lousy. So you better drive it here. Let me drive it in Detroit. Well, it wasn't available in Detroit.
Ron, we got to let you go. Fans in Madison, let's give a round of applause. I know one of the fan favorites, Miss Madison, former pilot Ron Snyder.
You're crazy. You know that, don't you?
Drivers for the Unlimited. You got the thumbs up from Don Malello, green flag. Crank 'em up! Miss US 4 in the water. There's Bill Black. There's that sound. Ah. Boop. Jack Schaefer Jr. leaving the dock. Miss US 4. And that is the original Miss US 4, built by the late Henry Lauterbach. Boat built by the Henry Lauterbach for the late George Simon. U.S. Equipment Company in Detroit, Michigan. Of course, George Simon, a Gold Cup winner back in 1976 with the cab over. Miss U.S. Tom DeEath was the driver, and here's Dick Higgins trying to get a light to the vintage Miss Budweiser. Now, our veteran hydroplane fans, they know that's just common. No need to panic. He'll reset in there, and he's getting another light to that stock Allison. 1,710 cubic inch. Horsepower capabilities up to about 2,600. Of course, we won't see him light them up here that big on this short course. We'll see if Dick can get a light here. Vintage Miss Budweiser. All right, fans, give him a boost. Urge him on. Got a good view for the fans down there to the west side. Come on, Dick. Clean it out. He got it. He's going to get it. There we go. All three up and running. Vintage Miss Budweiser. Dick Higgins, we'll see if they elect him to go around one more time on the parade lap. Fans, show your appreciation. Here is the Gale 5 with Bill Black and Jack Schaefer Jr., Miss US 4. So Bill Black, Jack Schaefer Jr. by the start-finish line, Boo. You can tell Dick Higgins up on power a little bit more, trying to catch up here on the parade lap. This is what brought unlimited hydroplane racing to its prominence. Back in 1950, Ted Jones with the slow motion 4 set the hydroplane world on fire with the 3-point hydroplane, the stock Allison engine. Jones came to Detroit 1950, stole the Gold Cup in Detroit. Well, didn't steal it. He dominated. Took the sport to Seattle, Washington, and the rest is history. Seattle, no doubt, a hotbed for unlimited hydroplane racing and some inboard activity. As Dick Higgins cuts through the infield, we're going to try and bring all three of these down here side by side by side for day number 1, the 2016 Madison Vintage Thunder. These boats, 28 foot in length, 12 foot wide, all well over 6,000 pounds. Dick Higgins catching up. I'll go silent. Let's see if they hit that throttle to crank up these stock Allisons. Green flag. No doubt a short course here. Traditionally, the course in Madison, 2.5 miles in length. They would go under the bridge traditionally. A few years we could not do the construction of the new Milton Madison Bridge, but a side-by-side battle. Bill Block hits the throttle. Gale 5 pokes his nose out. Here comes Schaefer back on the outside. They're not actually racing, but putting a good show on here for the fans at Madison Vintage Thunder. We'll see if Dick Higgins can get up in the mix up in the front. Gale 5 to the inside, the Miss US 4 to the outside. They'll come down to complete lap number 1. Boy, the colors and the owners of these boats, the Gale 5, the Shana family from Detroit, the U.S., George Simon, and the Budweiser. We miss Bernie Little so much. The king of beers, the king of boats, it was Bernie Little. So neat to see those Budweiser colors back out here on the Ohio River here at the first Madison Vintage Thunder. Jack Schaefer Jr. up in turn number 2. Bill Black to the inside. We'll see if Dick can maybe catch up with him here as we'll come down to complete lap number 2. Here's the US 4 and Gale 5 down the front chute. Dick Higgins by the start-finish line buoy. Fans along the shoreline. Let's thank APBA Chief Referee Don Malello. We're giving the unlimited hydroplanes an extra lap around this bullpen 1.25 mile course here in Madison as the Gale 5 and US 4 remain out in front. Dick Higgins trailing back in the Budweiser. Through turn number 2. Jack Schaefer Jr., all three have looked good here. Now Jack's starting to poke his nose out in front. Those competitive juices coming back. Jack Schaefer Jr. leading here in the US 4. Dick Higgins off turn number 2. Good photo up there. The vintage colors of the Miss Budweiser. Of course, the Unlimited Hydroplane Series is in San Diego, California for the season finale this weekend at the Home Street Bank Bay Fair. Madison, Indiana's U1, Miss Home Street Bank, current national high point leader. Up now by about 600 points after yesterday's qualifying. Looking for a national title this weekend in San Diego. Steve Spizak with APBA Inboard Region 6. White flag is displayed one more time around for Jack Schaefer and Bill Black. Dick Higgins by the start-finish line buoy. All right, fans, they're all separated. They can see you. That open cockpit. No, you're not used to that nowadays. Jack Schaefer Jr. off the turn, Miss US 4. Show your appreciation for the US 4. Fans along the shoreline, Jack Schaefer Jr. getting close to shore as possible. Here's a flyby, Miss US 4. Look at Jack. Man, you miss that flavor.
driver behind the engine, the conventional hull. Seeing that pilot work those arms, work that wheel. These boats, not much skid fin on them. They used to waller in the turns. Nowadays, with the enclosed capsule turbine engine on the Unlimiteds, big skid fin on the left-hand side to help turn them. Brings back lots of memories for the fans here along the shoreline in Madison. Dick Higgins off turn number 2. Give him a wave. Budweiser, owner-driver Dick Higgins.
Thank you, Jeff. Great job. Was that fun or was that fun? Hope everybody enjoyed that. Now that was fun. That right there was a blast from the past.
Well, that's something you don't see every day on the Ohio River.
No, what's that? These boats. Okay, I thought something else happened. Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm just watching this. I've just been.
That Gale 5, of course, Schaefer, we had him up here earlier, and he was really looking forward to being out here on the river.
Yeah. Well, he had a good time. I bet you.
And that Miss US, I bet she could still run pretty dang good.
I think so. She looked good.
She looked real good. Give the Budweiser credit. Normally Budweiser wins all of these. Had a little trouble today, the beer wagon, but still looked great to be out there on the water. Did you notice when they went by, how they were bouncing around?
Right. Yep.
That steering wheel was going backwards.
Their heads are bouncing in there. It's rough.
They weren't going half as fast as they usually can.
And that might be the reason why. That might be the reason.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They was going faster. If they could go faster, there'd be a little more hydroplaning.
Probably right.
There wouldn't be as much bouncing.
But I watched him when I was, a while ago, and that steering wheel was just going backwards and forwards a little bit. I'm thinking, man, they're beating him to death. It is amazing. Hey, thank you guys for coming down. See ya. We got some people down here for their actual first time they've actually seen the big boats.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the first time Randy and Jenny's ever seen the big boat.
The vintage.
Yeah,
the vintage, I see. Okay.
The old big boats.
Right. Well, this might be a first time for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I'd say Tracy hasn't seen the vintage boats.
You haven't seen those either?
Camera woman. You seen the vintage boats before?
Melody?
No, you've never seen them?
She never seen them either.
So I'd say there's been a lot of people here today that have never seen these vintage boats. The Miss US here is kind of floating in. They're going to have to throw her a rope a little bit. Huh?
I think they said they could have the river to 6 o'clock this evening. You know something I haven't noticed? They didn't stop for any barge traffic.
I think the barge came through early before we started, and they haven't had any barge traffic. I don't think they're holding them up. They might be.
I don't see any. I'm looking the other way. I don't see anything. Of course, I'm having trouble with my X-ray vision looking through that 5 to the 5 sign, but I don't see anything. The officials that all came through here, and they did a good job keeping everything online today.
Well, I think what's really been good today is what's been really, really good is that we've had a good internet connection all day long.
Yes. Well, when Eric Otten,
Metronet, we want to thank Metronet for hooking us up here.
Oh yeah.
They've done an excellent job. The internet is strong and it's been stable.
Yeah, that's what Eric said. He said we got good internet today. So everything should be fine as far as the internet goes. So Yeah, but definitely thank you, Synergy MetroNet, because, you know, if not that, we'd just be holding a couple of microphones and nobody can see us.
That's right.
Or hear us. Which a few people may prefer that anyway.
Yeah. I don't think my mom's here, though.
Your mom or mine?
Both of us.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mom was here right now. She wouldn't look too good. Poor girl.
God bless you, Mom. Well,
I remember going, Mom, I'm going to the river. No, you're not. Okay.
Where'd you go?
I went to the river.
Yeah. Hard head.
Okay.
Oh.
I hear Mom. Mom, yeah.
We were just talking about
How'd
Mom.
she
I'm
get
thinking,
here?
oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Now, I don't want to be the negative guy right here, but
Here
we
we
do.
go.
We got a little bit of some
Issues coming.
some rain. It looks like out to from the west coming this direction, but we do have a northerly wind, so it might miss us
checked your phone
again.
lately?
No, I have not. Haven't had a chance.
You noticed the weatherman rating he just left? He said that split on us? Of course, that was an hour ago.
Yeah, hopefully it does split.
Yeah, he did a good job there. No, his credibility's gone now because his credibility's running at an all-time high because he's gone. You don't have to predict it no more.
Oh, there he is, right there.
Oh, is he still here? Oh,
Yeah, he's
darn.
still here. See, he should have left, and he.
Yeah, he should have left when he had the opportunity.
Yeah.
Now the rain is on you, brother.
Yeah, this one might get us.
Yeah, this one probably it might just do that. Of course, the people at home going, I don't care.
Yeah. That's the beauty of online watching this thing online.
They're not worried about getting wet at all.
The bathroom is real close, and food's right in the refrigerator.
I really wish you wouldn't have said bathroom. By the way, there are plenty of Johns around here if you need one, Max. Just in case.
Don't think I need one.
Well, I drank something 3 times the size of my bladder with that Polar Pop, so it may take a little while to get that out.
There's a little house over there. It's the green one.
Yeah, there's 2 of them at this end as well.
I took off and left the camera. Gold.
Hey, you notice that little boat is painted just about like.
Yeah, it looks real close. Matter of fact, it might be the same people. Might be the same owners.
Yeah, looks like an offspring.
Yeah, it's baby. That's the baby.
Yeah, here we go. We're in the limited version now. Good thing to look down and see King's Daughters Hospital quiet.
Here, guys, goes the rescue.
Yep.
Out there on the dock.
It's good to see King's Daughters all quiet today. Don't
Yeah.
get to hear from them.
Right.
We
Good
may,
that they're there, though. We appreciate their being there. Well, this race couldn't happen without them there.
No, you had to have the fire here. You had
Yep.
to have the fire and rescue. If I'm not mistaken, when boats are on the water, the fire and rescue, they got to be suited up, ready to go.
Right.
You know, they just can't go, okay, we got to go out now. They got to be ready to go. And they are. You know, they do a fantastic job down here. This is not their first rodeo. Maybe with these first couple of clowns we are, but that's about it.
You know what's good about it, though? Again, we've had a little bit of clouds and we've had a little bit of rain, but we've also had the beautiful, cool weather today.
Oh, it's
so I mean,
it's great.
It's been absolutely fantastic. I don't know what the temperature is, but it can't be much. Can't be 80, is it?
I would say you're probably right around that ballpark.
70, 75, 80. So great day.
It is amazing. Unless you got the big boys just coming on, got the smallers coming back on the water, which they're going to recycle through. You know, so some more of these are going to get to run again today as well.
So there's still more boating.
Oh yeah,
This thing is not done, folks.
the river's open till 6 o'clock for us.
Right. So we got another. What time is it getting to be? 4 o'clock. We got another couple hours.
Yeah, like
So
you said, they couldn't get all the boats even down in here. We got plenty more boats probably up here that will come down for tomorrow.
right.
5 of them. So
Do we have 3 down here ready to go in? 4. I see 4 heads.
Yeah, so they're just waiting. And one dangling.
Okay, so there might be 5 of them in here in a little bit. That's awesome. That'd be the most we've had at one time, I think. Maybe.
Sounds good. Sounds real good. How about that rendition of the national anthem this morning.
Canadian.
No, I'm talking about ours, the American.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
the Canadian was nice.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't know the words to that one.
No, I didn't know. I
But
yeah.
this one here I did. I had an idea.
Actually, I almost had a tear in one eye.
One?
Yeah, one eye just kind of got me a little bit. That's a important song.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's why everybody can be as dumb as they want, because you got the freedom to do it.
Yep.
You know?
Free will.
But then she did a good rendition.
Yes, she did.
She really did.
She's sitting right over there.
No, that's what made me think of it. She said it's the first time she had sang it.
Oh, really?
Out. She goes, I don't even really sing it around the house. And I'm thinking, that's not usually in my top 5 to sing around the house either. But
Oh, that's a hard song. That's a hard song to sing.
Obviously,
I
you
mean,
haven't
they
heard
say
me.
it's the hardest song to sing.
You obviously hadn't heard me do it.
I don't want to either.
Yeah, I don't either. That's what she said. She just tried to make it her own, you know. If you got Roseanne Barr doing it, the bar has been set
Oh
low.
God, yeah. What was they thinking when they asked her to do that?
They wasn't.
You know, that's what they said too. That's what she said.
They weren't.
What was they thinking?
Yeah. Be like getting Cheech and Chong up and have you know. Well, what would you expect when you get there? That's what you get. You hire
Right.
a comedian, you get a comedian.
you get an idiot.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
she got paid very well to be an idiot.
I feel like a lot of times we're sitting here talking about, you know, because there's a lot of time, you know, we got to just
Fill in.
Just fill in. But even though every day I'm thankful for where I live, but when you got to actually tell somebody else about it, there's a lot of stuff here that I just really never really thought of. You know, here coming up in the fall, we're going to have the candlelight tour of homes. You know, where
They
they
still have the Chautauqua yet coming in.
The Chautauqua's coming
Yep.
up, what, next weekend?
Is that? I think it's a week or so.
Yeah.
2 weeks.
So, and that Chautauqua is something else. If people's never been down for that,
Oh, yeah,
that
that-
probably has
that's
more
huge.
people that come in than for Regatta.
I'd say it got to that point now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those lines-
'Cause it stretches all the way from
Courthouse.
Yeah, courthouse all the way down to
Lanier Home.
past that.
Yeah. I mean, and there's a lot of vendors, a lot of unbelievable artists. So if you just go through and look at the artwork and, you know, and what these people could do, they're special people. So we still have that. We still got a whole lot of things here in Madison that will bring people in. It's amazing that you ask people that moved in, where'd you come from? Oh, I came from California. What brought you to Madison? I came by for a visit, fell in love. We moved here.
Oh, I hear that a lot.
All the time. You know, a lot of people here, they just take it for granted. You know, and I've told this story many times. You know, when people seem to have, when we were young, they go, boy, I can't wait to move. And then when they move, they have children, they come back.
Yeah.
You know, like, well, what happened? I wanted my kids to see. There's certain things in life you learn on your own. You can't
Right.
be taught.
Cannot be taught about that. And
Yeah, but they come back because it's a good place to raise your kids, good place to retire, good place to live, period. What are you, a little over an hour to Louisville? You know, a little over an hour to Cincinnati? I mean,
hour and a half to Indy.
yeah, I'm shrinking it down a little bit. Not very far, though, but we're very centrally located. It's amazing how quiet things
Now
are
look
in
at all the
Louisville.
campers across here too. They're getting a show. They're getting a
Oh,
show over
yeah.
there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they can hear
Now, is
Jeff
that-
here when
is
he's
that where your
talking.
buddies- is that where your
No,
buddies-
now they'd be down that way. They're down there, but if they was there, they'd be on down that way.
Oh, that explains. I always thought it was over here.
Nope. They're down. Cooper's Bottom is right down there.
I'll be done.
It's McCoy's right here, I'd say. No, that might be McCoy's. Nevertheless, that's a prime spot right now, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. So, hey, let's go ahead, Max, and take a little break here for a little bit. Let the video
Let
speak for
them
itself,
let them get these boats out of the water and
and we'll come back.
stay tuned.
Small boats coming out. Second time today the small vintage have taken to the track. We've combined them here with the 1.5 stock, 1 liter, 2.5 stock from yesteryear racing. Had a good alignment early and expect another good one this time. First boat out, up the back chute, that's the Little Miss Hill Winds. Tom Swindling in the cockpit, but being overtaken here by the Fool's Gold on the inside. We'll put Debbie Cravens in the Fool's Gold here. Second time out, Jed Wolcott on the outside of Debbie, all the way from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in the blue chips. This is the parade lap as we'll come down. About a 1 1/4 mile course here for Madison Vintage Thunder. Here is the parade lap. Give them a wave. Fool's Gold by the start-finish line buoy the first time. Boat owned by Mark Cravens out of Bloomington, Indiana. His wife, Debbie, in the cockpit. That's a Steinecker hull built back in 1980. To her outside, Jed Wolcott, veteran out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, in the blue chips. Boat built back in 1965 by Harold Ruark. Third boat into turn number 1, that is the Little Miss Hill Winds, a Suey hull built back in 1977 by Dick Suey. Fourth boat in turn number 1, Jonelle Roth owns and drives the Ike, boat built back in the 1970s by Glenn Tempe. And we've had a problem, one of our local boats here this weekend, Smokestack Lightning, back to the pit dock. Unfortunately, with Nick Lobdell in the cockpit. So we'll have 4 set to go. Going through our second half of our program. Madison Vintage Thunder. Steve Spizak has the green flag out. And the 2.5 stock will go by first, and that is the biggest class of the 4 out here running. Hull's about similar in size, a little bit more power. Here with that 2.5 stock, it's got the 2,000 cubic inch Ford Pinto. Boat built back by Steinecker in 1980. A rare S-bottom on this Steinecker boat. And unfortunately, Jed Wolcott has gone dead in the water up in turn number 2 prior to the green flag in the blue chip. So Jed out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida, he has the 144 cubic inch Ford Falcon in that boat. So we'll have to get a tow rope on Jed and bring him back into the pit dock. And hopefully repairs can be made to get back into activity tomorrow. Fool's Gold, the S12, up in turn number 2. Now Jed getting the light. Maybe he'll just come right back into the pit area. In blue chips. In the pits, all F boats. Get to the crane, go to the water. All F boats. Go to the crane, head to the water. You're up next. Boy, that Fool's Gold looks good. In turn number 1. Now Jed Wolcott back up and running again. We'll go over Jed's boat. He is behind the Whitecraft in turn number 1, the conventional boat. Mahogany deck, blue cowling. Mentioned that's got a Ford Falcon 144 in it. Boat raced in the Northeast in its APBA inboard days. Had a number of owners, including the veteran Jack Sweeney. Boat on the back chute, blue chips, won the Summer Nationals in 1967. Holds several records. Boat was restored by Tom DeEath back in 2005. That is the blue chips in turn number 2 now here on the Ohio River. The 2 cab-over boats off turn number 1. They're in the 1 liter category in their racing days. Boat off turn number 1 with the tail feathers on the back, the verticals. That is the S-149 Ike, owned and driven by Jonell Roth out of Cincinnati, Ohio. Boat built by Glenn Tempe back in the 1970s. The engine in the Ike is a 2000 Ford Pinto. Jonell does most of the work on the craft. She gets assistance from Uncle Tom Franken and the Racing Kreitzer family out of Ohio. Jonell in the cockpit was a supply sergeant in the U.S. Army for 6 years, which included a tour of duty in Iraq. That's Jonell Roth on the inside, or the outside, I'm sorry. Both to the inside of Jonell in turn number 2. Billy Noonan, the owner of the Little Miss Hill wins. Billy out of Louisville, Kentucky. Billy's brother, Mike Noonan, drove the craft earlier today, and now the Buckeye out of Ohio, Tom Swindling, gets a crack at the Little Miss Hill wins. It's a Dick Suey hull, built in 1977. Power for the Little Miss Hill wins is a stock 1200cc Toyota. That's Tom Swindling on the inside up in turn number 2, our small vintage. F-boat teams, get to the crane, go to the water per Chief Referee Don Malello. You're up next. Checkered flag waving. Debbie Cravens accepts it in the Fool's Gold as Jonell Roth. And Tom Swindling will go around one more time. Mark with Max and Jax, I'll hand the microphone back to you. Troy doing a wonderful job with the video camera with the live stream. Guys, thank you for being here this weekend. Max and Jax with the live stream online.
Thank you, Jeff. You're so kind. I love those little boats. Now, these little things here are absolutely fun to watch. They just scoot right on the water, don't they?
Oh, yeah, they do. Tell you what, when you don't run the camera, then all of a sudden you just started to run it a little bit, it takes a few moments to catch up.
Yeah, we're kind of multitasking around here. We've lost some camera people, but we're doing the best we can, and we'll get better by tomorrow.
She'll be back.
Yeah. Yeah, she'll be back. We'll get better. She'll be back. I had to come in now, so that was a nice little run right there. Did you see notice their heads bouncing in that water?
Oh, yeah. You know it's beating them to death. You know it is.
A lot of vibration, I'm sure. Well, they're going to put another, they're just taking out that U-36 boat, the Miss U.S. They just finally got that hooked up, I guess, to pull her out.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and leave that camera down at that end for a few moments. Where did our camera lady go anyway?
I think she took a smoke break.
Oh.
I don't know. What is her name?
Melody.
Oh, okay. Been calling her camera woman.
Yeah. Next time you ask me, I may not be able to remember. But that
Now,
was
this brown one, right, the one that's coming out of the water right now, is this one right here? Where'd that go here?
Actually, you're going the wrong way, brother.
Am I going the wrong way still?
Keep on going. Keep on going. You're getting closer. You're getting closer.
Go there.
Right below there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, see, I told you that camera works a little tricky for you, ain't it? There you go.
Yeah, we're zoomed in too much right now.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, there it goes. Pull it back.
There.
I think that has to be the scariest time right there when they're putting these things on the straps, and they're pulling these things out of the water. That's the spooky time, because if something just goes wrong, boom.
Well, yeah, that's what happens. Accidents. That's why they call them accidents.
Dangerous part right now.
Yeah, it is.
Another danger part.
That Miss US though was nice to watch.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
She was nice to watch.
That's a pretty looking boat. Good paint job.
Okay, they're gonna get some things in and out. Max, so we'll come back here in a second and pick it back up. We got our Melinda.
Yeah, our camera woman's back.
I said I'll forget it the next time. Melody's back, so we'll go ahead and let you hold on to it for a few minutes, and I'll be back.
Because I just sat and ran
You know what's funny, Max?
A lot of things are funny.
We were talking for 15 minutes. Here we go. Hand it back over to Jeff.
Here we go. Hey,
Let him go.
Thank you, sir. F boats going out. Trey Holt from Madison gets a light to the Miss Jean. That will be the only cab over boat out here. Trey doing an outstanding job down at Dave Johnson's boat shop, helping with restoration on boats, and he's taken to the water in fine fashion. Trey Holt from Madison, Indiana, part of the 5 to the 5 vintage group. Looks like we'll have 4 set to go here. This is the parade lap. Tim Settles up there in the Barracuda, the radically designed boat from the 40s. From Wickens up there. Also, too, Jim Gardill in the Roman Candle. Chris Cox in the Mahogany, Green Caling, Jade Dragon. And Trey Holt back there in the local favorite. Cab over Miss Jean parade lap. Fans, give him a wave. And one late entry coming out. The Prime Mover. Prime Mover coming out. Owned by Mark Cravens. Sun poking out from under the cloud cover to the west. So we'll have 5 going here. In the F class, we'll mix the Prime Mover in here. Prime Mover, a rare piece in inboard hydroplane racing, ran in the 225 class, which would be up in the 2.5 mod now, and also, too, competed in 6 liter. So, interesting boat in its day, and boy, you can tell in the back chute it's still a sweetheart as they catch up in turn number 2. There is Trey Holt leading the field up in turn number 2. From Madison, Indiana, and the Miss Jean. Here they come to the green flag. Boy, Prime Mover, last one out, first one. In turn number 1, that's a Steinecker-built boat. Mark Cravens, owner of it. Out of Bloomington, Indiana, Prime Mover leads it off the turn. Wanted to point out Trey Holt running there physically in second. In the Miss Jean, boat owned by Dave Johnson out of Madison, Indiana. The Miss Jean is a copy of a Jones hydroplane built by Bob DeLong for Jack Oriel out of New York State. Dave's boat running in second. Never actually ran in competition. They had trouble getting it up on plane. Bill Fisk helped locate the craft for Dave Johnson. Dave and his team restored it. Boy, there's a nice sight off turn 2. The Barracuda, the Jean and Prime Mover. They're not racing, but looking good. Miss Jean powered by a 368 cubic inch Chevrolet. Look at that Barracuda on the inside. Radically designed boat built back in the 1940s by Fred Wickens. 1946, actually. Boat to the inside of the top 3 off turn number 1. Tim Settles, owner and driver, out of Brookville, Ohio. It is powered by a 265 cubic inch Chevrolet. Barracuda to the inside back in 1948. In New Martinsville, West Virginia, set a world 10-mile heat record at 68.648 miles per hour with then a Mercury flathead under the engine bonnet. So nice show up here off turn number 2, Madison Vintage Thunder. Tim Settles to the inside. Trey Holt in the middle. Mark Cravens to the outside. We look to the back. Mahogany boat. Green cowling. That is the Jade Dragon. Chris Cox, the driver, out of Wheeling, West Virginia. The boat is owned by Dan and Debbie Joseph, also out of Wheeling. Craft built in 1965 by Henry and Larry Lauterbach. Boat was restored actually by Larry Lauterbach in 2011. Hull is powered by a 305 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. Ron Brown, former crew chief of the Miss Budweiser, campaigned this boat as well in its inboard days. And the late Gene Bramblett won the Orange Bowl Regatta in Miami, Florida in 1967 with the Jade Dragon. Great piece. And boy, nice driving up in the front here. White flag being displayed. Tim Settles, Trey Holt, Mark Cravens. Nice show here for the fans along the shoreline. Keeping them side by side. Keeping them close together. And we want to mention Jim Gardell by the start-finish line buoy. Boat Roman Candle. Mahogany decking. Red cowling. Beautiful boat. Built by West Coast builder Jack Colcock back in 1961. Boat restored by Gerald Davidson. Power plant in the Roman Candle, a 302 cubic inch Chevrolet. Boat was originally owned and driven by Lou Nutta of Miami, Florida. And, of course, if you're an Unlimited Hydroplane fan, Lou Nutta campaigned the Miss Miami and Miss Timex back in the early 70s. Checkered flag out. Prime mover accepts it first, followed by the Barracuda. And Madison, Indiana's Trey Holt in the Miss Jean. Chris Cox gets the checkered and Jade Dragon. And Jim Gardell will come across in that final position here in the Roman Candle. Max and Jax. Mark, back to you. Day number 1 starting to trickle down, but a good day. The rain subsided. Sun has been coming in and out. Day number 2 looks better with weather, but day number 1, we got lucky. Mother Nature was with us for this Madison Vintage Thunder.
I agree totally. We had a great day. The sun has finally came out, and the racing is only getting better. Not racing, but the event's getting better. They're not racing, but they went pretty fast just then, so that's close to racing.
That's a nice little heat.
That was a nice heat right there.
It was.
That was good. Did you watch that over there?
Oh, yeah. I go up there and see some people I haven't seen for a while, so I stop and talk to them. Yeah, make sure we got turned up this time, Max.
Yeah, that right there was that was as close to racing as you'd like to see without them not racing.
Yeah. You know, like I've said it before, I don't care who you are. Sooner or later, Little Eagle's going to take over going, you know, I know it's 2 laps around and everybody make it look good, but sooner or later, you go, I want to be the first one across that line. You know,
yeah.
I want to be the one across that line first.
Yep. I want to put it out there a little bit. I want to open it up, blow it out.
Yeah. And my guess, and it's just a guess, because, you know, you'll be the first to say, I don't know nothing. Max will be the second. But I'd say tomorrow it'll be a little bit.
Oh, yeah. They're working out their little issues that they might have had. And, you know, the boats maybe haven't been ran for a week or two.
Well, some of these boats were up in Detroit, actually.
Last week?
Yeah.
So
when I say some of them, I think it was just the bigger ones. It wasn't the smaller ones.
So, you know, it maybe been a little while since they've actually been in the river, you know, the water and in this form. So they'll get these all tuned up. And
you think they'll have trouble going to sleep tonight?
I don't know. Maybe,
or is it just second hand to them?
I think they'll by 10 or 11 o'clock they'll be done.
Yeah.
I mean, because you know when your adrenaline level gets up, And when it's all over, I always come down to a.
It's a hard crash.
Yeah, it's a crash.
And you know
and,
the
these
adrenaline's
guys
through
got
the
to be,
roof.
and these guys right here have to have an adrenaline that's
Oh, yeah.
very big.
You know, I keep using that line. This is a car show on water.
I like it.
And everybody seems to like it up there too.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
that's the best way to explain what this is all about. And it's been a fun day.
It's been
and
a fun day.
I think the crowd has enjoyed
seeing
the vintage boats on the water.
Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll remember the wireless mics, and then we'll go up on the street and start talking to some people.
Man on the street. That's something we've.
Unless you're a wool man.
Yeah, unless you're a wool man.
Yeah, you know why they call them.
No, let's don't even go there. Don't even go there. It's,
I can't say that.
Let's
because
wait
John
till
said,
wait,
"Whoa, man."
wait till Sunday on that one.
Okay. At least we don't have no flying squirrels, no flying rats today.
What was that?
We don't have no flying rats up here. I kind of miss those things. I still wish I had one.
I don't.
Yeah, the sugar
Okay. Yeah, they were selling them.
Yeah. Of course, a good
They were some
sales-
kind of squirrel. It wasn't a
Sugar
rat.
gliders. Call them sugar gliders.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah.
funny. You remember that name?
Oh yeah. Well, I went back and watched the video. Going, boy, that was a little silly.
Yeah, that more than silly.
Yeah, they make. It was a good sales pitch to it too. You really don't want to buy one because they'll be lonely. You can buy one for $99 or two for $500. Well, shoot, just give me two, I guess.
Yeah.
You talk me into it. But I want the outfit that's on that one.
That
And
was
I want
fun.
the one that
It-
rides the bicycle.
I haven't seen them back here for a long time.
Yeah. It's just amazing some of the people that you do see down here. I've seen a lot of old T-shirts.
Have you?
A lot of old T-shirts up on the shoreline. Like I mentioned earlier, they're going to have a pig roast down to Fireman's Park, but there's also vendors going the other direction. So if you're on the hilltop and you thought, well, shoot, I wish I'd have made it down, there's still stuff to come down here tonight. You can still look at the boats for a little bit of
Oh
fun.
yeah. This
still
is.
come down. There's
You know,
quite
that's
a few
something they didn't have time to do today. That was supposed to be from 12 to 1. They was going to have all the spectators could come down into the pits and actually see the boats and talk to the drivers and the owners, but that didn't happen. We had to, we got that morning rain, so it kind of put things behind a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good point. They'll throw that in tomorrow. You know they will. Looks like they're working on the E-156 where it had come off its sling a little bit. Like we mentioned, 6 o'clock. The river will be open for us. When I say us, we're sure not getting in the boats, but for everybody involved out here, it's 5 o'clock now. I got my fancy clock, because that's the only thing that works on my phone that's going to go in the river. But other than that, look at there. It almost scares me when I hear somebody coming down yelling at somebody. Of course, they're just an old friend, but you never know.
What'd they yell?
Hey! That got my attention real quick.
Yeah, sometimes
I don't know you.
I get a little nervous when people are yelling and
Oh, I know.
and they're calling people names, and I'm thinking, should I answer to that or not?
I used to have people do me, and of course, I'm sure you did the same thing. They'd say, hey, are you Gerald Jackson's son? I say, I don't know. Does he owe you money? They'd say, I know. They say, oh, yeah. Because you never know from the past, Let's see, we've dug up both our parents already. Well, actually, I have.
Yeah, you have. I've been trying to be good today. I just find that so interesting when you're watching these things come out of the water. I mean, and how pretty these boats really are. I mean, the beautiful paint jobs. Look at this one right here going out. I mean, that right there is a pretty looking boat. I mean, that's an excellent paint job.
You notice when they come out of the water, if you notice, here they're in the water, they're soaking wet. They come out, they dry them all off with towels.
Squeegee them and
I mean,
dry.
They keep them immaculate. I think I'm actually going to look over the edge here, Max. I haven't really been this close to the edge today. I know right underneath the judges' stand, there's lots of people still underneath there.
Oh, I know what I want to do here real quick.
Once they huddled in from that rain when it came on, they pretty well set up shop, which I don't blame them. T-shirts have been flying off the wall down here. I don't know where these people are getting them at, but we're seeing all kinds of real old T-shirts. I think they just drug them out of their closets, and put them on and said, hey, I haven't wore this since whatever year it is, and I'm going to wear it now. And it's appropriate. It is appropriate. I see my golf cart going down the road. That's good. Glad it didn't run out of gas. I'm pretty sure I need some fuel. Tomorrow, like I say, we'll have a full crew down here. The weather should be a whole lot better than today, so we'll have a full crew tomorrow. Tomorrow we will be running multiple cameras, so we'll have more than one view. Yep, we'll have Melody up into the crow's nest. I guess we could call it the crow's nest, and but we'll have multiple cameras. No, I didn't say because you're old. I just said crow's nest. I thought about it. I sound like I called her an old crow.
I've adjusted that. I've adjusted the focus on that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I took it off.
Did you get it off manual?
Yeah. No, I put it on manual.
Or, yeah.
I put it on manual, so that we'll see if that doesn't help with some of that going in and out.
It's been a trick, really, just to get things
Getting back to it.
We'll
We haven't done it
dialed
for
in.
4 years.
Yeah.
So it takes a little time to get back and remember stuff. And this is not our equipment. We knew our equipment.
Yeah.
I don't know their equipment.
Uh,
and it's upgraded. Yeah. I mean,
we did the generic stuff.
Oh, we had the old stuff, but we made it work.
We was looking for the wireless mics last night, I think it was, and we was going through that bag. And this is the first camera we started with that fit in the palm of our hands.
Yeah.
Actually, our hands could grab all the way around it.
Yep.
It was that little.
And the darn thing about it is that camera still would work today. I mean, it did do a good job. It just now it's not an HD camera, where these are all HD, high definition cameras, and but
at the time,
you would not miss it. I don't think they would miss too much.
No, but at the time when we used it, when we say shoestring budget, that's exactly what it was. It had a little bitty camera, a tripod that you couldn't walk around too much because remember it would shake. We had to go buy another one.
Yep. And now our big money was our computer.
The computer was state of the art.
Yeah, we bought a really good computer.
When we walked out the door, but when we bought it, it was top of the line.
Yep. And then we had the internet broadcasting station that we had to pay for to get through, and
Yep.
so we did this out of love too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we might not have known much stuff, but we did it out of love anyhow.
And one of the best things about it when we did it was the people that watched it, how thankful they were.
Right.
That was the good part. We get to watch it live. They couldn't. They just said thank you for. They were very accommodating. Hey, that's okay. You did this. They didn't worry about it. They were just very happy to see it, and hopefully, the same type of thing happens today. People just thankful to get to see it and know tomorrow will be better.
And we'll be better tomorrow. It will be
I
better
don't know if
tomorrow.
I'll be much better, but here we go. We're getting ready to go live again.
Yep, here we go.
Here we go again. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Jeff here in just a few moments. Light her up.
Couple of boats going out here. Grand Prix will have Dave Richardson in the Lauterbach Special. Ron Snyder back out on the water. He'll be to the inside in the heavy duty. Just have two set to go here. Day number 1 of 2 of the Madison Vintage Thunder, conducted by our boat club. 5 to the 5. Here's the parade lap. Ron Snyder to the inside. Dave Richardson to the outside. So we've seen Ron Snyder out several times today. Ron's been mainly flanked to the outside. Elects to go to the buoy row here in the heavy duty. Up in turn number 2, Steve Spizak will have the green flag. Things winding down here. Day number 1 of 2 of the Madison Vintage Thunder. Green flag in hand. Here they come. Ron Snyder to the inside in the heavy duty. Boat owned by Gary Vore out of Fort Myers, Florida. Craft was built in 1964 by Henry Lauterbach. Power plant for the heavy duty, a 454 cubic inch Chevrolet engine. In its racing days, heavy duty ran from 1965 to 1990. Came to be part of the Vintage Group back in 1993. Raced by many legendary inboard drivers, Lenny Ryden, Dave Sutton, Jim Burnham, Mark Cravens, and Bob Larimore. Heavy duty! Boy, Snyder looking good in that heavy duty on the buoy row. Pulling a little bit away from Dave Richardson in the Lauterbach Special boat at the apex of turn number 1. The legendary GP 200 Lauterbach Special. 21 foot, 6 inch length. About 2,500 pound of race ready Grand Prix boat. Conventional spoon bow. Boat on the back chute going into turn number 2. It's owned and driven by Dave Richardson out of Wesley Island, New York. Get more here on the Lauterbach. Let's hear some noise here on the front chute. Lauterbach Special in turn number 1, built in 1976 by Henry Lauterbach for his brother Norman. Lauterbach Special was a winner from day number 1. Boat was then sold to Don Ryan, who resided in Bellingham, Washington, where it continued its record-setting pace. After Ryan's ownership, the hydroplane changed owners and names a few times, but was retired eventually in the early 1990s. In its heyday, the Lauterbach Special completed an H 7-liter Grand Prix. Lauterbach Special up the back straightaway, coming down for the checkered. Boy, Snyder! Wow, that thing is humming. I'd like to have seen that thing out the Western Divisionals last weekend. I think it can compete some 6 and 7 liters. There's that Lauterbach. That's so beautiful. Lauterbach Special. Lauterbach Special in turn number 1, drivers in its racing day. Chip Hanauer, Tom DeEath, Larry Lauterbach, Butch Cropfeld, brother of the late Jim Cropfeld, Howie Benz, and Terry Turner. 5 of those 6 drivers there mentioned drove unlimited hydroplanes, and of course Butch's brother, late Jim Cropfeld, drove the Miss Budweiser and Winston Eagle during Jim's racing days. Lauterbach Special, Canadian Gold Cup winner in 1980. World lap record set by this boat back in 1981 at 104.5 miles per hour. 1983, 119.6. Back in the early 80s with this conventional big block automotive power plant that was picking them up and laying them down. All right. Send it back over to Mark with Max and Jax, and we'll fill in our crowd here along the shoreline. What's coming up next?
Thank you, Jeff. Now that was fun. I can't wait till you all tomorrow will be able to message us and tell us what y'all thought. That was cool. That was really cool.
You know,
T-Roy, what'd you think about that? Did you see that rooster tail that was coming around there?
I was thinking, it's basically, it was loud, and all of a sudden, silence.
They turned them off?
It's just silence.
Yeah.
You can hear the wind for a moment.
I don't know how fast. I don't know how fast he was running just a little bit ago.
Uh-huh.
I mean, just now. But I'm telling you right now, he had her going pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say they get a little more comfortable. I think so.
That was Ron Snyder?
Yeah, I think it was. Oh. All right.
They'll be able to go up to our regular turn number 2 for the unlimited course, so we'll get a different look at them here. Maybe feel a little bit more thunder, get some speed out of these guys unlimited.
That's going to be cool, Max.
That going to be tomorrow?
Yeah, for those who didn't hear, Jeff said that they were going to widen and lengthen the race course. They'll be able to go underneath the Madison Milton Bridge and then go back down towards the original turns 1 and 2 down here at the bottom. So they'll
be able to open them up a little bit.
I'm gonna say
get a little better run.
That's close to a 2.5 mile course.
Yeah, I'd say so. That would be.
So hopefully, the one driver that Dave eludes me at the moment, he gets to fulfill one of his dreams and drive underneath the Madison Milton Bridge.
Oh, well. I've done it in other boats, but not a boat like this.
Look, can you imagine with the big boats? When I say the big boats, going the Unlimited's going straight at it. As we were talking earlier, you're probably driving down a wall of water.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
It would be a thrill. I mean, it's a different field. We're probably the only course that has that here on the Wild Bill Cancer Memorial Race Course.
Eric will be on his way here soon.
We're looking for a few more minutes. Go back and thank again the Madison Jefferson County Board of Trustees and the Madison Jefferson County Board of Tourism for help sponsoring this event here in Madison. Got a lot of sponsors that dedicate a lot of time and money and efforts and talent. And I want to thank a few of them now.
And they like to also shelled out there for the North Vernon Beverage. I'm not sure if they got a booth over here or not somewhere. They're serving beer.
Of course, you got the Lighthouse Restaurant. Remember, we talked
about about the Lighthouse. We always talk about the Lighthouse.
And also the Broadway. Historic Broadway Hotel and Tavern. They've got some great food down there as well. The Riverview Carts. If you'd like to come down to Madison, we got the Riverview Carts. You can actually rent golf carts and take a tour of this beautiful town and the lady up to the Riverboat Inn.
Kathy. Yeah. Just walk in and say, hey, Kathy, treat me nice. Yeah. And she'll already do it.
Yeah, she'll already do it. And if you don't have a golf cart, she'll take you in hers and say, where do you want to go?
That's right. They're very good down there. Yeah, MPS Printing.
Yeah, thank them. And also thank the Royal Corporation. Royal's been a business around here for many, many moons. They've been a fixture, so I'd like to thank them for their contributing.
Sedam Construction.
You see them everywhere. Do a very good job.
Hertz Shoe Store.
You used to buy shoes from there when I was a little kid. You said you still do.
I do.
And you got, of course, Eric Otten of computer logistics. I'd like to thank Eric Otten for that. Eric will be down here in just a little bit since he stopped micromanaging us from Hanover College with the football game. Never did give us a score, but I would be curious if he saw any of the ball game. But thank you for that. This is Bike Shop. Did you say you could rent bicycles?
Yes, you can. You can rent bicycles down there and take a little run around town. So.
You got the main attraction. Well, looky here, Dave. Yeah.
Did you have fun? Did you have fun?
Yeah, I had fun. Oh, I had fun. I had real good fun, guys. It's been a great day. It's been a fun day. 2 good runs in. I drove one, and the 18-year-old boy drove one, and couldn't get any better.
Here, it tells you how silly we are. Both of us are holding up the microphone, and it goes to the exact same place here. You look good out there, though. What was it like to go back out of the water here in your hometown?
It's been about a year since I've been in the boat, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good. You know, when you don't run one for a year, you kind of lose concept of what you should do, and I should snap the plug wires on better.
Well, yeah, that probably would help a little bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they did. They all probably. About 4 of them they just fell off. So it's all right.
How bumpy is it out there?
You know, it wasn't bad. My boat likes a little bit of water, choppy. It was good. It was really good. The water is not an issue at all with me. Now, the smaller boats might have a little bit of issue, but I don't think so.
We was watching some of the bigger boats go down, and you see how they're driving those backwards and forth. And what people don't realize that's how they used to always do it.
Yeah, I go back and forth a lot because when I'm getting on plane, when I take off from the dock, I try to get the water under the boat, get the air on top of it, and that's what I do. And then a lot of them do that.
You look around, was you happy with the crowd?
I'm pleased. I'm really pleased with the crowd. You know, this is our first event, and we know that there's going to be some issues, and the weather didn't help any. I look for a good turnout tomorrow.
Yeah.
The weather was against us this morning, but it's been a great afternoon. It's went around us every other time, so.
I looked up here a while ago, and I saw some people just wearing old T-shirts, for the older boats, and I'm thinking that was a cool thing, taking people down, years past.
You know, it's funny you said that because I have almost all my shirts back in the 70s, and I couldn't put one off. I had to because my wife's got them all in quilts.
I'll be darned.
It's pretty neat.
Well, we've seen a few walking quilts today because they've been everywhere, and we've also seen a lot of we'll just say some seasoned people, and they have their kids with them or their grandchildren. It's just like a nice family affair out here.
And that's exactly the whole concept we have here. We just want it to be a good family-friendly program, and everybody can afford to come. It's sometimes you just got to give back.
Yes. That's what we spoke about earlier. We said, we think that the past Madison Regatta presidents and vice presidents and volunteers and these drivers, because they went and they did it before. If not, we wouldn't be here. We don't know who they are now. It takes a lot of effort for it, and this has been a very great tradition for the city.
The thing about the Madison Regatta is they put on one heck of a race. They do. I mean, I'm telling you guys, all around the circuit, it's hard. The money's hard. The money's tough to get. Sponsors are tough to get. So don't never cut it short. These guys work hard at it. The Madison crew, they work hard to put that race on. They got hundreds of thousands of dollars to work up, and we just got thousands of dollars, So my hat's off to them.
Yes, that's what I say. Thanks for all of their past duties, because it gives us a chance to say thank you and bring back, and other people can see what their work over all these years have done and appreciate, just going back in time.
Exactly. To step back, somebody once told me, he said, it's kind of like living in the past. I said, no, it's not living in the past. It's just remembering where you've been and where you come from. And, it's just there for us to have.
Tell me that's Johnny Weissmuller.
Yeah, it is Johnny Weissmuller.
That's what I thought that was. I hear that going, that sounds just like Johnny Weissmuller.
Hey, I would like to take 1 second to thank Dan Cole for working with us and to being so user-friendly for us. We appreciate that. We appreciate the whole Madison team, but thanks a lot for Dan Cole's help.
Yeah, Dan puts a lot of time in down there. He loves the sport just like the people that are all participating.
Absolutely. I think we all have to give a hand to a lot of our fans, because if it wasn't for our fans in racing or what we're doing here, if it wasn't for the fans, we wouldn't even need to be here.
No, you don't. And I think the fans have had a good time. I've jumped up and talked to a few people. Of course, we didn't put them on the air, but talked to them. They said that this was great. They loved it. I remember this and I remember that. And I was telling Max, I was up at Coakley getting a Polar Pop. and I heard him run. It was like I was 10 years old again. You know, I couldn't wait to get
The
back
bigger
in there.
boats went in.
Yeah, I know that 10-year-old feel because, you know, every so often I'll be just looking and watching these guys, and cold chills will come down me, you know, remember, not because of what's going on, but because of the memories that you have. And, you know, speaking of memories, I want to take a minute to thank the John Petty family and the Billy Cousins family. What two wonderful families that are out there, and they lost their loved ones, their husbands, their father, and my heart's with them today.
Yeah, and of course, this is sort of a tribute to them.
This is a tribute to them, and well-deserved.
Yes, it is. Well-deserved, Dave. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you
David
tomorrow.
Johnson, y'all.
You'll be back
Thank you,
out
David.
tomorrow racing, right? Or back tomorrow running, right?
Sure will. Thank you, guys.
What is the plan for tomorrow? What is the plan?
The plan is to put the boat in the water and don't drop no plug wires and run like a bat out of ding dong.
That's a
That'll
quote.
work.
Yeah.
That'll work.
Fantastic.
You know, Dave Johnson, he put a lot of work along with a lot of other people, but it's good to get him up here.
Yeah. Well, I think he didn't mean to come up
No,
here.
he did. He got too close.
Yeah, he got way too close. 3-foot rule.
You see, look at his eyes.
Yeah, he went like this. No.
Yeah, that's okay though.
3-foot rule.
I bet tomorrow he goes, I don't know if I'll get near that bucktooth white. I'll stay away from him. But, hey, he got that close.
Yeah, that
There
was
we go.
That was great.
And here we got got him going over to get his acolytes for the crowd here.
Right.
So we'll go ahead and let him talk for a little while. We'll leave the mic open. Maybe you can hear a little bit of it. Sure.
And we're going to wrap it up here with the Unlimited. Chief Referee Don Malello said we're going to allow them to go up beyond the bridge and come down, kind of give a little flare back of yesteryear with the piston engines coming down the front chute and the back chute. Let that floor breathe a little. Let her go. We got 4 minutes. Really going to run. They've done a great job. They ran well in Detroit 3 weekends ago at the UAWGM Detroit APBA Gold Cup. Tomorrow, opening ceremonies around 9 a.m. Course is scheduled to open at 10, but we're going to have some special moments throughout the day. We lost Larry Hedgepath earlier this year. We're going to have a special ceremony with Larry, and that'll be a touchy moment. I had Denny Jackson up here earlier interviewing him, and Hedgie, as we called him, you got to have everything from A to Z, and a lot of times Hedgie got the dirty job, but you know what? He didn't complain. He just went at it. Hedgie's heart was right here where it belongs. He was a good man. Hedgie would do anything that you needed something, he did it. I don't care what it is. And Larry was he was a partner here. He got him for so many years. Part of Mr. Madison, and he was a senior. He's well deserved through the ceremony. And on that note, Jeff, I'd like to say thank you very much to the Cousins family, the Petty family, they're here. God love you. I love y'all. And we'll be giving some medallions and for them tomorrow during the day. And, you know, we can't forget about Fred. Fred Farley, he would have loved to have been here this weekend. And like Denny said earlier, it would have been like Christmas in September for Fred Farley, the late Unlimited hydroplane historian. Fred, I will miss Fred in our forward because we did Halloween together every year. And he would come over and dress up with his werewolf or Dracula or Frankenstein. He never even wanted to do it. I tell you what, he loved it, and he knew his history on horror movies, and I would miss him up here. Dave, thank you for stopping by. I know you've had this in your mind for several years. Day number 1's about complete. We got tomorrow, and fans along the shoreline, show your appreciation to Dave and his team with 5 to the 5 vintage hydros. Thank you very much, man. Thank you so much. Give a shout out to my little Bill there somewhere. How you doing, buddy? Hey, we'll see you tomorrow, but we still got these Unlimiteds to go. They're going to crank them up.
Hey, Max. Go ahead, Max. We protected them long enough.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll mention for the viewers, just in case they didn't know it, this time the Unlimiteds will be allowed to go underneath the bridge, come back, go down to the original turn down there near Broadway Street.
So they're going to get to open these babies up.
It's going to be opened up a little bit, yes.
They're not racing,
No.
but they're going to get to open them up.
Yeah. So Jack Schaefer, of course, obviously being the Gale 5, he'll get. No, was it Jack Schaefer that wanted to? Let's see. I forget which one. I thought it was Jack Schaefer wanted to go underneath the Ohio River Bridge, but for some reason I'm thinking of somebody else.
Well, there's two of them in that boat, so.
Yeah. Wow, that's interesting.
No, I don't remember that.
No. Here we go. I'm going to go ahead and run this over to Jeff for the
But-
last call of the day.
Gale 5, last section of the day. For our fans along the shoreline and listening online with and viewing with Max and Jack, streaming live here at the first Madison Vintage Thunder. Unlimited's out for the second time today, and they will go underneath the bridge, not too far to the east, and they'll bring them down the front chute. So we'll get an idea of the blast from the past. Unlimited hydroplanes back on the Ohio River with the stock Allison. Remember the days of the 50s, 60s, 70s, into the 80s, some early 90s. The World War II aircraft engines that brought unlimited hydroplane racing to the sports spectacle. Stock Allison, turbocharged Allison, Rolls-Royce Merlin, the Packard, Rolls-Royce Griffon engines. There's Jack Schaefer through turn number 2. I'll go silent here. Let the fans enjoy and remember the sound of the yesteryear with the Unlimiteds, the stock Allison. Well, Jack Schaefer Jr., nice into turn number 1. The Miss US 4 brings memories back as a kid. Sun setting to the west, trying to get that final qualification time in for the Madison Regatta. Look good here on the front chute going into turn number 1. Not certain if Bill Black will be on the chili quite as much as Jack Schaefer. Bill Black has the rider in the Gale 5. Lyle King, but Bill Black off turn number 2, and now the foot goes to the floorboard in the Gale 5. Jack Schaefer Jr. underneath the Milton Madison Bridge. The tail rises. Miss you, look at that! Awesome! Well, Jack's still got the racing blood in him. I think Jay Armstrong should have maybe took this one out to San Diego for the Home Street Bank Bayfair. Nice job down the front chute. And there's that rumbling through the turns. They'd go down on power, the old conventional spoon bow boats. No skid fin, but they would waller them through the turns. Boat on the back chute. The actual Miss US 4 built by the late Henry Lauterbach for George Simon out of Detroit. U.S. Equipment Company. Simon was just not too thrilled with this one in competition, ran 1957 and 58. But boy, a beautiful restoration job. Jay Armstrong, now the owner, out of Omaha, Nebraska. Here's the Gale 5. That's a replica pattern after the 1955 Gold Cup winner with Lee Shaniff in the cockpit. I'm here with Dave Richardson, driver of the Grand Prix 200 Lauterbach Special, and Jack's proving you wrong. He looks good.
Hey, that's the best that boat's ever run. It's just great to see him horn it out like that.
We still got the green flag out, and boy, we mentioned Ed Cooper's here this weekend. Wonder if he's put some expertise into that stock Allison of the US 4.
No, I think they keep Ed away from it, but Jack's putting about 5 gallons a lap through it right now.
So Gale 5 on the back chute, Miss US 4 on the back straightaway. Dave Richardson with us, owner, driver of the Grand Prix 200 Lauterbach Special. And Dave, before you came up, when Jack hit the throttle there underneath the bridge, it brought back so many memories as a kid growing up in Madison, the sun setting to the west, that late charge trying to get that last qualification speed in for the Madison Regatta. We'll see if Jack stands on it again.
And hope you didn't lose it in the first turn.
And he's going well past the first turn, but that's all right with me. Boy, that's a nice sight up there.
Yeah, and to me, the amazing part is Bill Black's Gale 5. This is a husband and wife that knew nothing about hydroplanes and spent 9 years building that in their garage. And it just runs beautifully.
Beautiful boat built by Bill Black. Let's go silent, Dave. Here they come, side by side. Gale 5 and US 4. All right, Dave Richardson. Look at Schaefer. Little porpoising activity down the chute. Good boat ride. And, boy, Henry Lauterbach built a beautiful piece back in the 50s. And, boy, it's running good here today. And maybe they should have went to San Diego.
Well, it's had a lot of restoration. And I think they finally got the engine dialed in because it's starting and running and is now reliable.
Boy, Jack got a good ump to it on the back chute. Boy, you can hear that thunder here in the Ohio River Valley. And, boy, that's what brought unlimited hydroplane racing as the spectacle in the 50s and the 60s. 70s, of course, I know and you know, back in the 60s, Wide World of Sports, ABC, that was a big part of their coverage, unlimited hydroplane racing.
Yeah, now can you imagine 11, 12, 15 of these out here, all thundering, and a combination of Rolls-Royce Merlins, even a smattering of Griffins allowed at one point in time, and you're talking 3,000 horsepower from Miss Budweiser.
And we'll see what Jack does here. We'll look over to Steve Spizak. He has the white flag in hand, so this session boy, it looks great. Awesome. Well, Dave, I don't know if the 5 to the 5 Racing Club has a showstopper award for Saturday, but I think we just found the winner.
For Saturday, you bet. And I don't know, everybody here understands how much work these people have done in 5 to the 5. All of these docks took them all week to put in, and we just, as the drivers, thank them for everything they did.
Well, real quick on your boat, earlier today you had a problem. What happened to that GP200? And a problem with that boat is a rarity.
Yeah, I spanked the magneto. I came up and it wasn't behaving, so I hit it with a ball peen hammer, and now it's just perfect.
So that's a good, easy repair. Sounds like some O.A.J. Foyt stuff we used to see at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Foyt would get upset, and ABC would have the cameras on the delayed coverage, and Here out comes the hammers and the chisels and the pliers and screwdrivers. He'd go at it.
Well, we usually don't have many problems because we treat it well, but in this case, the driver didn't do up the P-leads on the magneto quite right.
Dave, thank you for joining us as the sound is going down. It looks like the US4 and Gale 5 about to come back in. And, boy, fans along the shoreline here at the stand, boy, they love that US4 barreling by here.
Well, it all starts again tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, so come on back, folks.
Should be a lot of fun. I'll turn the live stream mic back over to Troy. And, you know, we've done pretty good not tangling these cords up today. I thought we about had our first one. I think it was a 0 blemish on the cord tangling today.
Yeah, close. Thank you, Jeff. All right. Well, that almost wraps it up here for this first day of action for the Madison Vintage Thunder on the Ohio River or the Wild Bill Cantrell Memorial Race Course. Jack Schaefer, look at him. He's standing up on the deck having a good old time, Max.
That was fun.
That was
fun. That was fantastic. What do you think those rooster tails were?
Oh, out of the water. I mean, they were up there.
Yeah, remember the day, that's what we all said, hey, look at that rooster tail. Look at that rooster tail.
Almost touched the bridge.
Yeah, it almost, that's right. That's right. That was it. Yeah. That was it right there.
That was cool to see two people riding. And, of course, you caught that, I guess, the Gale 5. There's a reason why they got those two drivers or two riders in there. Here we go.
Give them a hand, everybody.
Good job. That is about it today, though, Max. Things are just about winding down. Everything's been good. We've said it before. We'll say it another time. You can come down there having a pig roast at Fireman's Park. $10.
If you're local.
Or out of town.
Or out of town if you can get here quick enough.
If you happen to be here, there's plenty of food booths that's still set up down here. The boats will be in the pits. Tomorrow you'll be able to come down, and I'm sure tomorrow they'll be putting those tours on like you mentioned, and also, giving the drivers a chance to get autographs and stuff, because there's a lot of, people out there waiting to get certain drivers autographs. You probably may or may not even get a chance to do.
Oh, yeah. These guys here, I probably can't wait to get up here and sign some autographs.
Oh, yeah. In other words, like I say, there's people that just waiting to go, boy, I can't wait to talk to so-and-so. I haven't talked to him since 1971.
Hey, we're talking about right now, Miss U.S., she put on a show.
She put on a show. Of course, you had the Coopers working on it. Of course, they're the ones, Cooper Tires, fastest piston-powered boat on the planet. So that explained a little bit to me.
Yeah, that does. I mean, they had that engine tuned.
Yeah, it looked nice. It was cool.
Sounded nice. It was just absolutely awesome.
Yeah,
that's the way I remember it.
Yep.
That's the way I remember it.
That's the way I remember it. That's the way I forgot it.
Yeah,
I didn't remember till now.
That's the way I remember it. Only there was like 6 or 7 of them, 8 of them in the water, so it was a lot louder.
Yeah, it's a good time today, though, Max. Hey, first day's in the books. We'll get ready to wind this thing down. The crowd was nice today. The weather cooperated, even though
it ended up good.
Good.
I think about 1 o'clock we got going, and after that point there, it wasn't bad. A little bit of windy, got a little breezy a few times.
Yep.
But
other than that, though, it's been a good day.
Rain shouldn't be a major issue tomorrow. I think we're going to have a fantastic day. We're going to try to get that camera up on the crow's nest up there so we can get a better angle.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll have 2 cameras down here. Today it was just once things were set up, you had to run with it that way. When it was pouring down rain and the threat of us, getting your equipment, ruined.
Ruined, yeah.
It just was hard.
Which ain't our equipment. Yeah. It isn't our equipment. It's Hanover College's equipment.
Yep.
So.
I'm sure Eric's going, boy, thank you for not tearing nothing up. So we're good for that. But tomorrow we'll have a little different setup. I think tomorrow I'll bring a chair down so I don't have to stand all day as well. And but it was a good day.
Yep, good day. Had a good time, and can't wait for tomorrow now.
Okay. So guys, tomorrow we should be back on the air. I would say probably 9 o'clock. We have the opening ceremonies. The river should be open for the boats at 10 o'clock. I believe it's supposed to go to 5. Do everything you can if you'd like to come down and watch this.
Yeah, there's plenty of hotels in the area.
Yeah, it's a free event. Come on down and watch it. If you can't come down and watch it, Don't watch it on TV. Watch it on the internet with us.
Tell your friends.
If you're too far away to even get close, come in next year for it because they've had a very good first.
T. Roy, it was nice.
It was fun, man.
See you tomorrow, buddy.
Good night, guys.
Good night.